who shines like you now and forever. That stays true. Even if the whole world changes sides, I'll still be standing by your side.
If everyone becomes my enemy,
I'll still protect you endlessly.
don't lose yourself, don't lose your way.
My lonely flower,
Please don't fade. You should notice there is no other.
you should notice we belong together.
You should notice there's no one better.
You should notice now or never. Time goes passing by. Don't let this moment die.
There is no other. Oh.
There's nobody else who shines like you. No one else could ever break through. Don't fade away, don't lose your glow. My lonely flower in the cold. The sunlight never reached your side. You bloom where all the shadows hide. In a place you never chose. Still you stand and still you grow.
Locked away, don't hold it in. Tell me all the hurt within. Every scar and every tear, I'll stay and take away your fears.
So don't cry now, just smile somehow.
My lonely flower standing proud, yo. You look like you could fade away. That's why I need to see you stay. I wanna be the strength you need, the voice that helps your heart believe.
Even if the world turns cold and leaves me standing all alone, if everyone becomes my enemy, I'll still protect you endlessly.
You should notice there is no other.
You should notice we belong together.
You should notice there's no one better.
You should notice now or never. Time goes passing by. Don't let this moment die.
There is no other.
There's nobody else who shines like you now and forever. That stays true. Even if the whole world changes sides, I'll still be standing by your side.
If everyone becomes my enemy,
I'll still protect you endlessly.
don't lose yourself, don't lose your way.
My lonely flower,
Please don't fade. You should notice there is no other.
you should notice we belong together.
You should notice there's no one better.
You should notice now or never. Time goes passing by. Don't let this moment die.
There is no other. Oh.
There's nobody else who shines like you. No one else could ever break through. Don't fade away, don't lose your glow. My lonely flower in the cold. The sunlight never reached your side. You bloom where all the shadows hide. In a place you never chose. Still you stand and still you grow.
Locked away, don't hold it in. Tell me all the hurt within. Every scar and every tear, I'll stay and take away your fears.
So don't cry now, just smile somehow. else who shines like you now and forever. That stays true. Even if the whole world changes sides, I'll still be standing by your side.
If everyone becomes my enemy,
I'll still protect you endlessly.
don't lose yourself, don't lose your way.
My lonely flower.
Please don't fade. You should notice there is no other.
You should notice we belong together.
You should notice there's no one better.
You should notice now or never. Time goes passing by. Don't let this moment die.
Yo, what's good? Hello, everybody. Cool shit. There we go. Show is starting. How is everybody doing? Now, hey guys, I said yesterday I wouldn't do face cam, but I feel fine enough. I don't look too terrible. I'm still quite tired, to be honest, but it's fine. So for the sum portion, we are going to do face cam. And if I feel too tired, if I need to move around a lot and all that, then I might turn the cam off. But for the portion part of the summoning things, we are going to keep the cam on. Hey Fuchi, how are you doing? I would be feeling way better if I got some cool air. Give me 1 second.
Keep your spirit safe and warm.
There we go. All right. Let's see. Let me turn down the music a little bit for myself. Aye. All right. So let me see. Somebody got mega lucky. 3 copies and 1 weapon, 9k jades. That's fantastic. Congrats, Stu. The game is down for you? No, not for me. We can jump right into this, actually. Yeah, this is the special version of her. We're going to first take a look at the trial, and then we're going to summon for her.
Sun hangs high.
What else? What else? Stefan is going to work. Niva, yes, you friendly stream today. Hey Zephyr, how is it going, man? How are you doing? The damage multi in co-op for Bambi is quite insane. Is she getting buffed in co-op?
Waiting
100 corridor keys, A5 for Bambi core, that's fantastic, man. Hey Madaku, how is it going? On NA we can even press start game. Yeah, you still have the maintenance, right? Oh, this is a cool looking title. Oh, this is server based? Yeah, I'm not going to achieve that one. That's a shame. This was one cool looking title. Regardless, I was just thinking, if they have Sajin here, it would have been nice, the Bankai one. Oh, her bonds is here, too. Finesse Mastery. Does she buff herself with a lot of finesse? Ultimate damage bonus also increased based on the crit rate. Okay. Okay. Let's take a quick look at her. The title's so good. Is she even good? I don't think she's worth summoning. Not because she's bad in that sense, but I just don't think that if you have Ulquiorra, we will test this, but if you have Ulquiorra, I don't think there is a reason why you should have Bombietta in there. She doesn't have a finesse support or anything. In a normal state, triggering perfect dodge, releasing counterattack, or using a technique grants Bombietta follow-up attack. While Bombietta possesses follow-up attack, on field, tapping the basic attack button consumes follow-up attack to immediately release dashing follow-up attack. Off field, when Spirit of Pressure is not full, swapping Bombietta in consumes follow-up attack to immediately release dashing follow-up attack. Okay, you're just basic attack. Okay. Accumulating Spirit of Pressure. While in her normal state, Bombietta accumulates Spirit after releasing a basic attack, technique, or counterattack. She doesn't have much in terms of kit, by the way. That much I remember. She's like the base form here is mostly to get her into the Vollständig. The intro is really nice. Animations look already good. She's very based on counterattacking, perfect dodging. This part here, by the way, kinda concerns me a little bit when it comes to Aizen. But whatever. Okay. The animation looked really good though. Look at them. Ooh. Yo, her animations are insane. Look at this. The little kickback and everything. Look at this. This looks so cool. What? That's a crazy idle animation. That's a crazy idle animation. That is so crazy. Why is her idle animation high key really good? She's trash. I mean, I wouldn't say that until we have the full team, but yeah, I can see why. Damn, those animations are sick. Consuming spiritual pressure after entering Vollständig. I really like that they changed this to Vollständig, by the way. If Bombietta possesses spiritual pressure, her basic attack inflicts explosion to enemies. And the final hit of her basic attack combo consumes spiritual pressure to release finishing bombardment. Yeah, this we already know from the kit. Then clears the explosion stacks, depleting the spiritual pressure gauge to 0. Okay. Yeah, this is the only problem that I see, is that once you enter Vollständig, you have to commit to this. You have to do one full attack string to do this. Animation-wise, Ultimate Quincy Vollständig. While in a normal state, Bombietta can also enter Vollständig by using the Ultimate Quincy. Damn, that's not too bad. These animations are really good though. These animations are really good. When Bombietta is in the backline, this is something new, but I wonder if it's just for Quincy's or if this is something that they're going to add for other characters too. So you swap her out. I think after 3 seconds or something. I think there is a core stamp or something in her kit that allows her to enter this right away. Yeah, being able to enter this right away with Vollständig is crazy good. She needs too much screen time. No one is expecting her to match other teams' damage since she doesn't have one yet. Yeah, I'm not expecting her to do so. The question just becomes then, what's the purpose of having her? Strictly speaking, you know? Because if I do this, right, I just lose it. But what's the benefit of doing so? You don't... maybe once we get into the proper chain, we can see when we get her built out properly. We can see if the technique even does something. Ah, too short. Ah, that killed. Hey Anton, how is it going? Yeah. Yeah, we are here on the EU side of servers. We are on A+. I think NA still is in maintenance mode. We already selected that one. Yeah, which is why it's safe to wait if you don't want to spam Jades. Yeah, definitely. Like I said in multiple posts of mine and in the video too. I don't think... This is just me personally, okay? I know licensing issues and everything else, but if it's true that we are getting the remaining Bambis by having SR pluses, I feel like they should have released it with her. Oh, that's a nice thing though. Look at this. They changed this. This is really cool. By the way, make sure to change this around to not summon for the same stuff again. Let's see if we can get lucky. I'm not sure about B1, B2 testing today, but we're going definitely to test her out at B0. Yeah, it's... If it's not because she's one of your favorite characters and you want to play her right now, maybe if you just started with Trushika Ichigo and you're lacking another team to carry you. Hey, thank you so much. For everybody who is pulling with me, good luck. I hope that my bad luck here is going to help you guys getting better luck. The B1 is really nice. Yeah, we will see. The problem is, Shiken has the best boundaries in the world, but as long as we don't have a proper team for her, I don't feel confident in saying if a boundary is really worth it, right, you know? Again, there is rumors that we get maybe Giselle as the supporter. Maybe as our plus support. We're going to pity, huh? I knew it. Why did I call it out in the Discord? Oh no! Look! Ah, yes! There it is. Cool. Oh, finally. We didn't go to full pity. Let me turn down the music a little bit here. There she is! No, Momo. Where is she? The very last one? This looks so good. This looks really, really nice. Really nice. Okay, so, cool. I should have enough to level her up right away. Let's see if we can get a little bit more luck with the weapon here. Thank you, man. No. Bombietta is completely useless for new players? I don't know yet. What I want to do... I know round about the damage that my Trushika Ichigo deals at B0, level 80. So I want to see if I can match this with just a free-to-play option. Her ban is at 35s. Yeah, I mean, that's good luck there. Really good luck. Again, I don't think you should summon for her quite yet. Even if she's damage boosted, maybe for the events, but even then you have the trial characters there. I'm trying to mentally move the needle here, but nothing happens. Okay, we are going to pity here. Thank you so much. That's the second time that I go on pity, full pity here. Alright, so what I want to do real quick is I want to level her up. Where is she? And then I have to screenshot her abilities real quick. Just to make sure that we can check her skills while we farm for her core stamp and everything. You don't have to feel sorry. If it means that you guys can get luckier with pulling for her, I don't care. I can go to PT every single time. Hot take. Hey Aromancy, come stai? Hot take. I feel like having a PT, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have PT by the way, but I'm just saying having a PT kinda takes a little bit away the gambling addiction from the gacha. But still better than not having one, and then having to go 40, 50, 60k jades into banner, which is awful. Alright, so this is done. Zero Ichigo damage is 300 400 mil. Yeah, with his own team. Yeah. I'm going to compare him with my free-to-play account. We're not going to compare. This looks weird, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm not going to compare her with a full built-out team, basically. Yeah, imagine 20k for V0, that wouldn't be fun at all. Especially not if you consider how strong the boundaries are. Yeah, it's really hot here too in Switzerland, it's really hot. So I went to the doctor today, I took some blood samples. Tomorrow I will know more. But basically, it should help. He said maybe just because of me overworking myself a little bit, that it's getting me some vertigo. But basically, yeah, got blood work done today, and then now it's just a wait and see game, basically, to see if there is anything that it's, you know, suspicious. Yes, we pre-farmed this, all of this. We had a full week to pre-farm this. Oh! This is its own skill. Okay. I can see this. Good luck with that, yeah. Not gonna lie, I don't know why, but the older I get, the more I dread going to the dock. But on a positive note, we went to the Alps yesterday and it was beautiful with my brother. So we had a really good time there. It was really truly beautiful. I think it's 1600 meters height, and yeah, it's beautiful, man. Yeah, it's a struggle. Yeah, it seems like the entry skill is going to be something that the Queens will have. But you know what it is, by the way? Third is kicking hard, yeah. The thing here with the entry skill is, I hope, I'm not trying to jinx this, but I hope that they're not going to bring out new typings because they want to bring new mechanics into the game, as not to power creep older teams. Alright, let me see real quick. While we are going to farm for the core stamp, and our own stamps too. Well, I can convert the stamps, that's not too bad. I'm going to screenshot this real quick, so that we can kinda have an idea on how she works. I kinda remember what she still does, more or less. But I changed the wording around, so I want to make sure that we have the proper verbiage here. For those that already pulled her and played with her, what is your opinion on Bombietta? Let me know. Costume. So for those that haven't seen my stream yet, when I do this kind of summonings, I like to have the kit out so that we can, when we farm, we can see exactly what's going to happen here. So, okay, this is the major difference, by the way. When we were reading the kit, it wasn't really, how to say this, obvious that these are two different skills in her ultimate. Yeah, so this is... Oh, okay, I see. Very awkward with Aizen since she needs a lot of fill time. Worst unit to come out yet? Rohan, why is that? 5 type is more than enough? Yeah, I feel like 5 types is enough. Definitely. The core sim worsens that. Very cool to play, still working on her, but also trying to work out if I'll charge rate needed in our current team. Yeah, so this is the major thing that I think is going to favor ultimate. But we're going to see here. Let me snip this real quick. The damage difference between her going into ultimate normally and her going into ultimate with the vollständig is quite crazy, actually. Oops. Yeah, we can keep this. I don't have to snip that one. I think on the counter she had something here. Let's see. The counter's fairly long. Anything special in her? Damn. Yo, there is something. Ult charge is not needed, her stacks building her ultimate. So basically you want to go into the normal vollständig with special attacks and then just use up the ult charges there, like the bombardment stacks. Ruggiero, I saved since the wipe patch and now I went all in for her. I mean, yeah, again, guys, just real quick, a disclaimer once again, right? If she's your favorite character, don't listen to what I'm going to say. Listen to what you think is going to be fun. And you can always work around rotations, you can always work around damages. As long as you can clear content, there is no real reason why you should be worried. To be honest. Chain bombardment. Okay. There we go. So let's start farming for her core. Watch me doing all of this just to get her core sim on the first go. Watch. That's a problem with the player base. I mean, when I see something like she's the worst character and it's not because of numbers but mostly because maybe of how she feels or everything, I can understand. Before Urahara, visit my account. Ah man, I have mine on B4 too, but I don't want to use it yet. I mean, if I say don't listen to me and you don't listen to me, but you listen to me by not listening to me, then Jokon, you should not listen to me by listening to me. She's a base attack character with no real techniques and her damage for field time is just horrible. I mean, damage, I wouldn't ever consider a release bad just because of damage. Because up until now, every single character that lacked performance, and even those that didn't lack performance right now, like Grimjo and Ulquiorra, still got the buffs. So, you know, if she just plays badly or boring or this kind of stuff, I can totally see this. But I wouldn't say that the character is bad just because the damage is not there yet. Let me open up this here. I knew it. I knew it. I called it. I even called it. No time to take a look at the... Well, we can still continue. We have to get it to the A5 anyways. So we have boost 3, boost 1, boost 2. Schrift 1, Schrift 2. I mean, what I'm curious to see, right? At B0, is she viable in the sense of, if you're a new player, having Tsushika Ichigo out there, having all the characters that we have right now, is she viable to, or should we consider her a pull for mid-game accounts? Okay, so Bombietta stores excess spiritual pressure upon exiting the vollständig state. So if you have any vollständig, you can convert this into a spiritual pressure ratio to 1 to 0.5. Is there ever a reason why you don't wanna use up your vollständig? She feels both stronger and weaker. Oniryuma, can you care to elaborate a little bit on that? Zephyr, I saw your point. I think there is a little bit more... I think they can do a little bit more when it comes to giving characters more interactions with stat, specifically when it comes to ultimate charge rate. I agree. I still think that they are dropping the ball by not having cooldown reduction in the game. Not really TS as Mayu as support. Yeah, but the thing is, it's still only one team, right? When you start out, for example, and you start on EU or NA, you don't have Rangiku, and you get Mayuri, for example, it's still only one team. Oh, you were talking about damage, okay. Okay. Now just trying to gauge the temperature here of you guys just having played her already. I'm not expecting great things out of her, by the way. I don't think that she's going to be great in any kind of ways. While in vollständig state, as long as her spiritual pressure is above 0, hits from basic attack, chain bombardment, apply explosion to enemies for 10 seconds. Stacking up to 70 times. Okay, so it's called explosion here. Additionally, Bombietta continuously tracks the historical maximum stacks of explosion she has applied. Okay. I like the snapshotting of explosion, by the way. I think that's great. Because it makes one of the biggest problem for Tsushika Ichigo is wave content. Because you don't have the breach marks on the targets. One good team at the start of the game is huge. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I had Ulquiorra and Tsushika Ichigo. That has been crazy. Guys, please keep track that so that I don't overspend here. That's, I think, number 2, right? Have you played our game mode? No, not yet. I just started with the events. If you're running TS, Ichigo and Bambi in the same team... Yeah, the thing why I'm saying this is because when I do the Should You Summon video, I wanna have a proper evaluation of her, you know. Because the thing is, Tsushika Ichigo has a lot of things going on for him. Like, Tsushika, I don't know why, but I feel like people are not underestimating Tsushika Ichigo, but they're devaluing his worth quite a bit, actually. Yeah, just build her slowly. I don't think... If you pulled for her, and you just pull her for the fun and for the animations and stuff, just to go about it slowly. There is no real reason to push for any kind of more investments into her. Unless you really know that you're going for the Bambis, that might be something different. But I think if Candice is going to be the tactician, just wait. Because we have Gin, who is still able to clear every content. Yeah, but the problem is that people compare Gin at B6 with Tsushika Ichigo at B6. At B0 the difference in damage is not even comparable. Because the way that Tsushika Ichigo can deal damage at B0 is crazy. You can pick at B0 again, and you're not going to be able to clear what I cleared at level 80. You're just not. That's the problem here. I feel like... Yeah, I know that you know, but what I'm trying to say here is that when people do comparisons, they rarely speak about what are they comparing it to, you know? Do you think Candice might be a finesse support? I mean, if Uryu is really going to be tacticians for finesse, which I don't see, to be honest, yeah, then so, what, is she going to be full assault? I mean, the thing with Tsushika Ichigo and Ulquiorra both, that I'm a little bit missing here going through the passives, is that they scale so well with stats just at the base level. I mean, we have boost 3. She needs to have her entry skill to buff her attack by 25%. So you don't want to even... That's a good thing, maybe? You don't want to start with her right away. Then the second passive boost is 50% damage. 50% defense, but only on the ultimate. Okay. I actually want to skip her, but I luckily pulled her from the free 10 tickets. Congrats, boss run. That's the best when you can get this. Oh yeah, by the way, guys, what did you think about the compensation? I heard some crazy takes on this. I feel like, what was it? A week? So it's 700 jades plus 7 tickets, another 10, and we got another 500 jades, right? For the maintenance. I feel like that's good. That's a good compensation to have. It's 1/4 of a pity. And then you get all the events. That's number 3. Then you get all the events. It's basically 60 tickets that you get. So boost 1 was if a character other than Bombietta uses an entry skill. Ah. Yeah, so basically, effectively, Bambi doesn't even have... Bambi's squad captain. Yeah, she doesn't even have enough people around her that give her spiritual pressure. Because I feel like, at the moment, maybe it feels she has a lot of field time because she cannot gain the spiritual pressure right away. And she cannot just enter with the... what's it called? Entry skill, right? So I guess once you have the full finesse team, because she's off the field and she gains her entry skill off field, she swaps in, has spiritual pressure going, she does her stuff, maybe one Vorständig, she switches back off. I'm getting Scottish here. She switches back off, maybe, I guess that's what the intended purpose is of the entry skill. As long as Global keep getting codes and nexus stamps on see we don't get cheat, I'm pissed. Again, I don't think that you should get any differences in compensation at all. That's why I made the video, right? It's not only because of the starting stuff, it's also in general. If you get compensated for something on the one server, everybody should get the same. I know there is no competition in terms of cross-server stuff. But I just don't think that it's a good policy to have different reward structures based on the server that you're on. C was not bugged until the reset, let's not forget that. Yeah, but I understand what people say when they say that the compensation at the codes don't feel nice to have it only on one server. Yeah, Blaze Kidamba. Yeah, I agree with that. And I said that many times. Just don't summon for her quite yet. We don't have her full team. We don't know if you can go for boundaries, for example. Is it better to go for boundaries for Candace? Is it better to go for boundaries for Bombietta? We don't know that yet. So, by that metric, I will just wait. We also don't know if we get a full-on support with Giselle, for example. Considering Global also didn't get to use her at all for like 6 hours after she dropped. Hey Yamikaze, how is it going? We had to wait till reset for literal events, course and set stamps. We low-key got chaptered again. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was just an oversight, but it just goes to show that there is no real reason why we have this staggered release cadence, right? I know what you mean, Benedetto, but it reads like BSR is getting GTA 6 as a game mode, and I would be totally for it. Bleach GG. Can you imagine a GTA in the Bleach verse where you have like Renji being like a villain and a rocker and stuff? I mean, they were like, yeah, we can fuck up once, so why not, you know? Let's just fuck it up permanently. Why not? Yeah, I don't know. It was quite fun to read all the Doom posting, by the way. People are so overdramatic, man. They're so overdramatic. Who would be Trevor in Bleachverse? Well, technically, hopefully GTA 6 doesn't bring Trevor. But I'm thinking... Shunsui needs to be Michael. Shunsui needs to be Michael, in a certain way. Right? Can we see anybody else as Michael? Trevor. That's a good question, actually. ADPA, yeah, true. Me too. Again, I do not recommend summoning for her whatsoever, except for the fact that you really want to enjoy her. You kind of like the Bambis. You know you're getting Candace, Q, and everything else. But generally speaking, for what we have right now, having to run her with Aizen, if you put for Ulquiorra, for example, there's just no reason to summon for her. People are dumb. I don't want to be rude on the BSR community. I don't think it's exclusive to the BSR community. It's just a lot of bad takes because people believe what they want to believe in. And most of the times... I mean, I was reading advice today where somebody said to go for B1 Trushikai Ichigo and then go for the weapon A5 and then go back for the B2. And I will leave it at that. The rage bait got to Seth. Yeah, sometimes I think it's just for rage baiting purposes. If Candice is DPS, I don't think Candice is going to be DPS. I mean, again, we will see with Uryu what Uryu is going to be. But one of the core passive for Bombietta is literally called the Bambi Captain. So I'm expecting them to be a little bit lore accurate here. I wouldn't mind, I really wouldn't mind if they put Trushikai Ichigo and Uryu together. We are at 3, right? Bombietta seems like a good debuffer. I don't know about that. What kind of debuffs does she have? I do think what I really like about the new team, to be honest, the potential there is if they can basically explore it a little bit more. The entry things, instead of having counters, proper counters, having entries to differentiate the team is quite nice. Candice has to be DPS? I mean, why has Uryu to be tactic? Uryu might be spirit tactic. Candice has to be DPS. I'm not sure. I mean, it wouldn't make any sense whatsoever. So what is the... So you have 3 new characters launched. none of them is support. You have to go on a SR support that maybe gets as good as a proper premium support. Where's my promise selector is what I want to know. Well, I don't know, we have to ping Yuzek for this. Cap review. Didn't someone leak the Candace's support already? I don't give a too much on leaks, to be honest. Even if people leak the kits a day early, there can still be small changes to it. You can get an overall overview. But if you take a look at the leaks themselves, it's mostly speculation at this point. I mean, again, I think the way that they set up the teams, it's hard to take away Naliel from Ichigo. Because I know most people say that Naliel is bad whatsoever, but Naliel gives a 30% attack boost to Ichigo. And I feel like most people forget that. That this is a small detail, but most are like, yeah, Naliel at B0 is trash. I'm like, are we not accounting for the 30% attack buff that she gives, or is it just like... Because when she goes away, the 30% attack the attack boof is poof. I think the needle hit my brain cells in some kind of way, the two remaining ones. We were at 3 out of 5, right? Yeah, but now people saying we are getting Giselle as our plus support. I mean, it would make sense if they do a lore accurate team. Nelly just got a skin, she's not getting replaced yet. I mean, Gin got a skin, and he... yeah. Bro, just glitch for a second. Welcome back, Fuji. The DPS stops when the boof goes poof. I can see them making SR plus support rivals SSR type support. I mean, again, this is number 4, right? I can see Spirit Tactic, to be honest. I can see the Spirit Tactic, but I can also see them making Uryu. Yeah, that's 4. Do we have actually enough? Give me 1 second. We're not going to apply this quite yet. 4 out of 5. I think I got a Mayuri one here. Okay, so this is 5. That's fine. Oh, we got a few more here, actually. Cool. Okay, so we have a few more copies. Uryu Spirit Tactic would be a fumble. Yeah, the problem with... oh, man. They cornered themselves there a little bit, because the fact is, Aizen, a lot of people pulled for Aizen. Are you going to pull for Uryu at the same level? Because let's say that we go by the metrics that we have now, and we see that you need B2 to be comparable to a B4, B6 character, right? Are you really going to waste another B2 character 3 pulls short of the anniversary to get just a replacement for Aizen, or are you just going to keep Aizen the way that he is? Stamps. Let me do something real quick. I will level this one up. I will give her Kenny stamps. We're going to use Kenny stamps here, mostly just for testing purposes, to see if a normal build is properly placed here. What was the core stamp here? Basic attack increase, Valiant vollständig, reduce spiritual pressure cost by 50%, allows gliding bombardment to chain directly into the third basic attack. Valiant vollständig, ultimate damage deals more damage. This is quite nice at the start of battle. So when the follow-up attack is not active at the back line, it is automatically granted after 3 seconds. So this is the core. And on the weapon, crit rate here. And special pressure gained through the passive. Yeah. This feels really like she is going to hot swap. I don't think we will see counters with the tactician here in this team. Increased damage, this is the same as we read, and this is defense penetration. Oh, okay. Okay, so the vollständig converts it to 1.1. So before we do anything, I'm just going to check without stamps. Was the Lord of B6? Man, guys, have you guys seen the CG cinematics from the in-game? Was the Lord against Segunda Etapa? And we didn't have that yet, so that's quite a mess. So, was this the follow-up? Let me see, 3 seconds. How do you see if she has the follow-up here? Oh, she triggers it automatically. Huh. So when I go back into this, but the conversion didn't happen, right? Is there any reason why you wanna do this? Why you wanna use the technique in vollständig? Hey, thanks so much for everybody joining in and watching. This is going to be either the most interesting part of the stream or the most boring part, because we are going to try to understand how the character works properly. This technique here, just real quick, let me go back out. New code, they explode. You heard it here first, guys. Where am I going with this? Let's see. What do we get here? Any guesses? 50 cans? Oh! Not too bad. Items ratios? Okay. Not too bad, not too bad. Anyways, let me see the technique here, because this doesn't make much sense. Why do you even have this skill? You dive forward, slashing the demon. Releasing this technique clears all of her spiritual pressure and ends vollständig. Yeah, but why would you want to do that? There's no point in this. Okay, so let's put on some stamps here. Ready to go. We want to have high crit rate. I think you have the highest crit rate here, but also ailment damage. Let me see if I can get high up in damage, in crit rate. We'll take you. Sorry, so fun. Do I have attack? I don't have attack. Oh no, I have attack here, level 30. Okay. Yeah, I DBL, I know. What I was trying to find out is this here, look. So what I want to test is... Let me see real quick. This part here. When exiting vollständig state and converting stored excess spiritual pressure, the conversion rate is increased to 1.1, which is basically this passive. Here. Bombietta stores excess spiritual pressure. Upon exiting the vollständig state stored, and this is a conversion from half basically. But which spiritual pressure are they talking about? Because we didn't barely get anything. Sasibaka, yeah, I don't really understand it either. Yeah, Jack, it auto triggers after the vollständig, but then why do you have even a button there? That's the question. When another character uses a counterattack, Bambi gains 20% spiritual pressure. I think that's what we want to pair this up with. We're just going to check her kit before we do some kind of testing with rotations and stuff. So generally speaking, she wants to use her basic attack and her technique here. And then technically you want to swap out of her, right? Because the Shrift now is back. So if I do this and then I swap back into her, this is full. Which then means we can just go straight into the Vollständig. This uses it up, okay, and we get half. So, do we even need to be in here? What if I use half? And then I swap out of this, right? How much ultimate do I gain if I do this? This gives you not even half. Her special attack really consumes ultimate energy. I'm holding down the button, but nothing happens. Nah, it's not worth it to exit it. But the ultimate charge rate that you gain is really low. Her special boss run, which special attack? This one? Okay, so basically, can we animation cancel out of this? So we can use the first one, the second one. We are off field. I'm going to not use the counter here, but I just want to simulate a little bit. So if I do this right now, right? Can I go straight? Oh no, look. So even if I enter in Vollständig, I lose spiritual pressure. Yeah, but this feels really slow. Let me see it real quick. Wait. Let's try some few runs here just to see. So we have this on entry. We can use this on Q. So we can start with Kiske actually. No, wait. We can, ideally, we can start with her. We don't use the technique here yet, right? We can do this. Buff ourselves up. I'm just going to check if this is viable or not with him at B6. Because then she comes out of this. Yeah, you cannot even do that. You cannot swap out of this because the way that the ultimate works. Enter skill puts you in fortunate automatic, so theoretically you just use the intro skill every time and you don't have to use the base. Yeah. Yeah, she feels a little bit more technical. She has a lot of things that she could do, and we now have to figure out which one of those things is viable or not. Sorry guys, it's getting a little bit warm here. Don't mind me. It's playing around. Sorry guys. Okay. Yeah, because what's the reason if she can just sit here, right? Hey Yuzek, how is it going? These teams look so ass. Yeah, I'm everything for views. Ah. Just messing, man. The entry skill only works the first time and then work again for the rest of the run. Yeah, you wanna... Wait. Let me see the phrasing once again. I'm preparing my second career, you know? I'm preparing for my second career here. Yeah. So let me see it real quick. Let me take out my notes. There are definitely some jankiness in the kit right now. This year is completely dead currently. We don't have any Bambies. We don't care about that. This year... Does this even work properly? Or is it just the way that the conversion rate is lower? Because this should bring it into fortunate faster. Oh yeah, Garinja, yeah, I know. I was looking for the follow-up. I was looking for the follow-up attack. Because she gets the follow-up attack after 3 seconds. But I was looking for a visual, you know? There is no visual if you have it or not, and that's the problem. So when you do this, this is basically this here. Right? Okay. Asian guy, her ultimate, you have to build up the proper ultimate here to click on the ultimate, else you cannot get it. So this here is the follow-up attack that she does, that she gains after 3 seconds. There we go, okay. How many follow-up attacks does she need? Oh wait. Is this on everything? Oh! Okay, I see. Okay, you basically you don't want to use the... Okay. So, let me see real quick if I can do something here. Yeah, look at this. 1 and we are always already halfway through. Okay. So let me see. How do we want to play this? Let's try... Can we animation cancel out of this? Oh wait, that was already the... oops. That was already the last bit here. Yeah, she's going to finish this. We're going to buff ourselves up. And I think we can then do this here, right? I'm not going to use the counter. I want to a little bit emulate a B0, B1 Aizen. I have even a spider watching me, by the way. The problem is you cannot switch out of this. So if you have a B2 Kisuke, you're losing the damage here. Yeah, her push technique is gone when you swap, yeah. Oh, oops, my bad. So what if you double alt? She takes so long with this. And she loses here too, right? If I do this, she loses it? Yeah, she loses it too. So you technically don't have the full time here for the hypnosis to go through. Let's see. The main problem is our ultimate charge is too slow. Like, I don't know if it's intended that you have to use ult charge or not. I haven't built her yet, but I was using the trial one and was getting her phase 2 ult easily, but now I'm not getting completely... Yeah, it feels like... How do you play this? I feel like Kisuke here is misplaced, not gonna lie. Easy skip, Yuzak, yeah, I think so. Might be the angriest on-field unit. I don't know if I would agree with that, because I can see when you have different characters with shrifts, right? Then you swap them in and out, and I can see how then this kind of works, you know? Because it's basically like a tag team, where you have 3 seconds with one character, 3 seconds with another. But you want to do this for the half spiritual pressure here. If I do this, do I get it back? I think we are too slow, right? Oh, no, we got it. There it is. One second. 1 second. We might have found something here. Yeah, that's... Okay. Now I'm starting to understand how the character works. Okay, watch this. You have 2 bars here. This is the access bar. This is why it didn't really... Okay, let me try to explain this like this. Let me fully build up the bars here real quick. So this is the access bar down here, right? So if we would enter vollständig right now, and we go back here, then we get this part here back into the reservoir. So this is basically like a reservoir. So technically, we don't need to go into vollständig right away. So we can maybe do something like this. Right? Did I take away all my Kisuke stamps or something? I do have the follow-up attack here, right? Then you can switch out. Let me see. Because after this we can go once again into vollständig. Oh, wait, I can see what's the problem. The counter doesn't trigger. The counter doesn't trigger the entry effect. That's a problem. Yeah, but that's because the counter overrides it. One ultimate a minute is fairly poor. But the thing is it a glitch? When in backline with maximum spiritual pressure. Yeah, it doesn't say nothing here that it cannot be triggered by counters, so you're right. I agree with you there, Cap Review. But even if you enter the vollständig right away, I think I have a good ultimate charge rate one. Let me pick this one here. By the way, just real quick, we are not doing damage testing right now, we are just trying to find if there is a way to have a smooth rotation. Because once we have the full team, then we can do proper damage testings. This is not going to work. So I can do this. Okay, wait. Give me 1 second. Nine seconds. So we can animation cancel the bombs here into the technique and still get it, right? So this is the part where you wanna animation cancel with the technique and you still get the full spiritual pressure. Because once you get to the bombs, you get the bombs right away. Let me see. So this is basically half. We didn't get any further increase there. But it's still enough. It's still enough. So technically you don't even have to swap out. So buff up everything with Kiske and then do this for the entry skill. Because this gives, you need to have the entry skill, right? Yeah, this kills it. Let me see it real quick. Let me put excess spiritual pressure in the reservoir here. It's not worth pulling for. I think she's too much work for the regular teams that she's in currently. Okay, so let me see real quick. I just want to test this. She swaps out, right? Let's say I did a mistake. I swap back. Okay. But this doesn't make much sense because you still lose the ultimate there. You still lose the vollständig. So you have to kind of commit to the vollständig. Yeah, so there is a weird interaction right now. Let me see if we can replicate this. So this is full. We're going to switch over here. Now we're going to trigger the counter here. Let's see if this works. Yeah. Cap review, you are absolutely right, this is bugged. There is no mention of this, that the entry skill shouldn't work with this. Her second attack ends a vollständig too early. Yeah, but the problem is, let's say for example you did a mistake, right? Because the vollständig itself has two parts, right? This one here, and then you have to do it once again to get the ultimate going. So this is the ultimate. If you are fighting anything, this takes too long to build up, right? So let's say you would want to finish this off. Oh, you have a timer by the way too. You have a timer too. You cannot stay in vollständig as long as you want to. Yeah, this is really bad. That bug is really bad because you're going to... Let me see a 60-second run. Because if I switch the... If I do this right now, right? Because you're not going to get the shrift here right away. So what happens then? Because you would have to do this. If I exit this right now, I don't even have enough to get the ultimate here. Where is her damage buff here from the entry? I'm gonna do the trial in a moment after I eat to see if the team dynamics are elucidated there. I don't think so, to be honest. We have to check at the boundaries real quick after this, but let me see. This is the attack buff increase. So she doesn't even get that one if you pair her with Aizen. Because there is no way that you are fast enough to do this. Ultimate charge rate might work, but it's a lot of work to be done here. She good? No. Not yet. I can see how she can be great with Candace, but yeah. Do we make this work? No, it wasn't. That's the problem. So maybe we don't want to overburden her with stuff. Yeah, but you see, the problem is... Ah, crap. This is the problem. If somebody else counters, she gains spiritual pressure. Let me see real quick. How much spiritual pressure does she gain by somebody else countering? Yeah, I think this is the biggest problem right now. If she would be able to... Wait, what? Wait. She's nearly empty here, right?
遅くなっちゃってすいません。これだけのことだ。大好物。波動の球児。
How much spiritual pressure did you gain?
君には無駄ですよ。
No, she's still be zero. Wait. Yeah, but the thing is, she gains quite a lot of it. But it shouldn't matter, right? Let's say, if I fully have this up, this is more than 15%. If I counter with her right here... Oh, you meant this way. But 5 seconds is not enough to deplete it, right? And she should be able to go back right away. So what instead of Eisen? Yeah, you can throw in there anything. I see what you guys are saying, by the way, with the entry skill. But this is not the 15% that they said it was going to be. I'm not going to use the counter here for Eisen, by the way. The Kaiser for Eisen also gives some. This is not 15%. So if I use the counter here... Why? This is not 15%. This is way more than 15%. This is way more. This is bugged too. This doesn't work either. Because if it was 15% every single time, then you would have it consistently, right? But if I do... This is so weird. Okay, so if I do this... This is 15%. Okay, cool. But if I do this... Suddenly, it's nearly 75%. So you have to follow up attack. Let me think here real quick. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I am not usually somebody who is very negative about character, but there is... I mean, they delayed the character a full week, and these interactions need to sit. Like, they need to work. This is the minimum requirement. Yeah, but the cap review, the problem is that if Uryu or Candace or Masculine the Man or Valkyrie Gerard is going to be the team, I want her to be usable right now. And the fact that I have to work around so much just thinking about a proper rotation, it's crazy work. Because the kit doesn't properly work. I cannot even do a guide about her because her kit doesn't work as it is advertised. Like if I'm going to do a counter, and then we're going to use this here, and she's not entering vollständig, and I have to still do it manually, which is fine, I guess, but then I don't get the attack buff here. This falls off because... Let me try this real quick. From the gameplay, it looked like she was going to use up all her spiritual pressure right away. So it's 9 seconds. Let's see how long she takes to deplete everything here. So full rotation takes her 9 seconds, basically. Hey Juicy, how is it going? I'm still struggling to rotate with the lineup. I find Bambi's kit complicated, so you know, you're the only hope I have for this situation. Yeah, the thing is, I understand the kit how it works, but the problem is, I'm trying to find a way to easyfy it, right? Because I feel like, yeah, I can do fancy stuff, but it doesn't really matter if nobody can replicate this properly. Mechanic-wise, this is the sad part about it. Okay, so I think mechanically she is fine. Like, I like how flexible the kit is and stuff. I do like the fact that she can stay in base form before she goes into vollständig. The problem that I have is this. Schrift as a technique to enter, like the entry skill, apparently doesn't want to work properly with counters, right? So, yeah. Let me see. Let me test this real quick. I like how she throws away her brooch. So, but the problem is, now if I'm going to do a rotation here, right? Because she gains more spiritual pressure than she should, based on counters, it's not going to work. I'm not going to use a counter here, just to simulate the B0. You don't have the time. You have to delay so much here. Because if I do this, right, I have to use the Kyuga Suigetsu. You have to basically have it prepared before you enter, even. Because now you're going to lose it. Yeah, Zephyr, I think I disagree there. I think you need UCR here. Just to smoothen out the rotation, you need UCR. You're not dealing any damage if you don't go into the ultimate. And in action, yes, I would agree. Skip her for the moment.
イラついてるから部屋に来て今すぐ
The problem... Okay, so this is the problem with her, right, currently. If you play her with Aizen, especially if you have B2, B4, B6, you really want to have a high uptime on this, right? Because this is all type resistance down. If you delay Aizen too much, this will fall off and it hurts his damage and subsequent also the damage of the full assault character. Not only that, but because of the way that you want to cycle through Aizen to keep everything up, yes, you can do it without ultimate charge rate, but it's just not viable enough. I mean, let's see. Sorry for jumping around in my mind here real quick. I forgot to swap out of the... Like, the way to do this without a UCR is this, right? And this feels awful to play with. Because just to showcase this, the difference in damage is massive. How much do we need? Let me see real quick with the UCR here that we have. We are at 140. Thank you, man. I love this channel so much. It's so good. We can do the follow-up into the technique. We still have to follow up. We're going to Bombi first. We use the follow-up into the third attack here. Swap out. Then we prep. We're not going to switch. Please pay attention to the Ravage stacks up top, okay? So now we have to switch for the Ravage stacks. We're going to keep the Kyoga. We still didn't get it off, by the way. So if you can get the first ultimate there, then UCR might be nice, else it's just wasted. I think that's why UCR doesn't feel too good. By the way, she cannot move while she is attacking. Just real quick. Yeah, this is too slow. Even with UCR, it's too slow. Nobody should pull on her. And it's not a problem that she is bad inherently. It's just that the problem is that if she gets into Vollständig with a counter, with the entry skill, then you might be able to shave off a few seconds. On a scale of 1 to 10, rate Bombietta. 4 or 5. I can see how she works in general. I can see how she works in general, and I think if they fix the problems with the counter and the regeneration of for her special pressure, then I would say she's going to be very, very good. Just for shits and giggles. Oh, oops. You have ultimate charge rate here. You have ultimate charge rate here. Let me see how much ultimate charge rate I can give her. We are at
イラついてるから部屋に来て今すぐ
168. So let's try again. Hakim, how is it going? Iseti, I went for Ichigo B1 instead of her. Yeah, I think that's a good investment. So should I go for it on the free-to-play account? No, I would say wait. This is the hardest wait that you can get. Again, I can see her potential, and I think mechanically she doesn't need to be changed. She needs to be fixed because of the 2 interactions that she has. I don't think that her damage will be a problem when she's in a proper team, but this just doesn't work. Yeah, just wait. PM is completely right there. Listen to them. It's hot. Yeah, it's freaking hot. Not gonna lie. Guys, I have the AC on the back side of the to the window, and I have the ventilation unit in the middle so that it blows to me faster because it just takes too much time to get through the room to get my cold air. I mean, again, I think her animations are fantastic. I really like the fact that she has this reservoir thingy here. So we basic attack here. I'm not going to use the counters. We're going to do the follow-up here. Into basics. She's like Kenpachi pre-buff. No. She's way better than Kenpachi pre-buff. It's just that 2 of her mechanics are not working properly as they should, causing her kit not to work as neatly as it should. In this case, right, if I'm like this, in the Shrift triggers, that would be really bad. So maybe it's not bugged. Disregard the damage, please. I'm just testing UCR levels here. The problem that I have is that if UCR is the way to go for her, now she needs way more than she will need in her own team. Right? And because of it, if you stamp her right now for UCR and you maximize her damage, then you might have to do it again once Candice comes around. Bambi's a flop right now because of her teammates currently? No, Bambi's a flop right now because her kit doesn't really work properly. It sucks that Kiss Kit also takes too much screen time for a support. I mean, that pick can work around, right? You can always do stutter animation, so to speak. You can do this here and then swap right away out of the Benihime, right? You don't have to do the full rotation with him. Can you check out the Beneath the Sacred Seal event? Yes, I can, but not right now. I don't hope she be universal. She could work with any team. I mean, again, we are just testing Aizen here, right? The problem here is that the way that Aizen works is that it doesn't give you that much time, especially not with Kiske. It is full. It is not support. It's full assault. So the idea, her basic idea is quite good, right? Again, if you have a situation, the problem with... Oh, okay. So, let's see. We have a lot of people here in the stream. First and foremost, thank you so much for joining. She has two major problems currently. The first one is that basically her skill is that she enters, right? The enter skill benefits her in the way that she gives her vollständig, which is a really big thing. Because you can see here, even with 70% ultimate charge rate, basically, she doesn't gain much ultimate charge rate. So if I swap out of her and I use her, she enters this and gives herself a 30%, a 25% attack buff, right? Which is quite important to have. So basically, you want to use her entry skill. And this is still not enough. Then the second problem is that if I use a counter, I should increase my spiritual pressure by 15%, but if I use it like this, it's way more. So if I use them back to back, for whatever reason, I gain way more ultimate charge rate here. And the problem with her is that you never want to enter basically a vollständig with specials. Entering the vollständig with special attack doesn't give you the entry buff, doesn't give you the 30% attack buff. I think she only needs 114% ult charge minimum. Yeah, even with 40 doesn't feel good. Aizen and Kiske, I mean, I can... The reason why I'm not doing this is because most people are not going to play Aizen this way, right? But I can shave off quite a bit of seconds from Aizen. I mean, I can do something like this. And then you can shave off time here, right? It's not like you cannot shave off time. You don't have to sit through the animations, you know? So even when you are in ultimate, and this is something that I don't like to do, what you can do instead of using the technique is this. But who does this, right? And the second problem is that when she turns from the counter into this, she doesn't go vollständig. She doesn't trigger the entry buff. Which means that in order to trigger the entry buff, you have to swap out of her and back into her again to gain the attack buff here. B0 Aizen players are cooked? Yep. Hey Nay, how's it going? The team is stopping her from fully realizing her true damage and her kit isn't properly optimized. I think the problem is that we cannot really assess if her kit is going to work because her kit with this team that they designed her to be intermediary put into doesn't work, right? So how can we know if she is the problem or if the bugs that she has are the problem that go into everything else, you know? That's the question here. They created a new element because of this collab and we don't know if they're gonna be that good really. Yeah, I mean, again, if Uryu is next and Uryu is Spirit, Tactician, Strike, Pope, I don't care what, and he's not Finesse, then the problem is you have to wait another 5 weeks to make Bombietta usable. Do you think she's good if she's on her own team? Hard to say. The team is swapping her. 3 characters that need field time in one team. I mean, again, the thing is, you can circumvent the problem with Aizen and with Kisuke, but the results are not satisfying. So basically what you can do is this, right? You're going here. He didn't send it off. I hate that small leg. Oops, my bad. I mean, to be fair, I have given her some sort of mishmash of stamps, right? So disregard that fact. If you just want to maximize her damage, you have to play her in a weird way like this, right? Then you go into Vollständig, because you don't care about Kyoga Suigetsu. For what? You need to have it during her ultimate, right? Wait, what? Oh, I misclicked there. My bad. We still should be able to get to the ultimate. Ultimate. And this is with ultimate charge rate, by the way. So I don't know. I'm suspecting that once we get into double support setup, this might look way better. Again, disregard the damage, please. She doesn't have any stamps that really favor her in any kind of way, so please disregard that. She also doesn't have a bond active, sorry. It's not like you cannot do it, but it's like it's tiresome. It's not doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good at all. And this was with 168. What I'm going to do now, just for the sake of it, because people say that she doesn't need ultimate charge rate, or just a little, I'm not going to give her anything. Let's see if I can make this work somehow. I think this here is one of the major problems that she has, is that she needs 2 full rotations. Ah, cancelled too early. I needed to wait for the boom there. I'm going to use this right now. Switch back into her. This just feels awful because Aizen here is just basically support on the sideline. Still, even with the second entry, she still doesn't get it. So you need to do 3 full rotations with her, which is, again, 3 full rotations, 3 vollständig rotations, is basically 30 seconds. That's what it is. 27 seconds on the field. And then you have to do another rotation, and still give it time over... Yeah, you have to play with UCR at B0. You have to play with UCR at B0. There is no way that this... Even if UCR, by whatever metrics, is doing less damage, it just feels awful to play. I mean, we had... We had such lengthy ultimates on the standard characters, right? I don't know. I haven't pulled her till now, so I was watching the other streamers, how they react to her, and then I will go for her in my free-to-play account. I'm going to test her on... We are going to farm her set stamp, and then we are going to test in a double support setup, and then we're going to see how well she fares there. Boss run, no, that's bullshit. People that say that the B1 on Tsushika Ichigo smooths their rotations don't understand his kit. I'm sorry. I'm calling them out. They can come in here and debate me all day long, but saying that the B1 on Tsushika Ichigo is the go-to for Tsushika Ichigo is just a dumb take. I'm sorry for calling this out. I see some really, really bad takes. Something like, go for B1 and then go for the weapon. What? 4. At B1 you still consume 40 breach marks, it doesn't change anything. You have to go to the B2, and then if you go to the weapon, you are going to use charge attacks with the Getsuga instead of just spamming them. This is... yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not the best gamer there is, right? I'm not saying that, but these are just really dumb takes. And gives the people a false sense of what's necessary to perform well with Tsuchigai. It's a really dumb take. Do you think having a provisory kit that works with current tactics would have been a good idea? The problem is this. Again. Is this working as intended, that when she counters into it from a backline, she doesn't get the entry? Because the problem with the entry is not only that she gains damage, she also gains the attack buff, right? Yeah. People are delusional if they think that the B1 is the best boundary that Tsushika Ichigo has early on. I mean, I did plenty of testing. The funny thing is, even if I present people with the testing that I did, they still want to believe their own truth, which is quite funny to me. I don't know. I'm not the proudest to say this, but these people have fixed playlist. If you guys are interested into the music, this is their channel. Go support them, I guess. But again, I'm not the proudest, but YouTube makes it really hard to play proper sounds. So I kinda have to circumvent it by going on some AI stuff. Yeah, I think so. Because up until now, a good tactic... if a tactic character is good, you can double support him, or them, or they, or that, or it. Whatever pronouns you want to use. And yeah, it would have helped. Definitely. Jax, not too good. Not too good. Okay, let me see. I'm going to farm some of her stamps. Okay. Can we hear a metal? I can change to metal. But it's just instrumental. I don't trust YouTube enough to have vocals in there most of the times. So just instrumental metal. Am I disappointed, by the way? No, because this is exactly what I thought it would happen. Which is why I told everybody to just wait and see what the testing brings. Yeah, it's more like a melodic instrumental type of metal. Like really pronounced riffs. Cool bridges and solos. But don't expect too many breakdowns. Alright, so I do think for the moment we should go ultimate charge rate. There is no time like it's not going to hurt to have ultimate charge rate. At all. So we have duty borns here. And we can just select 5 stars. Quick add. Yeah, if it's chill like this, I really like it. The problem with metal is that I cannot stop bobbing my head into it. That's great to know. Hey, boss run always. Trushika Ichigo, I said this a few times already. Trushika Ichigo is either B0, B2, and then you go weapon 3, or nothing. Because he's great at B0. So the problem is with Trushika Ichigo's B1 is that basically you only put up damage by having to go away from crit rate, right? But if you don't go for the weapon 2, the amount of crit rate that you have to adjust will switch anyways once you go into the B2. Because the B2 consumes all the breach marks. And it makes it so that basically you want to level up the weapon because you hit the level 70 breach marks caps quite easily, right? So technically speaking, if you go for the B2, you want to have the B3, the A3 on the weapon. Because that is a much bigger increase in the B4 actually. So we have to sit here for a little bit, by the way, because my dumbass has farmed over 500 of those stamps. Yeah. This is my problem with Bambi though, right? And this is exactly what I was fearful of when I was reading the boundaries. I feel like the B1 will smoothen out the rotation so much that it's not even comparable. It feels like the B1 is going to be similar to the B1 of Aizen. Yeah. But the problem is, what if you don't need it then when you have the Tactician? What if the Tactician... Because again, the play here is that you swap around, right? With a Schrifts, basically. So if the Tactician doesn't have counters, or doesn't have a counter mechanic, or has a counter mechanic like Soifon where you just use it once, for example, you know. Hey Samil, how is it going? So it's like... It's kind of baiting you into to go for the B1, but what if the B1 is not necessary in that sense? I made him B2 weapon A1 by instinct, didn't watch any video and stuff. Yeah, again, the B1 is nice, but the B2 is... When we were doing the testing here, just real quick, I know it's a Bombietta stream. This here has exponentially exploded his damage so much. It's not even funny. Like, it's not even funny. I don't know what they thought was going to happen with this. Especially if you add somebody like Neliel or Rangiku or anyone who can increase ailment damage, the B2 explodes in damage. It's just... No, again, the B2 is perfectly fine. Not gonna lie. The B2 is perfectly fine. I think all the finesse, at least the tactic, is gonna have entry. Yeah, because I think the main reason here is that they're going to use this, right? And she's called... And she has this passive here that... If any character other than Bombietta uses an entry skill, so somebody else needs to have an entry skill. And who else? The support? I don't think so. Let's see, do we have finesse and attack? So in this case, by the way, because we don't have much finesse damage going around here, finesse as a primary could work fine. She has attack percentage increases, but it's not enough in the base. So whatever, you can go with whatever. We need crit rate on her, primarily. And crit damage, I think, right? Let me see real quick. We only have the attack boost. Defense ignore. And we have 25% attack crit rate from the weapon. Yeah, it looks like we go crit rate here. I think this looks fine. Yeah, for how slow she is in getting her big damage out, I think you have to go for this. So B2A3 is the go-to for TSI. Well, it's not that it's the go-to, but if you want to have the biggest investment, like the biggest bang for your buck, B2A3 is where the bell curve is at the top, right? If you're at B2, then you have like 90%. If you go A3, the difference between the A3 is just the more breach marks. If you have in B0, it is quite easy to hit 70 breach marks, especially if you run in with Naliel and Mayuri, right? So having the A3 enables you to get 5 more breach marks, which then adds more damage to his ultimate. And that's why the B2A3 is quite nice, because you only get the 5 breach marks cap, you also get more crit rate, which makes him easier to build, basically, and getting more stats out of his stamps. But it's not like you have to go for the A3. If you have him invested into the B2, and you have the B2, that's fine, you can stop there. I'm just saying, if you're looking at having the most out of your Trushika Ichigo and you really like him as a character, that's what I would do. Yes, Panda mixed. I don't even have resources to get her core stamp. Yeah, again, I wouldn't summon for her. I don't even know how to make a guide about her, to be honest, a quick guide. I don't think a quick guide will solve any problems here. How much crit rate do we have here? Yeah, the problem... 76%. Let me check real quick. Yeah, okay, the weapon is incorporated into this. And this is a problem, because again, it's like... What I dislike with characters, and I dislike this with Aizen, but with Aizen I can let it slide because Aizen is a tactician, right? You can use Aizen everywhere. But the problem with B1s that do this, for example... Does it do this? I don't know, man. Gain 3 stacks when blah 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 blah. Yeah, this is crazy. This year is crazy. Crazy work. So basically this just gives her the weight who got just going to vollständig right away. What I'm gonna do though, for now, that's for now. Ultimate charge rate. Let me see if I can bring this up here a little bit. Yeah, no. That's trash. Yeah, we can use this one here. We are nearly at 100%, that's fine. Yeah, this is fine. We can start this one up. It's a waste, technically speaking, but we can start this up. Again, I'm not trying to get the max damage here, I just want to see how we can make her work. What was said? B6 everyone best you. I mean, not really, because some of the B6s kind of have to have the boundaries beforehand to be good. But yeah, I mean, makes sense, right? I'm not having a happy face. You can go back to Trushika Ichigo's stream, you can watch any other stream, and I'm always smiling, always trying to find something. And with Bombietta I'm like... It's like, bro. Jax plays... No, I'm using ultimate charge rate right now just to see if I can get more out of her. That's all. That's all. Again... Yeah, I'm not going to use a counter here, I want to emulate a B0 Aizen, B1 Aizen, sorry. You have no time to use it though, look at this. If you're going to use Aizen like this, let me do this here real quick. But I still didn't get the entry buff there. Timer is on, boss run. Yeah, but it's just bad, because it's like... It takes you a minute, basically, to go down there. If you prioritize anybody but Bombietta, no way this works. I don't have her B6. I don't know. I don't know. What if I do... Yeah, but then you have to play Aizen unconventional. Okay, let's assume you get one ultimate in here per minute, right? Which is still awful, by the way. Ah, this doesn't feel good, man. Again, disregard the damage, because this damage here, when we were doing testing for anybody else, we always tested them in their own teams, right? So you expect the damage should be quite a bit higher. But the problem here is this, right? This is a B6 Aizen. Look at how much damage you have to retain away from him. Again, don't do... Just to make a comparison, right? That's a B0 Aizen. Brandy Rodriguez, yes. Would have been better to release the tactic first. Yeah. Bosran, I don't think that you wasted pulls on her. I just don't think that their team that they're telling you to run her with is going to work. He's B6, yeah. Look. Like, let's assume... I'm going to give... this is B2 Ulquiorra, okay? B2 Ulquiorra with Kiske, etc, etc, etc. But let's assume I'm not going to show off Aizen here. I'm not going to use the counter. I want to make this fair for everybody. Again, I don't want to give too much field time to Aizen, but this is with Ulquiorra in here, right? When we can really prioritize the damage that you can provide. So I'm not going to prioritize, I'm not going to do any shenanigans. I'm not trying to show off Ulquiorra here either. I'm just going to misplay this like everybody else would. Right? I'm just standard fare, just giving Aizen less time on the field. Not even using the counter here that he has innately. Because I didn't do that with nobody else either. Buff drop off. Hello? Thank you. So it's not like I'm trying hard with Eisen. Usually you would put a little bit more Eisen into the rotation, right? You would use the techniques on cooldown and stuff like that. Again, just to showcase how much damage Eisen deals here. And I didn't even push for damage properly, okay? So, by playing Bombietta, you're going to nerf Eisen, what for? And then you have Ulquiorra who just puts out more damage. This is BQ Ulquiorra, once again, please bear in mind. But this is, yeah. Okay. Now. Because she has an entry skill, she doesn't need. Because she has an entry skill, she doesn't need counters, technically. So let's see how well she does in this case here. Main reason why I'm bringing my Yuri here, by the way, is just for the superhuman potion. That's basically it. I just want to see how this performs. Can actually... it doesn't really matter too much. Bad news, Yema. Bad news. So we're going to use this, then we can animation cancel into that. Shrift. How bad news? Really bad news. Take my title, but instead of thinking of something positive, turn it into negative. She's full assault unit without support. Hey AJ, by the way. How are you doing, my man? Hope everything is fine at your end. Yeah, but the problem is that these numbers doesn't really move the meter, right? Too much. I really think they should have released the tactician first. She was nowhere close, by the way, to hitting the cooldowns here, so you can run her ultimate charge rate, no problem whatsoever. Yeah, I feel like the problem at B0 is that she needs so much ultimate charge rate. Crit rate on top. She's going to be expensive to build. Then you have limited... yeah, you have limited perks that you can use on her. Ah, not that limited, actually. She has a fairly high basic attack multiplier already baked into this, so yeah, but yeah, the ultimate damage is very whack. The problem with her is that she doesn't feel like she's doing much outside of the basic attacks, right? And because she has slower basic attacks, it feels like you really have to be on the field with her to do damage, and that's just not good enough. She isn't free-to-play friendly at all. I don't think she's player-friendly at all at the moment, to be honest. We're gonna do some endgame deadlock with this Bambi. Yeah, I have to build her up properly, and then we can see what she can do. I have enough for Mayuri stamps to get A3. To be honest, I would wait with Mayuri stamps, Fuji. We are, again, by the way, real quick reminder, really important. We potentially, we don't know, but potentially we are only 2 weeks away from Uryu. If you don't pull for her, keep everything that you have for Uryu and potentially Candace. Because it might be that you have to circle back and then build back Bombietta back up again. So be patient, don't waste too many resources. Also consider that Anniversary is coming along too. We don't have much time. And then if we really get Vastolord and he's going to be sick and really, really strong, you might want to power him up first, fully. So just build up naturally. If you can clear the content with whatever you have, then that's fine. Don't waste, don't overspend on resources. Okay, this didn't work as much as I was hoping for. You're only slash based. Maybe you? Hey Mikael, no worries. Anniversary is... If they do a prelude, it's the first week of November, I think. The game launched 22nd, 21st, something like that, I think. If I'm not remembering. Somebody in chat will tell you exactly when the game has launched. But it's in November. Reminds me a bit of Toshiro Dragon Basic attack, doing most of its damage. Yeah, but the problem is that Toshiro at least plays well enough. So you think Anniversary will bring us Selector like they showed us? I hope so, Fuji. We don't know. If we go by leaks, which I don't like to do, Uryu should be Spirit or Thrust, something like that. It would, personally, this is just me, it would be a really stupid decision to do. Honestly. Honestly. The problem with Bombietta is, and I'm going to be completely honest, I don't even feel like I wanna buy her boundaries. What for? I cannot even gauge if the boundaries are good or not. What should I test? You know, this feels like, if you go for the boundaries right now, it feels a little bit like me putting up makeup before a live stream. Like, it would matter at anything at all. You know? It's just so much that you can mask. But yeah. So, now what I want to see instead is how free-to-play friendly is she in terms of damage. So I'm going to run this here. And then I know for a fact my level 80 through Shika Ichigo B0 dealt 1.3 million damage. And it was with Tozen. That was with Tozen and Kisuke. Let me double check real quick that everything is fine. So what we're gonna do here... Yeah, she didn't have the weapon. What we're going to do here is... intellectual. 1. How many do I have here? Perfect. So she's going to get this one. Yeah, okay, well, we don't have anything else here. We have to change this one here, though. Yeah, this is a problem. She doesn't give this over to her. So we are going to equip this one here instead. Do you, girl, do you have ultimate charge rate? Let me give you some better stamps here. Like something like this. If Uri be technically universal, Uri will stay still. No, she doesn't play well. I don't see myself even using her with B1. We're going to go into some events after this, just to see how she plays at higher boundaries. Because her core stamp and weapon stamp doesn't deal too much, doesn't make too much of a difference here. Hey Sep Panda, how are you doing? I mean, this works for a new player. This might work for new players, right? But again, look at the attack buff from the entry. They have to fix this. Look at this. With her being fully on the field, you're barely able to keep it up with her full ultimate. Good damage, by the way. Randy Rodriguez, I believe you right away. Even just with B1, she feels awful with him. Yeah. This is way off, by the way. This is way off, by the way. Again, she's level 100, fully maxed out. Yes, we could work on the stamps. Yes, we could. But even if I reroll every single Nexus stamp so that she is favored in terms of damage. Yeah, Trushika Ichigo with 1000 deals 1.3 mil. Went to Kisuke. All at level 80. All at level 80. This doesn't even clear the tower. Wonder why they didn't give any of her boundaries alt charge. Because I think the main reason, it's hard to gauge without having the tacticians here. But I think the main reason why is they maybe thought that you could go crit rate, ultimate charge rate, crit damage. Because she has the defense ignore here during the ultimates in Vollständig. But the problem is, they still don't deal enough damage, right? It's still up. I'm using I'm using ultimate charge rate. Even in this setup here, if you pay attention to this, just real quick, I will run this once again. This is with ultimate charge rate build. Again, I don't think that you should run her without. This is similar to Naliel at B0 that you kind of wanna... Can you check difference on level 85? I can, yeah. So we buff up. We're going to cancel this part here, because you can. Same here, so that we can switch into her, right? And again, if this is the finesse team, this plays really, really cool. I can see where this is going to be in terms of fun. If you have a full finesse team there, right? We have to buff up this. Also 3 seconds is too long for a double support setup. So this is the first Vollständig. 26 seconds in, with ultimate charge rate, by the way. Like, it takes you over 30 seconds to get her ultimate going. In a double support setup with Orihime who doesn't need field time at all. That's crazy, if you ask me. We can get one full Ständig back in here. Because if you use the technique, you cancel out of the Vollständig. By the way, this is because of the crit rate, right? Yeah, it's I don't know. Like, what does it matter if you have 50% defense penetration if this is the damage that you do? Yeah, what Brenda Rodriguez is saying is totally spot on. Again, the major problem is, what should I do a guide about? Because it plays awful. There is no... I don't even know what kind of content I should make about her. I'm not gonna lie. I'm running 168% ultimate charge rate. And even in a double support setup, she just barely gets an ultimate off with level 30. After 30 seconds. Yeah, true Shika Ichigo is bonkers at B0. So the idea of the... Okay, I will showcase this real quick. But I'm sure it's bugged. I'm sure it's bugged. Because there is no way. So the idea is that if you're in Vollständig, if you have to swap out, right? For whatever reason, you might have to use Aizen's, Kyoga, whatever the case might be. Let me showcase this real quick. So the main idea is that you use the technique, and by using the technique, you get out of the Vollständig, and whatever you have left in spiritual pressure is being added on top of everything else. So, technically speaking, the way that you want to play this, and this is our problem, by the way, because let's say you want to now swap back into her. Because of the entry skill, you're right away dead, right? So, as you can see, we still kept some of the spiritual pressure here. I will showcase this properly. We're just filling up the bar as much as possible. The problem is, you cannot stay in basic too long. You have to use the entry. Because if you don't use the entry, you're going to lose a 25% attack buff for 30 seconds. So let's say I have 2 full here, right? I can switch back out and then back into her. And now, if I had to use the technique right away, the problem is that I get the full reservoir here back into this here with a weapon, okay? Watch this. We are going to take away the weapon, and then we're going to do the same thing here. So basically the idea is that whatever you have over, whatever is in the smaller pool, is going to be added 1-to-1 to the main spiritual pressure, which is quite nice, because then if you had overflow, but she doesn't generate enough spiritual pressure until you switch out for ever going into the overflow. So, I don't know. It's like a failsafe maybe? In case that you mess up something, maybe you switch out of her for whatever reason, you lose Vollständig, and that's the way. Oh, wait. This is irrelevant, actually. So we're going to do the same thing here. Her basic attacks are too long, by the way. We should get another fine-ass character soon. Okay, so, as you can see, full, right? I'm going to use the technique. And only half is here, converted from this reservoir here. So this is why the weapon is so strong, because you can basically keep 2 entries back to back, if you have to cancel it. But the question is, why would you ever cancel it? I mean, raw... Let's finish the string here. So this is 2 strings, right? I'm going to vollständig, and then I will use both basic attacks here. Then we compare damage. Yeah, I'm going into the events to check out the boundaries. So this is chain bombardment and finish bombardment, and this is the base. This is the base form that she has. Look at the difference in damage. Like the vollständig alone is outperforming the basic attack by a lot. And I'm not even ultimating here. So there is no reason for this button to exist, not gonna lie. She's just... Generally speaking, her kit is good designed. In the way that she has fail-safes, which is important. Because she's very straightforward, and if she cannot do whatever she wants to do, then she has a massive damage loss, right? But the problem is, you need so many stats on her at B0 that it's just not worth it. Yeah, chill till Uryu. If Uryu is not finesse, chill until Candace. I don't even know what kind of... I'm baffled. I'm baffled. First and foremost because she got delayed by a whole week, to get her ready. And then you look at her abilities and you're like, so what did she get delayed for? You could halve everything that she needs in terms of spiritual pressure, in terms of rotations and stuff like that, and you would still feel like she takes too much time on the field. Oh, okay, wait. We don't need this one. Let's go into the challenge right away here real quick. Man, I have some strong choices of words to describe the state that the team here is currently, and not gonna lie. Because look, this is the problem with the B1, okay? This is the problem with the B1. We have the spiritual pressure right away. But I'm not going to go into vollständig because we first have to buff up. So let's not go into... She has a follow-up attack that I'm going to use, right? I'm going to use the follow-up attack here into this. And I'm going to buff up. Maybe. Then we go first into Bambi. And then we have to swap back out, and we still haven't used the vollständig here. Like, what was the idea here on the team? Everything you do, even just disregarding every mechanic that the boss has, which is quite nice that you can just ignore it, but even disregarding everything the boss wants to do, I have to do this here. So when am I going to buff myself? Yeah, but other characters don't need those failsafes, that's the problem. You have Kenny. Kenny has quite a lot too. I don't know. Should you change crit rate to crit damage in a second? No. Are you crit capped? If you can stay crit capped with crit damage, then you can do that, else I wouldn't. It depends if you have the resources. Let me see. You think she's gonna need some buffs or just fix? It's hard to tell because I feel like you cannot really judge the damage if the kit doesn't really work properly, right? So you kinda need to have the fixes first, and then you can see if the buffs if the buffs are needed. Yeah, to be honest, after seeing this, I kind of feel it's gameplay issues that they have with her, genuinely. Maybe should just have been tactic, to be honest. Starting a new typing with an assault is always gonna be bad. Yeah, I agree, Sassy. Definitely. Nothing to add there. It's like they forgot, yeah. It just shouldn't take so long to get vollständig, and you shouldn't be punished for replaying buffs, swapping out. I think one of the biggest problems is that you barely have anything to swap out to. Are you a crit cap? This was your build for B0? Yeah, Andy. Let me put up some multipliers here, let's see. Let's make this a little bit more difficult. HP boost. Let's do the defense boost here too. The attack boost doesn't matter. I'm not going to alter anything else here. I just want to see. Yeah, this is bad, man. Look at Kenny without White and Mayuri. Bro, Kenny plays so well with Kisuke and Aizen. Okay. I look happy? Yeah, I am very happy. I'm as happy as I can get. Yeah, this is so bad. The problem is, you have to use the Schrift. If you don't use the Schrift, you don't get this one here. Fuji, enjoy your work, man. Yeah, that's life, that's true. The works of lives is to be busy all the time. Can you see if she can even complete her own typing content at B0? Yes, Susie. I will. I mean, I don't know, AJ. This works perfectly fine, if you ask me. You can also animation cancel into some stuff if you want to. You can also do this. You know? It's like the same thing that you do with White, you can do to here, but you just need... With Aizen you need to know a little bit more about his kid, right? Because you need to know, for example, when you play Kenny... Let me do this real quick. You need to understand your own timings, you know? When do you wanna animation cancel, when not? So what you can also do, usually what you do in a proper match is you fight here, you do one string, and then you switch over to Kenny. Because he doesn't need the full 10 seconds, he only needs 5 seconds. So you just extend with Aizen. Whatever you need to do, you just extend with Aizen. And since Aizen got buffed on his core stamp, you don't care. So yeah, he works really well with anybody actually. I mean, of course, the damage is not going to be, you know, massive, but it's whatever. Kinda sucks because they also seemingly have the bond. They buffed the bond. Susie. They increased the ultimate damage on it. Yeah, again, we don't... The problem is trying to judge somebody by just seeing a pixelated face. You know what I'm trying to say here? It's like, how can you judge... How is it joyful? Aizen Meta never dies. Yeah, but apparently he dies with Bambi. Yeah, it's Aizen again, and this is I'm not trying to glaze Aizen. Aizen is such a great character because you can either diminish the time that you need with him or you can increase it, right? What makes us think Uri drops in 2 weeks? Because they didn't extend the collaboration phase. They didn't add another 7 days. That's why I think that Uryu might be able to drop in 2 weeks. Aizen, stop the cope. Aizen is out of the meta. What are you talking about? His kid is still one of the best ones that you have. If you really think that Aizen is out of the meta, you cannot play the game. Understand the game, sorry. You might be able to play the game, but you don't understand the game. You can do it side by side on everything that he buffs and does, and you can compare every single character, and you won't find anyone who can do the same thing. But yeah, again, when you play like with somebody like Kenny, for example, you can extend into Aizen. So when you're, for example, here, you don't have the B6, right? You don't have the counter. You can be in here real quick, do a few more attacks, do another few attacks, and then you swap out, right? And then if you see like this, you can also cancel into this to have him up sooner, right? Like this. That's all there is to Kenny. You just need to know when can you use Kenny to your advantage. So for example, if you have a boss fight like Ulquiorra, where it takes a small second for him to start, you start with Kiske, you drop... Let me showcase this. You can drop him, so that you can counter with the technique into the second point here, and then you have a second frenzy to just go around, right? That while he is in animation, you can just do something. I mean, there is a lot of ways to play Kenpachi here, actually. It's really good at B6, but at B1, no, still. I'm not even talking about the defense penetration. The problem... I'm sorry to call you guys out. The problem is that you always see the damage. Right? It's always damage, damage, damage. But then, you don't really look at damage. Because Gin is a freaking old character that is being way, way worse on a raw fighting, on a raw damage base than, for example, Ichigo. And still, the 7th one is 2 seconds behind the top. And this here is even using a free-to-play character. So it depends, where are you looking at? What are you looking at? What kind of comparison are you making? For a new player, Aizen is still fantastic. Because he does everything at B1, you don't even need to know his kit because the rotation just keeps up by himself, right? At B0 you have to understand the kit. Yes, at B0 I would devalue his worth currently, because you have other tacticians that don't need the knowledge of the game to really be able to put out performance. But you have so much going on here. He has perma-dodge, he has ravage, which gives all type down, which makes him the only tactician still in the game that is able to run with any single full assault character in the game. Gives massive value to any account that needs an overall all-universal character. If you're struggling with anything, you're struggling, for example, before the fixes to Tsushika Ichigo, when he was still very easily interruptible, if you had trouble clearing content, you just put Aizen next to him, you get the illusion shield, which is a 1 second invulnerability, right? Nobody else does this, by the way, and for 3 hits. That's massive. And if you get hit out of damage, you're not going to do damage. You have to see at the value that a character provides. Like, example, a lot of people are talking about Tsushika Ichigo being the massive best character, whatever. Yes, damage-wise, yes. But what if I tell you that progression-wise, Ulquiorra is way better? Because he can sit there and he can tank damage and he doesn't need a healer. Right, he doesn't need a full team, he doesn't need an Aliel. He doesn't need somebody like Tozen that you have to use the techniques, that you need to know when the techniques can stagger somebody. So saying that Aizen has fallen off is just bad, because also, in terms of falling off, by the way, just in terms of falling off, the reason why you guys see that he's fallen off is because you take too much into this, where is it? Self-training stuff here. You take a look at this kind of DPS, and then if somebody is fallen out of the favor here, you guys tell that he's fallen off, but that's not true. Aizen is so flexible that he can diminish his own damage by making somebody else shine more. And that's what's happening here with Ulquiorra. Again, what does this matter if Gin can perform better in shorter fights? In fact, in Frenzy Feast Showdown, Gin was performing better than Tsushika Ichigo. So what is the measurement for performance? Will it be taking her to B6 now? I only take favorite characters to B6. So White Ichigo, these 4 are the only ones that I take to B6. Maybe if Vaster Lord is done well, if I really like him. I generally like full holified Ichigo, but it needs to be a good character because it's getting really expensive. I'm doing overtime. That's why I'm sick, by the way. And Andy, again, nothing against you. I understand that performance is one of the most easy measurements of a character being good or not, but it just hurts the community, because if a new player comes in and is like, hey, Aizen is rerun, should I go for him? And the question is, and everybody answers with no, he's trash, instead of asking what are you looking for, it's not going to help anybody. But you know who's trash?
部屋に来て今すぐ
Oh yeah. It's because it's short fight. He doesn't need to be on the field to do damage. TS is on the field to do damage, which means that time is running off. I think in EU the first 4 or 5 were all Gin, Naliel, and Mayuri. I was hyped for another basic full assault, but another Transcendence dummy better. Yeah, I don't even feel like she's a really good dummy better either. I'm going to increase her course temp. I want to see the difference.
今すぐ
We were at around 44, 43, 42 million, right? Let's see how much this increases. No, yeah, trash is just being a little bit sensational here. I don't think that she is trash. I can see where they're going with it. And I'm quite excited to see the final team, to be honest, because I think the team is going to play really fun, in a fun way. I do think, by the way, I think seeing her performance being not what we want it to be, but the entry is really cool. It's a really, really cool mechanic. And if they're going with Quincy's having that entry mechanic, I don't dislike this. They just need to fix out the junkiness behind it, you know? Hey, what's good, Joan? So... This will take 3 seconds. There we go. And the good thing here is that we can still go on. We don't have to switch right now, right? We can still do damage. We can still apply spiritual pressure, increases there. And then we can go into vollständig here with the entry skill. And this is really, really cool. Like, the general idea of the kit is really, really cool, I think. I know I was overly critical about her kit and stuff, but I really do think they are cooking something here. Like, something like this is really nice, right? I can also go out of here because, oh no, I did a mistake. I want to go into vollständig instead. Having these fail-safes is really nice. It's really, really nice, okay? I don't want to take away anything that they built here, because I think what they have as a foundation here is quite cool. I don't remember if she has a follow-up here. But yeah, it's like, you have ways to circumvent the problems around, right? It's not like she's useless. And yeah, she's fun to play. I just think, I didn't even attack here fully, and yeah, the core stamp is actually adding quite a lot of damage. Let me do this seriously here real quick. No, I'm saying currently there is no reason to pull for her, but once we have a full team, I can see how fun the team can be and how well she will work in that team. But currently we don't have the team, and with Aizen and Kisuke she plays awful. Like, really, really bad. I mean, I don't know what kind of guide I should make, because I don't know how to fix her. And I always believe that I can fix them. I'm just kidding. That was just a dumb joke. Hey! AJ! How's it going, bro? But the problem is not the damage that she doesn't have, the problem is that she doesn't play well. The damage comes from alone, if you can kinda have something. The problem is that I'm not talking about stats in terms of damage, I'm talking about stats because I don't know what to use. Oh, crap. I forgot, I wasn't vollständig. Who is good and you? Ah, good. I'm waiting for tomorrow's call from the doctor to see how the blood work was going. If they found anything, and then we will see. Currently the problem with her is, with her stats, it's not even the damage, it's just how to build her that she doesn't feel awful to play with. That's the problem. Like in the double support setting, she feels fine, right? You got Volt Prime? Nice. What do you mean you broke him? Explain what do you mean by you broke him. We can't fix her? Which relic was it that I had for the... Was it Volt Prime? That you were missing? That we still have to do some runs on? So we have full bar here. We can switch out right away. Like in this setting, she plays really fine. And I can see where they're going with this. Look at this. This looks fun. And is fun, right? That's quite a damage increase. Yeah, the ultimate jumped up here quite a bit. So Core Stamp is adding quite a lot of damage here. Let me see real quick. So it's a 27% damage increase. Getting a Core Stamp from A1 to A5. The biggest thing not to rush pulling other than a long period of banner. Yeah. Yeah, Jack, that's a great point too. We don't really have much content to go with, actually. We can try her in Dark Passage and see how she works here. Actually, she should work. Oh yeah, it is. But I just want to see, I just want to do a proper gameplay test, just to see what... Oh my god, I cannot watch. I just cannot watch Auto. Oh, it's so painful to watch Auto. Holy. I want to see her in-game. Oh yeah, this is still not fixed, by the way. Please, devs, fix this. It's awful. But yeah, generally speaking, I think... I mean, what is the B1 or B2 going to do here, realistically speaking? I mean, she feels way better with the double support setup, but you don't have many good double supports here, so let's see. Maybe we can use Rangiku here as a leverage for the Heineker's mark. Good AoE hits there. Being able to cancel out of the last one is quite nice. We don't have to use the ultimate there. It's a shame too, because the animations are beautiful, you know? It's like, yeah, there is a lot going on here for her, but it's like... Like, the animations are truly beautiful. Look at this. Half bugged, but doesn't matter. Oops. Talk to you soon. And the problem is, you cannot switch out of this either. I think that's the biggest pet peeve of mine with vollständig. Which is fine. They want you to commit to this, right? So I understand. It's fine. You have to commit. Okay, cool. We appreciate it. But again, you're so much in vollständig. Have we gotten... No, we don't have the tower yet, right? Who do you think is going to be the next rerun unit? Any guesses? That's a good question.
いや、久しぶりじゃねえか。おうよ。
I mean, if Uryu is Spirit Tactic, I can see them rerunning Ulquiorra.
俺のこの目は全てを映す。
Personally, I think you will see Strike. Like, Grimjo's rerun, if you get a Strike dedicated support, you will see the rerun for Grimjo, right? Because it pairs well together. And then if Vassalorde is really truly Strike, because this is where leaks, but again, take a leak with a big grain of salt, we could see Soifon being rerun too. But she already had one rerun, so maybe not. So it's either... Yeah, it's time for the half-year anniversary units to come back. So it's either White, but who is going to be... I don't see White that much, because the next characters are not going to be Slash, right? So chances are... Could we maybe see a full-on rerun banner for all the half-year units with Candice, maybe? Because up until then, we don't have nobody, really. So the way I broke him is really funny. So his speed ability, his Q boosts everyone but 2x. Oh, does this still work? They didn't fix this with Volt Prime? That's crazy.
もっと精霊系中ボロボロ
Let me take her into some proper content here. I wanna test her... No, this is not the Senkei Byakuya, right? Let me test her against him.
貴様を消す。俺の剣。
I'm going double support here. I wanna see how her hitbox works and how easily hit she is.
よよ。無駄なことはやめた方が。
So now I'm going to just test her out in gameplay style. But yeah, the problem is, again, even if you want to summon for her as a free-to-play player, as for a secondary team, I still cannot see... Oh. She had already 2 hits there, 3 hits. Yeah. So she is protected on the hits. Is this the second one? I wanna see with the basic attacks real quick. Yeah, she's hit there too. So she gets hit, but she doesn't get stunned out of it. Which isn't too bad. Yeah, and this is a problem too, right? If something like that happens, like a force swap, for example, No, noob gamer. Not currently. Now, of course, I'm exaggerating the problems here, okay? I'm well aware of this. You're not going to fight a boss like this, ever. But I want to see what's going on with her, right? I really want to test her out. I don't even think even duping her is worth it currently, because there is just nothing going on much here. Because if you're a whale and you have Ulquiorra already, yeah, this is a problem, look at this. I wasted a full-on ultimate here. Again, I know I'm exaggerating the problem here, but if they introduce bosses that force swaps, you're going to use the Vollständig. My sword attack is 1.8 Sprig with Broken War. What did they do to Exceltra Prime? So, are you using Broken War as the sword? I still have to level that one up though. I'm looking at the HP bar here. Because she gets hit, but she's protected, which is quite nice. Yeah, I mean, again, we can say, yeah, but if you don't get hit by the attack, then you're not getting force swapped, right? But that's not the thing here, what I want to test. I just want to see what they can do. Zangetsu is one of the more annoying ones. He has a lot of armor destruction, so to speak, where he gets through the super armor of the characters. So let's see if this works. Again, not using Eisen here. Oh, it still is. Her moveset is great. Her moveset is really good, actually. Yeah, her moveset is great. Oh, and Vollständig, she doesn't get hit at all. That's saucy. And then back to back into the third hit. Yeah, this is... The kit is not too bad, I'm not gonna lie. Then we can go into Vollständig right away, we don't have to use the entry at first. We should still be good with the buff, yeah, we should still be good. Yeah, the buff there, the 30-second buff needs to be increased. If you don't run ultimate charge rate, yeah, it's fallen off there. Anonym, yes, very ugly Bombietta B0. She tracks really well. Like, the general kit, the basic attacks are so good, look at this. Look at how well she tracks there. That's crazy good. Ah, okay. This is a problem that a lot of characters have, so I'm not going to take away from that, by the way. Like, the last hit, basically, is a lot of problems for a lot of characters. Once you get out of the ultimate, that's always a problem. Why not in Team Eisen? Because I'm testing her kit here, just to see how well she fares against bosses in general. I want to see if she has any kind of problems in terms of being able to... being vulnerable and being hit out of this kind of stuff here. I like this. Like, generally, her kit is not too bad if you take a look at this from this perspective. Once it gets going, you get from ultimate to entry to ultimate. She doesn't take too much damage. She takes damage, but not too much, which is fine. She has it on the dodge too, right? Yeah, here too, look at this. I feel like this is a little bit of a waste, but it's fine. But the moveset that she has, especially in Vollständig, is really good. Yeah, this flows. But this is the problem here. What is the best sword currently in frame? I'm aware, by the way, that Kiss Kebab has fallen off, and it's just the moveset. I really like the moveset actually. Stuff like this is quite nice, so I can see where they're going with this. Would I consider her over Trushika Ichigo? Nah. And there is no reason why she should be able to do this, by the way, either. Mamish is giving me Toshiro flashbacks with her animations. I mean, to be fair, her animations are way better than Toshiro's. Like, she's very well protected there. The only frame that she wasn't protected was when she was exiting the ultimate. That's fair. So most of them, yeah, she's must build crit rate. Yes. I'm also using the bond here to get her a little bit more crit rate. But she's too expensive to build currently for what she brings. This is a lot of damage. Seriously, I can see her weapon being better than her boundaries in certain ways. Yeah. Maybe not. Because they're at 50%, right? What is the max for the weapon? I didn't even check. 50? RPMs and elemental damage. How much does this really change, though? %50 max? Yeah. But you can still, even if you have the full spiritual pressure, you can still start the same, right? It feels like one less attack string would help her so much. It just feels like there is one attack string missing. You. And this is the problem right now here. If I go into Kyoga Suigetsu, I don't have enough time to do the full Kyoga Suigetsu. So I have to do this first. And then manually go into Kyoga Suigetsu. I think this is one of the problems that she has, is that you have to kind of play around with Aizen too much. You have to find ways to kind of go away with it, with Aizen himself. I will not tolerate any Bankai Ichigo slander, by the way. Yeah, look at this. It's not like the the B1 is really doing so much here, right? Yeah, it's... Man. How long did I stream that I'm so thirsty? I didn't really... Real talk, she feels like she does 0 damage. I mean... I'm not going to argue against. Let me find at least a rotation that is suitable for a guide. Give me 1 second. I have to switch music here real quick. You off, thank you. Instead, 1 second, guys. Yeah, the problem is I am really thinking what I can do here in terms of content, because the problem is, again, she doesn't really have much going on for her currently. Panda Mixed, if they wanted to do this with her, they should have dropped a free-to-play finance support or tactic. Yeah, I agree, Panda. I agree. Yo, you're cute and all, Spidey, but could you just, you know, maybe go to a window or something? 1 second, guys. Just give me 1 second. Had to move around the Spidey. It's a little itsy bitsy Spidey. I mean, Kenpachi wasn't bad when he released. He was just really buggy and messy. You can smile to us, Arthur. It's hard to smile. The thing is, you know what it is? It's a shame because she has a really cool animations and everything, but it just makes me think really hard on how to make her work in a way that it feels good, right? Because at this point it doesn't really matter how much damage you do. B0 just doesn't feel good. And I feel like doing a guide right now doesn't really matter too much, because it's like, are we getting fixes in 2 days' time? The problem is, even if you have enough ultimate charge rate to make this work, it just doesn't feel too good. I know that she makes me tick. Because I will not have the attack buff here going on for long, right? I'm going to miss out on the attack buff. Look at this. Oh no, I have it. I have it. Just barely on the second. You're not going to finish the rotation here. Look at how long it takes. The problem is, if she would only be able to do one singular basic attack string and then straight into the ultimate, 10 times better. 10 times better. Does this fit? No, it doesn't. Then you lose out on the big ultimate here. Because there is no way that you fit this one in there too, right? Yeah, there's no way that you fit this in Kyoga Sogetsu. Yeah, Anonym, you don't need her. But the problem is I'm a content creator, so I need to try to at least give a way for people to play her. They need a quick guide for her or something. She came without a core stamp? What do you mean? You lose a lot of damage without a core stamp. Momo not, but you can use Orihime. Yeah, I'm trying to find to maybe squeeze this in at the end there. But you lose the entry buff anyways. I mean, the damage, again, the damage is not too bad, if you consider that this is not even her final team, right? And then Ravage runs out, too. Without Ravage you lose a lot of damage because of the defense down from the B6. Yeah, this is without the bond. Just to make the crit rate a little bit more consistent. Yeah, but that's the thing. How to put this? I see what you're saying, but not having this kinda makes her whole kit pointless, because you're not dealing any damage, first and foremost, and secondly, you're losing one of the biggest boosts to your basic attack damage, and that's like half is her damage there. So yeah, you can make the kit work faster, but I mean, what are you going to fill here? This one? This one, you lose 5% damage here. What is the other one? I had another one where you can do basic attacks. What do you use instead? Just to make her work. Yeah, I mean, Bundle, the core stamps are not that great either. You need B1, yeah, but that's not an excuse. Okay, so what should I make a video? Hey guys, this is a quick guide to Bombietta, get her B1 to make it to be possible, to make the rotation possible. You know what, that's a good video actually. She's so bad, she needs the B1 so that you can even use the basic attack. It's like... what I'm trying to find out here is a way for people to have... for those that pulled her at B0 to be able to use her, or for those that need a quick guide for the trials to at least have a way to work around what she's doing, right? That's what I'm trying to find out here. And then... how to put this? Just to exaggerate a little bit, right? Just to exaggerate a little bit. This doesn't even work. I would have to use the other one that is on Orihime. So I can make a video, hey, if you build Bombietta with support in mind, then you can use her instead of Zael. And I'm like, yeah... it's like, what's the point? That's not a good video. So we have to make her work somehow. Will you explore it well, Atro? Again, the major problem is not that she's bad in any ways, in the sense of... she's not Toshiro, you know? The only reason why Toshiro was even viable in any kind of way was mostly for his full assault spirit typing. But he was really bad at release. He was very, very susceptible. They needed to add super armor to his weapon. There were a lot of things wrong with him. Kenny was super clunky. His damage was great, right? His damage was there. But he was super clunky, a very technical character. A lot of, like, every single tooltip wasn't working as it was described. Or something. You know? So, it's not like she is terrible. The problem is just that she doesn't work with the intended team for the moment. Yeah, was Fuji said. I mean, if you're at 95 and you need like a week of farming to get it to 100, keep her at 95. Chances are that you might go back for another weapon. You maybe once Candice is out, maybe we have a full team. You see how fun she can be. You wanna pull her B1, then you pull her B3. Tuck, you're at 100, right? So just keep it at that. Don't overspend on resources for a character that currently is not really usable that much. This doesn't do much either. We have 20% here. We have 35%. And she gains 7%. 7% finesse mastery. I mean 7% damage increase through the finesse mastery. Great. Man, it's difficult, bro. Okay, I'm going to do one thing here, just to make sure that she works. But again, this is not really feasible, but we have to do this, regardless. We're missing crit rate, and we need ultimate charge rate. What is this? We have crit rate here, this is fine. And we're missing crit rate here. So, we are going ultimate charge rate. I don't see... I mean... Might as well not run anything at all if you don't use ultimate charge rate, in my opinion. And then the third one is... I don't care. Then we need crit rate here. Please don't... By the way, if there are any new players looking and watching me, don't do what I just did. Please don't. This is a massive waste of resources. Massive waste of resources. Be happy with high level, 2 full offensive rolls. Use 5 stat lock certificate at most. Please don't do what I just did. It's a massive waste. I'm still thinking what I should do here in terms of rotation, because it feels awful. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to re-roll this quite now. It is what it is. Did I see aim and motherfucker. That's fine. Not really, but that's fine. Okay. I was like, how? How is it possible? I should equip them either. I heard. This is a rumor, but I heard if you equip the stamps, it might be helpful. There we go. Okay. Now. We can switch out of them. We can use this one instead. Are you guys ready for peak Bombietta B0 gameplay? Hey King Leon, hi, how is it going? Again, I'm not going to use the counter here because this is only for B6. I'm going to prioritize her here. I have enough Ravage stacks up to make her work here, and then we can switch out right away. There is the ultimate. Nice. So we can go right away into this here, actually. We're going to lose the attack buff here, but I don't care. Gambling but family friendly. Sorry AJ, I didn't see your message there. Oh my god, this is going to be so close. Press the button! Thank you. Ah, this is not enough. You need 9 seconds for this. By the way, I don't know how they went with... Yeah, you know what? 7 seconds Transcendence is fine. People will be happy. They will be happy to have 9-second attack string instead. They will be joyous. They will sing praise songs and do dances for us. How did they miss so hard? 9-second attack string. Or else you lose your full ultimate. Filter Minecraft always carries everything. I'm not even going to use the attack there. Okay, so instead of putting everything in the middle of the fight, I will have it here. We can only have one Kyugetsu Getsu anyways. So instead we are just putting it all in the back end of the fight. Is this enough? But the question is, again... Yeah, but again, you can just... Yeah, I think it was better the way that we did it beforehand. They really delayed her for 1 week and decided that 9-second normal attack string is the way to go, huh? Yeah. Again, I don't think that her damage is bad. I mean, this is B0. And we have support perks on her. Like, if you give her proper perks, I'm sure she's going to be 75, 80 mil. But the problem is, this is a B0 eyes, a B6 eyes, not a B0 one. So she gets, on the ultimates, she gets the full defense penetration. Well, when I say full, it's not technically not true, because she only gets the full defense penetration on her entry vollständig and not on her biggest vollständig, right? There she only gets the 20% because she already has 80% armor pen. Time for gambling again? Nah, man. No gambling here. I mean, to be fair, but you can still work around the fact that Tsushika Ichigo has such a thing, right? They didn't decrease the length of Transcendence, basically. They just sped up his normal attacks and made it less interruptible, basically. Which was all that I requested for them doing them, basically. So, like, what they did with Tsushika Ichigo is exactly what I requested them to do, basically. I'm not saying that they listen to me, it would be nice. Can you imagine having this kind of influence? But yeah, it's... Like, the thing that I... By the way, just real quick, okay? Can we put this to rest that defense penetration is not the highest and best damage increase that there is? Can we put this to rest? I feel like they over budget when you have 50% defense penetration. I think they over budget that quite a bit. Who's the meta in this game right now? Ichigo. Tsushika Ichigo is meta at the moment. There is every single team is quite good actually. I feel like this feels the best so far. I really feel this rotation feels the best so far at B0. But I'm still losing the tech buff. Strike Team found that in Heukomundo? Come on, man. Strike Team is not that bad. Ah, I messed up there. I should have switched this around. Yeah, she needs some tweaks, definitely. What if we do this instead? What if we do the entry here? And then we use buffs. But then we'll still lose out on the entry, right? Am I missing something? $80 mil. That's better. I mean, mourning the dead is a celebration too, right? I'm sorry. What if I do this? What if I say screw the Kyoga Suigetsu, right? Screw the counters. It's the celebration of 14 Jades. I mean, we're celebrating the looking forward to the anniversary, right? Oh man. Just too short. Yeah, this is just too short. Okay, so we were on the right track before. Do you guys see anything that we could try to optimize this? I don't think that this here, to follow up here into the technique, is going to work. This just takes too much time. So this opener here currently feels the best in terms of where you're going to be at. Right? This here. And then you use the counter to get the rest of the entry here. How close can I get this? Let's animation cancel. Ten stacks. Huh? Wait. What did I see there? Wait, what was that? Did you guys see this? The ultimate just lit up in the second that I was clicking on the technique. What was that? Oh, I don't know. Oh, it was the standard ultimate, okay. I don't know. So we just discredit the whole thing with Aizen here. We just don't care about his kid. Can I read this out? What if we do this instead? Wait. This only works on a 1 minute fight. What if we do this instead? This takes too long, okay. Yeah, this takes too long. If you guys have any ideas on what we could try to eke out more time, let me know. Let me drop the Giga here. When we get Maki support. It just takes so freaking long, man. Yeah, look at this. The dog. I wish it worked with the dog, actually. Yeah, if the buff from the entry was like 45 seconds, that would be fine. But 30 seconds just is not long enough. I mean, you have 20 seconds left after you finish this one here. And on entry with the normal full standing ultimate, you should be able to apply it too. Because if you're in a situation like this, right, you have to use the entry here. Oh, wait! No worries, man. Thank you so much, bro. Wait. Is this something? Let me test this. So we're going with a full here first, because we want to have the 70 stacks right away, right? Use the technique. Yes, Evil Rhea, you can use the same account on both devices. So what would if we do this? We quote-unquote waste one ultimate there, right? But at least we get it fully buffed. Hey, no worries, man. Thank you so much for the sub. $22 mil. Ooh, that's nice damage. Are we cooking here something? I misplayed this one, by the way. Disregard this. But then we lack the... Yeah, it's still too slow. We did more damage, but that's because of Aizen kinda carried here. We did less damage in this run here. I don't know. Hey, thank you, Ixon. Oops. So if we delay his Kyugetsu just a little bit, right? Exit here. But only 7 Ravage stacks, not 10. Yeah, so I'm trying different methods to see how... if I can challenge myself to a little bit more damage here. So we're losing 20 mil if we do it this way. Yeah, no matter how you think, losing the 25% buff on the attack is maybe better than what we are doing right now here, overall. Can I get the Giga in here, at least? Her animations are beautiful, man, but if she would play as well as she looks, I would be one happy camper. 29, 27.
強化すべきや遅い波動の球黒棺君に預ける
I will take a look at this, AJ, in a second. Give me one moment. This feels like the best version of it, but at the same time, it feels wasteful to use up an entry like that. Ooh. The window is so tight! Oh, the window is like marginal.
それで終わり波動の球黒棺君に預ける
Yeah, I'm just short a second too here. So technically we can make it work with the entry, because the other way around, the first few rotations that I did, we would have the entry at the end, right? But we would still lose out on the main damage. So it's 75 mil to 80 mil here. But again, it's carried by Eisen being BS6. How much damage do you guys achieve with Bombietta? For those that have her. Bro, what? Yo, this looks extremely sick. This is really, really cool. Holy shit. This looks amazing. Okay. Well, AJ, we are not going to use this right now, okay, man? Yeah, again, guys. Thank you for mentioning this, by the way. I was absorbed by my testing here. Just real quick, if you guys know somebody that needs an artist or anything done via arts, let me see, where is it? Here. Just a little quick intermission here. This is a sneak peek to what we are looking at in terms of... As you guys know, well, I should start the conversation properly here. As you guys know, I'm going to focus heavily on Bleach, right? And maybe even go further than just gacha games. Maybe if there is another game, like Rebirth of Souls or something, I would love to cover that. So, AJ here is a fantastic artist that is in studying web design and everything. And he enabled me to... well, he enabled me. He did for me the profile picture, which is quite neat. But also, if I can open up, if I can use my computer here. Let me put my face away real quick. Oops. He's going to also redo my whole setup for my streams to be more like Bleach stuff. And yeah, I think it looks amazing. So if you kind of like this kind of stuff, please let me know. Leave a W in the chat, because I think he is doing God's work here. I have been looking for an artist for such a long time that I even lose my words here. So we are going to work with this kind of layouts for my future streams, just as a quick sneak peek for those that are still in the stream. And yeah, if you guys are looking for somebody who is going to enable you to do some art or something like that, then please, please, please check out AJ's stuff. He has an Instagram that you can basically find here. So if you are interested into art and stuff like that, and yourself are looking for something in terms of art, just reach out to him. He's doing fantastically. You can also take a look at his own Twitch stream stuff that he has in the Discord. And yeah, wow, that looks so great. His own, I think he put more work into his own stuff though, I have to say. Starting shit. Anyways, this is just as an intermission. Please go and support Gravy Sauce if you like this kind of art. And yeah, he's doing amazing. So, thank you so much, AJ. Truly appreciate you, man. And while I'm saying this... Oh, Band-Aid. This Band-Aid was getting on my nerves here. Not done damage runs and the doing content. Did deadlock into co-op boss and training some events. What is your rotation looking like? Hey Limit, hello. I'm sorry guys, I'm a little bit tired. I had quite a long day already. I will message you after the stream, AJ. Did he killing Atro? Yeah, well, you know... I shouldn't say this, man. I went to the Alps yesterday. It didn't really help. B0. I went to the Alps yesterday. It wasn't the best thing when you feel like vertigo. When you have vertigo, you know. But whatever. So... I missed the basic attacks there. Thanks. That's not enough. Ah! Yeah, we'll do a 2-minute run after this too, just to test out the waters there too. Hakim, go watch Kiku. Aizen B0 and Aizen did 52 mil. How much did Bombietta do? Hey man, that's what you said. I didn't. This is on you, bro. Don't try to start shit in my stream, please. Yeah, sure. Once I'm out of my depressing state here, yeah, this is, I don't know. Bambi Star, technique plus follow, Kizuke, etc. Ult, Eisen, BF, Bambi counterattack. Oh, okay. Do you run her ultimate charge rate, Ixon? Yeah, the problem is, I'm usually quite good at finding damage. Usually. At least I'm up there in the 85, maybe 90% bracket, right? Usually. I would say I'm okay when it comes to the game, okay? I'm not crazy good, but I'm okay. Actually, speaking of crazy good, we have a new title. This one is beautiful. Wait, but the Skyfall title... Oh no, it had the sword in it too. They kept the same sword? Oh man, that's lazy. Oh, this looked way better in the top leaderboards. This doesn't look as good as I was hoping it for to be looking like. Oh man. Skyfall is better, yeah. But I really like I'm Zangetsu. This looks so cool, bro. This looks really nice. So, yeah. C5, by the way. So the core stamp is C5. Let me see this then. Bami Star technique plus follow. So just using the entry during... When do you use her ultimate, her standard ultimate? Let me ping my gravy sauce real quick. Let me go away from attack. Let me go away from ultimate charge rate. Disregard the damage, I'm just going to test how this feels now. Now that I have a better understanding of the kit. But if I use her here, and then use the counters to get her the spiritual pressure back. Because this works too, right? We still have the entry that we can use right now. Crit rate, yes, K10. No, I was short. Ah, nearly. Okay. I have a feeling we need both anyways. Oh god. Why am I doing this for the stream, bro? Life decisions. Mistakes, mistakes, mistakes. We're going still ultimate charge right here. I want to have a little bit in the substats. Please don't be trash. Please don't be trash. That's fine. Okay.
私が怖くて顔も見られないとか
Bro, wasting all my resources? Yeah, but... You know, as I always say, I would rather waste my resources and then I can provide you guys with proper information so that you guys know where not to waste resources. Because at the end, at the very end, I don't really care too much about min-maxing my characters. I have a Benema. That's not cool. Wait, what? Sorry. The Italian came out. Oops. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, I would rather me waste stuff and do a proper testing here and then see what's going on. Because I feel like 78 is a little bit too high. Yeah, the problem is that you don't really... She doesn't follow up here, right? When she does this. You kinda have... It's super weird. She basically jumps back and then she does the little bombs. But if you swap out why she does the little bombs, they're not going to attack, so you're not going to get the spiritual pressure there. Right? Let me see how far can I push this. By the way, the walk-off is so cool. Like, her animations are insane. I mean, wait. Let's test this. Let's test this real quick. Because I still get the counters, right? So from the counter I should get something more. Because I can go into her, use the first, jump right back. Yeah, you're right. I don't have to do for the full string there. But wait, do I want to test something real quick. Yes, you get the full benefit here. So it doesn't really matter. You don't waste spiritual pressure in that sense. So even if you do the full attack string, it's still fine because you fill up the reservoir anyways. So that's fine. She has conversion rate. Yes, yes, she has. She converts it into the spiritual pressure. So whatever is in the reservoir, she pulls it back into her main kit. My entry is nearly full again. But I think we are cooking something here. Thank you, man. You give me a good idea here in terms of rotations. Bro, I used it. Bro, no, I used it. I used it. I bugged the game. I bugged the game. Even the music knows. It's done. We are done here. Don't use the ultimate in the last second. Okay. To put the UI back in. Wait, do I still have it? Yeah, AJ is amazing. He does so much cool stuff here. You can look at this! I'm just kidding. No need for basic attacks. Again, you're going to save up on the spiritual pressure. If you don't use them, you're just wasting a little bit more spiritual pressure gain. And because she takes it from the reservoir back into the main spiritual pressure shrift, you can use it. You're not going to waste too much time there. Hey Fuji, thank you so much for being here, man. I hope that everything was okay at work. Juicy. You too, man. Have a really nice day. Thanks so much for being here. So the thing with the basic attacks is that you go straight to the third and the sixth here, right? And the last one, as always, is the one that really applies a lot of spiritual pressure gains. Yeah, but the counters is bugged, by the way. The counters currently are bugged. Look at this. If I do this, right? You just keep this in mind. Watch this. I use the counter, right? You see this? It's the same, right? But if I counter now, watch now. You just gain 50% more. For whatever reason. So when you do the basic attacks here, you fill up this gauge here too. So after exiting the Vollständig, you draw it back in here. So that you can enable... No, I was just showcasing that the counter doesn't really work properly. So you can basically, you don't over... It's not like you're wasting spiritual pressure. Now what I'm showcasing here is that the counter doesn't work properly. If you use this counter here, look at how much Schrift she gets, right? She was around here, right? But for whatever reason, if you use 2 counters, there's something weird in her kit happening, that she gains way more spiritual pressure than she should. This is B0, yes. Yep. Do you see this? This seems like this is like the passive that is the Bambi passive is kicking here. And the same happens when she counters into something. By the time that she hits the counter, the follow-up, like the follow-up is this, right? So if I would do... Let me refresh this because I don't know what triggers it. So I'm using him, right? And then you can see that there is not much here. If I swap into her, look at how much she gains. It's like different. Yeah, if you do it in reverse... If I do this counter here first, and then I use Aizen, and I use Kiske counter, she gains way more, right? And then go into her, and she gains it right back. So there's something weird happening, that after the first counter, technically she should only be able to get 30% by having 2 counters. Because these are not Bambis. But the second counter, for some reason, counts like a Bambi. That's the weird part here. Is it here? If a character older than Bambi, but this is an entry skill. I was using her first all the time. The only reason why I showcased Kiske here first is just to showcase the difference in gains. I always use her first. Because then you swap back into Kiske and you have time to get her settled for the entry skill. Does she even provide? Where's the easiest? I think his counter is easier to get. No, it's the same. The spiritual pressure that you gain on the second counter explodes. For no reason. Either they count this as an entry skill. I don't know. But it's like... It is weird. It's a weird interaction that they have there. Definitely. Yeah, I have to go over her kit once again to see what's exactly there in the counterattack, maybe, that it's causing this. Because if you do it like this, you have another entry right away here. Because like this, you have it fully buffed, right? $100 mil. So yeah, you can, yeah. Attack is doing way better than UCR. That's for sure. Now that we understand the kit a little bit better, this is with attack. UCR is a little bit overkill. So yeah, Sephiroth was right there. It might be being very literal about counterattacks and doesn't count counters. Yeah, maybe. Let me check. Let me double check the counter real quick.
王となる者に必要なものはイラついてるから部屋に来て今すぐ
He said it did nothing, not that it was worse. I mean, the biggest problem with not having UCR is that what do you do in fights, in short fights? If it's a fight where you have less than a minute fight, you're not getting the ultimate in there. You know? Jax Blaze, welcome to my world. I think I still have the picture up where I had two back-to-backs. One was it was 3 offensive stat and HP flat, and it rolled 3 times into HP. And I had another one with defense percentage, 3 attack stats, it rolled 3 times into death, back to back. I might even have this somewhere. If people remember which video it was, where I had my fallout, my crash out on the stamps, because it was on stream. I know it was on stream. I remember it was on stream. It was tragic, catastrophic. Again, the problem without UCR So, this is the problem, right? Without UCR, you are not able to really fit damage into dissipation windows. You struggle to get the ultimate in there. Maybe even going so far that you have to cancel out of one Vollständig to get back into the ultimate, like I just did. But at the same time, if you go for so much a crit rate, ultimate charge rate, Because we still have 33%. It's not like we have nothing. And it was really close at the end there. So I cannot imagine this. By the way, she looks beautiful.
久しぶりじゃねえか。
イラついてるから部屋に来て今すぐ
This looks insanely good.
イラついてる
Damn, I didn't have time.
見られないとか
I didn't have time to appreciate her, man. This looks really good. So, let's see. If I just skip all the animations, right? And I just use the basic attacks once and stuff, what happens?
意味わかんない
遅くなっちゃってそれで終わったさら波動の球黒ひつ君に預ける無駄ですよ91戦時交代だ遅くなっちゃって愛姫それだけ大好最後砕けろ強化水月
Hey Hakikage, how is it going, man? She's B0 currently. B0. I can show you the build in a second. I got so excited that I misplayed right now. Yeah, this is not going to be enough. Yeah, just barely. Oh, this is so tight. Let me show you the build. Core is 5. Core is 5.
どうしたずいぶん浮かねえ顔してるじゃない
The stamps are fairly fine. I'm doing good. A little bit tired. I went to the dock today, so I didn't sleep too well. It's freaking hot here in Europe, man. YouTube is going amazing. It's not stopping at all. I don't know what's happening. But yeah, so I have a crit rate is quite nice. Crit damage here. I have ultimate charge rate. I feel like you need... I mean, you could maybe run her without, but then you would be losing out on a little bit of leverage when it comes to having her ultimate ready. I'm trying between the ultimate charge rate build and this build here. Stamps are quite trashy. I have Restrained, Invigorate, and Invigorate. So it's basically having nothing here. And I'm running the Tosh Bond. Yeah, it's awful, bro. It's awful. I have my AC running right now. I cannot show you guys this, because else my cam disconnects. But basically my AC is back there, and I have a fan in front of it. I have a fan in front of it, blowing towards me. That doesn't help. How did you enjoy her? How do you like her? I'm trying to figure out if I'm doing good damage-wise or not, but she's B0, C5, weapon 1, and I got up to 100 mil. But it's a B6 Eisen. Yeah, I really dislike that one too. It's a little bit difficult because I'm like, how did they find this acceptable that you have to sit through 9 seconds of basic attacking when people were very, very adamant about the way the Transcendence worked, right? It's like, I know that they have failsafe here with the reserves. I understand that, but it doesn't feel good. Oh, that's really nice, actually. Jax Blaze. Where's my water? So yeah. There's a lot of things in her kit that I like, but the things that I dislike really, really bother me with her kit. Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like we should judge it, because that's what they intended to be the interim team, right? Let me try this again. By the way, I'm not using the counters here because I want to emulate a B1, B0 Aizen, more or less. X? Yeah, I don't think they meant for Bambi. They're going to improve testing for the next releases, maybe. I kind of feel like you have to use the battlefield skill here. Then you cut down on time here. Maybe something like this. Does this fit? No, this doesn't fit. Oh my god, okay. Okay, this was a little bit too greedy. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let me redo this. What did I do? I forgot what I did to get there. Yeah, we can use Kurohitsugi for the counters there. Do we have enough time? If I animation cancel, right? Let me test this. I don't like animation canceling, man. I really don't. Jax plays. They're like, well, to be fair, they're Swiss people, so they're like, look at him trying to put everything into place properly. He's trying to fit stuff the whole day. We need Aizen to get double the time on his ult. Yeah, just make it permanent. Like, he joins and he just dies at the main expansion, Haki. He just did main expansions into a Kyoga Suigetsu and it just doesn't fall off, man. Ah. Okay, let me see. Laura Killer Kryoka? Yeah, definitely. Definitely Laura Killer. Let me put one more attack in there. Because her animations, like the thing that really irks me is that she looks fantastic. Her animations are so over the top good compared to what Tsushika Ichigo got. Her idle animations, everything in her kit is just amazing. But then, you know, you play her and you're like, what is this? Ooh, this was enough for the 10 stacks. Ooh, this was enough. Let's see. I don't have to push for time here. We have enough time just with the entry. This works? Bro. Can I do this instead? Guys, please clip this because I will forget what I did here to replicate this. But this feels so far so good. No, I was short! Oh my god, I was short. But damage-wise it did worse, actually. I feel like if you're trying to do too much, it's just going to be bad. So let's keep it simple. I would wait to pull for her and hey, how are you doing, Bag? Hope you're doing great. So we're going to this with 10 stacks, which is quite nice, right? I should have enough time here. Maybe? No? No. Yeah, the timer is so off, man. No matter what you do, the timer are always somewhat off. Yeah. Like, that's why I want to extend the basic attacks, because if you don't extend the basic attacks, you don't have the cooldowns to go around. And then you have just to be there. By the way, Haki, if you're still here and you see something that you do differently, I wouldn't mind to try your rotation out instead. Because I'm still not confident on how to do damage with her, to be honest. Oh, this was so close! This was so close! Okay, now we have enough time here. Am I being too greedy again? I am being too greedy again. Okay. Let me go into Shrift first, and then we're going to... The last time you guys slandered Eisen like that, I did a solo floor 25. So you better watch it. I still cannot believe that he did floor 25 solo, by the way, at B6. Crazy, crazy stuff. But yeah, he needs another buff. With 40 stacks there. No! Why did I press it? This was so instinctively pressing it. Oh my god, this was so bad. 55. Okay, but I think I get a feeling how to do this. Yeah, Ixin, that's how I feel too. It's like If you get into the proper ultimate, you get a 22 million ultimate and then it's nice. But the problem is that the basic attack deals so much damage that you don't feel like the oomph, really, right? That's why I don't know if it's a wise choice to skip the animations here. Man, Malaku, you know, you remember when we tried to make Grimjo and Kiske fit? Why is heavy release since then been even worse? Yeah, XM, but it's I mean, you're not doing any damage then. What's the point of it? Might as well play Ururu. Oops. I wanted to try to get the... No, I mean, in a positive way. You might as well use Chad and Ururu, you know? If you wanna have an easy mode. Oh my god. How is this animation longer than 10 seconds, bro? I started the animation at 10 seconds. 10 seconds, guys. This is such pain. I'm not using the counter. I'm not using the counter specifically for to be able to emulate this without a B4. So the whole testing I didn't use the counter once. Well, technically not true, but I try not to use it in proper testing environments. I am also trying not to use animation cans too much either. Come on! B0, yes. Oh, I messed up again. Oh, crap. I should have gone right away. I was trying to play around too much there. My day one takeaway is she will get the BSR aftercare support and her team must be insane. I mean, we have somewhat of an... Don't let me lie. 1 second. Before I'm bullshitting right now, don't let me lie. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at, for example, Kai, who he posted 200 mil with B0 Core 2 Ichigo in a full team, right? With a B1 Nell and a B0 Mayuri. So we are 100 million off from that kind of damage. She was okay for the first two stages. Which event was it? Yeah, I think I'm running no ult with her, but the problem that I see is that attack percentage will be really nice against training dummies, right? Like if I'm not going to play like a maniac, trying to be super greedy, and I just do the base rotation here. Where is my Ichigo? Why is it not sort by power? Mayuri? Here. What is it based on? Anyways, yeah, if I'm not trying to play like an absolute maniac by being super greedy, my question here is simply, where do you want to fit it in, right? There are different ways to play her, and she's quite strong. She can be strong. I'm not saying that. Now, for example, I can try and hit the dissipation here, right? I mean, she plays well enough in WaveCon like this, but it's like... The problem is, where do you put the dissipation in there? If you don't have ultimate charge rate, you have no way of playing it properly. That's the problem. That's the problem I have, right? It's like... If you have a B4 Aizen, it feels okay. Because then we can also group them up together. We have the Shrift and the procs here, right? You have a little bit more ways of dissipating the enemies here, as you can see. But it's not like I feel like Bombietta is doing the work here. It's like Aizen doing the work. That's the problem. Hey Snapdragon, how's it going? Oh, missed. Yeah, there's no reason to pull right now. There's just none. But her animations are beautiful, man. Look at this. Come on. Thank you. That's a nice Freudian slip that you have there. Mambi? Okay, let's do this real quick. Shadow modding as usual. I appreciate you, AJ. She looks really, really cool. I mean, the major thing here is that she doesn't really need any prep time, right? She deals so much damage with basic attacks, and the basic attacks hit everything in the way. That is amazing, actually. So there is a lot going on for her, but it's just not in these teams right now. Oh my god, I forgot. Like, she gets buffed quite a bit in this damage instances, right? So if that's what it takes for her, I mean, can somebody confirm that she gets damage buffed? Oh wait, the chat is gone. Can somebody confirm that she is buffed in the events too? The absorb event? Still, I don't know. You've summoned her and you haven't pulled her yet? Yeah, she's tricky to play, man, but I think you will figure it out. Oh, congrats on finishing Ichigo. Oh, he's so great at B6, not gonna lie. I love him at B6. She will get buffs, definitely, in the events, but the question is... The problem that I have is, what kind of buffs... If you have Ulquiorra, that's my problem. If you have Ulquiorra, you know? If you have Ulquiorra, that's all I'm going to say. Significantly buffed and just for other types? Okay. He's dead. Oh wait, we can unlock her full bond early? Hello? Please, do the Transcendence dance. Okay, yeah, this is... Again, this is B6, please don't put too much weight into this. You can just get one of her bond set. I think what I really like about her kit is that she's very flexible, right? You can use her first in the counter or second, depending on what you're trying to do here. Like, generally speaking, her kit looks to be really good working, but it's just not working with this team right now. That's the biggest problem that she has currently. Also, the idea that you have this reservoir ability here, it's quite nice too. Again, she has a lot of things going for her. It's just like... This feels like making Grimjob work with Kisuke. Yeah, that's why I'm hoping that they're going to release Uryu in 2 weeks and not in 3. Again, like... If we are going to talk about her, I do think once she has a full team, she's going to be great. You can see this here, easily, right? I think the thing she needs right now is assuming a full team release compensates her numbers in an attack speed up. Anything really, to be honest. Anything. Again, I think her base kit is great, but it's not acceptable that her ultimate is 10 seconds long. Look at these counter animations, bro. I mean... Visually, she's on par with Ulquiorra. I mean, it's crazy how good she looks visually. Like, her animations are absolutely incredible. I mean, the counter's seamless. I don't know if you guys even noticed that I was countering there. It's... everything is really, really crisp. He already said he doesn't watch me anymore. He's done. I mean, even if I do something like this, right? I just have one counter here. And she still works fine. I mean, the entry skill here is fantastic. Look at this. Beautiful. Beautiful. So many staggers, so many hits. Fantastic hit. Yeah, I like her playstyle. It feels like a better evolution of what we had with Toshiro. That's why I don't want to be too negative here, you know? Look at this. This is amazing looking. And you have the gong playing in the background and everything. Beautiful. Really, really cool. I mean, again, I think we should... Let me show Chris this. It's a shame because I want to play the game. It's quite boring. Yeah, I feel that, but the problem is that they make events, and if the character doesn't gel well with what you like, then there is basically not much to do for you, basically, apart from the reset stuff, right? We didn't get Mythic Frontline, where you can use your own characters yet, which is kind of weird, because I was like, extend the period, I don't know. We need more evergreen content, is what I'm trying to say here. But her animations are crazy. I mean, okay. Let's glaze her a little bit. Let's do some glazing, okay? And then I need to take a little break. Her animations are so good. So good. First and foremost, I really like that they went with this kind of look here, by the way. I really like this. Like, she has... Look at this! Look at... Why does she do this? Why does she do this? There is no need. Nobody's going to ever stop her after the first basic attack. So what's the reason that she does this? This is so cool. This is so cool. I mean, what? Look at this. The little jump back and the hop. This is Eisen level of details. This is Eisen level of details. And then you have the third string. Look at this. Look at this. This is so cool. Then you have the bomb sequence here, where she explodes them. Look at this. Bro. Come on. Come on. What is this? And you go into vollständig. Why does she have idle animations for the vollständig? Even just resetting the way that she does is so great. I don't understand. The little twirl after she has the follow-up. The follow-up having an own animation. The whole... So much detail for her to job Komamura. Yeah, these units are amazing. And this is why it hurts me even more in the sense of telling people to not to summon, because it's like, I can see where they are going. I think she's well designed as an... the overall kit structure, right? I'm not saying that she is perfect in any kind of ways. I'm just saying the kit that she has works really well. Her being off the field, coming back, and then she does her attack, for example, this is such a cool thing, right? Because for a basic attack-based character, having to do the first attacks is quite irritating, in a way. So being able to be in the back line, somebody else is doing something, you're buffing up yourself, okay, cool. You swap back and she gets this, right? This is something that I want to experiment with too, but not today. Who wants your subway order? How long does it take to come to get to Switzerland? I will take it. I will take it. No finesse team, 0 out of 10 damage. Yeah, it's... I really think, by the way, again, this is something that I want to experiment with. But it's so hard to tick, right? Because look at how much spiritual pressure she gains here. Let me redo this real quick. The twirl is cute. She has super cute animations. So she gets into this and she gains 25%, and if you follow this up, for example, pay attention to how much she gains, right? Because you can go into straight into it. You don't even have to use the technique here, technically speaking. If you were to evaluate her in isolation, then she's great, but because it's a team game, she suffers due to the nature of them pushing her release before the tactic. Yes, definitely, Arbas. Definitely. Completely agree there. Yeah, can you imagine, Exen, if she completed those lovely animations on swaps? That would be fire. Again, I also think she works okay-ish in this team here. But at the moment, the biggest problem is that she takes 10 seconds to do her ultimate rotation. And it's like, what the hell is going on? So it's 45 seconds. The problem is not that she takes so long, the problem is that you cannot switch out of her. And it's basically 9 to 10 seconds here, and it's like... And the worst part of this, by the way... Yes, checks. Mama, yeah, somewhat, I think. But it still doesn't feel too good to be played with, to be honest. 19 seconds, right? We're at 19 seconds, we're going to use her full ultimate here. 18 seconds. And her ultimate, if you use her ultimate, is 1 second longer for whatever reason. It's a little bit longer than the thing. 10 seconds for ultimate is too much, man. She looks like Death a little bit. Yeah, I can see that. I can see some similarities, but yeah. Rosemary footlong with bread, pepperoni. Pepperoni is spicy salami, right? Ham, turkey. Wait, what? Pepperoni, ham, turkey, pepper jack cheese, bell peppers, banana bell peppers, lettuce, tomatoes, purple onion, black olives, sweet onion sauce. I could go away with the black olives. That's your Subway order? I'm too Italian for that order. You don't mix chicken and pork. At least we don't. Let's see if we can replicate the damage here. Again, not using the counter, we wanna replicate a B1, B2 Aizen. The windows are so tight though. Like... Key guy for the damage there, because mine is B2. I'm not going to use Kyoga Sugetsu, I just want to see how much damage we can push out of this. 16. Without Ravage, without stacks. Okay. Yeah, so it's 90 to 100 mil. 90, 100 mil. In a non-finesse team. Now. Yeah. Don't go ham. We were just going to test real quick and then I'll take a small break. Because we have been streaming for 5.5 hours and I haven't taken. I have not taken a break since then. Yeah. So let's go. We can actually start with Kiss KO right away. His kit is still crazy for how easy it is to navigate this kit. So simple yet so effective. Since it changes to Ichigo though, he doesn't float that well with Aizen anymore because of the timer. Dissipation's still going on, by the way. I love the time freezes with this team. Really underrated, actually. Bankai Ichigo really needs a little bit more love here. They are? This is a B2 Ichigo, so Bombietta is dealing more damage than Ichigo, okay? So it's not like she's bad in terms of damage. Let's be honest here. New 4-star? Wait, what? Oh. Maybe I don't think it's for SR Plus here, maybe? Maybe it's just for... If you didn't get her weapon, then you at least have a weapon to give her. Because this is the same one as every single typing has, right? Yeah, but yeah, so again, it's not like the damage is terribly bad. Do I even have stamps on him? Where's Bankai Ichigo? So he's still properly built. It's not like he's not built. Of course, it's with Eisen, blah, yada yada yada. But still, the damage of Bombietta is fine. It's not like it's garbage. It's just how it feels to pull out the damage that it's quite tricky. So, what I'm going to do right now, real quick. I will have a poll.
Trust this moment, let it stay. You are safe, you're okay.
And the question will be, should we boundary 1 or boundary 2 Bombietta today? Or should we wait for the tactician to come until the team is full so that we see how much her boundaries really benefit from a full team? I mean, if you have a support SR+, I don't think you will have this, to be honest. Mostly my reasoning on why you're not able to have this is because you're going to use maybe either their own weapon stamp or you're going to use something like intellectual or method. But with that said, I'm going to take a small break and I'm going to grab some fruits to eat, and then we're going to run this in the meanwhile. So yeah. Alright, I will be right back. Let me turn off the cam, because else somebody's going to screenshot me when I walk out, and I have a dump truck, so, you know, we have to keep that one safe for when I, you know, do the proper streams. Okay, I will be right back.
Closed eyes, floating dark, your breath in my ear. Say my name once again, leave it sleeping here. I long for more than life.
それで終わりだ。さらば残念だった。死だ。これで終わりだ。臨時攻撃隊法。爆道具よ。アイナは紅姫。紅姫。
クイーンシーホルステリー
Just you, nothing more. Just you at my
強化水決早す私が天に立つそれと波動の球児黒ひつぎにあってそれだけのことだ早すぎ
Scarred knee, stand up, torn seams, still love. I stay, quiet courage, anyway.
それでは波動の球児黒ひつぎ君にあって無駄ですよ紅姫遅くなった091戦時爆動のよいいな紅姫紅姫
I fold my tongue, let the air explain every unsaid word, hovering between us. Let the quiet say it, what my mouth won't hold. Every pause a window, every breath turns bold. Let the quiet say it till the noise falls through. If you really listen, you will hear what's true.
Malaku, why are you slandering me once again? I did nothing.
強化水決
I'm glad that I turned my camera off, not gonna lie. These peaches are next level. Spain, whatever you're doing to grow these peaches, never change. Please never change. They're fantastic. Damn. Absolutely phenomenal. So, okay, let me do one more run here. Nah, we don't need to do one more run, actually.
王となる者に必要な
Look, Malako, how is this about a compromise? We're going to pull the B1, but we are not going to use it. How about that? Alright. Hey, Mr. Miracle, how are you doing, man? Hope you're doing great. Okay, here I'm back. Is it just me or is the camera a little bit... Okay. So. Let's do... summons. We're going to summon for the B1, okay? But we're not going to use it once again. I have to do the guide for the B0 first. Which is already hard enough with just having Eisen at B6. So let's see if we can get anything going here. And then... I'm not sure how we do this. I thought maybe we can do a stream on Sunday, but then again, we don't have much to work here with. In terms of, first in terms of content, and secondly in terms of showcasing the unit. Yo, Romika, how are you doing? Right on time for the gamble. I mean, for the summoning aspect of the game. How do I make so that my game doesn't lag? I'm playing on an emulator. I play on Mumu emulator. And by the way, hey, The Death. Welcome that you're here. Nice to have you here. But please, I have a lot of people on the YouTube side of the things. So don't take me, okay? I'm too young to die. I'm just throwing everybody on YouTube to the wolves. That's my loyalty to you guys. It's like, it's me or you, and I have the death here in Twitch, so I have to be nice, guys. Okay? No, but all jokes aside, just Mumu emulator. I tried BlueStacks, I tried a few others, but Mumu was the only one that wasn't lagging. Although I heard people saying that they had issues with Mumu, but LD9 worked for them, and for some BlueStacks worked. So it's... I would just try... Yeah, I had problems with LD Player too. Hey Juan, thank you so much. How is it going, man? What's my opinion on Bambi? Well, we'll skip the question. Next one. Ask me about Ichigo. Why am I having more luck off stream than I'm on stream? Am I? Where's the content creation luck? I became a content creator to save money. Maybe they know that it is all a farce for me just to get first pull luck or something? This is awful. So anyways, yeah. Thank you, man, that you're not taking me. And please don't take anybody on YouTube either. You know what? I think the best way to describe if you should get Bombietta is by just watching these summons. If this is already getting you icks, that's how much you should pull for Bambi. Now, all jokes aside, her damage is fine. I think a lot in her kits really can be fun, but the problem is that I don't know. They saw Ichigo and they were like 7 seconds. We can do better. We can do 10 seconds rotations. Should I take Ichi to B6 from B4? Just testing, by the way. Okay. We're not going to go for the B2 right now. I mean, if you spend, you might as well. Because the performance increase is quite hefty. Basically, the B4 prepares you to have a better B6, and vice versa. It really flows well with the B2 too. So yeah, if you spend, then I would go all the way. He's a fantastic character. 2-in-1? Oh, nah, that's reserved for my free-to-play. How should I describe... the thing is... Okay. Gameplay-wise... She needs fixing. A lot of fixing. And now you cannot fix her, Romika. Only the devs can. Yeah, I know Malaku. Hey, man, thank you so much for the follow, the death. Is it that death or is it that death? I mean, is it a specific one, or are we just generally speaking of, you know, that death? Just call me Death? I feel like if I just call you Death, then I will get banned. I'm just kidding, man. Welcome to the stream. She just released too early, man. And then I'm not saying this as a wordplay because of the delays. Yes, it's funny, haha. But no, I'm just saying that she should have been released before a full tactician or a support. We would need a support here to really benefit from this. Because the thing is, you have already Aizen that kind of commands time on the field. You need to be able to get the Ravage up. Especially if you have a B4, B6 Aizen where you have 10 stacks of Ravage. The damage loss that you have, not having that, is just too big, because every single Ravage stack also gives defense penetration. And Bombietta only has defense penetration on the ultimates. So in that sense, it works in the team, but you have to pre-plan everything. And the problem is, like, one of the main problems that she really has is that her Vollständig can be lost when she swaps out. Like, I do this, right? She's in Vollständig. I go out. She uses a trigger. She uses the technique that she has in Ultimate, which is nice, right? From a perspective that I will go into in a second. But you still lose a full Ultimate rotation. And the second part is that When you go with her into vollständig automatically, like on the special attack press on the hold button here, you don't get her major buff. If I switch into her via entry, then she gets this buff here. That increases her attack by 25%. I don't get that if I just do this manually, like if I do this from here. I'm a very low spender, just monthly pass and the odd few special rewards. I mean, how much do you really enjoy True Shikai Ichigo? So I go into vollständig here. I don't have anything, you know? There is nothing here. And that's a problem. Because they are like, okay. Like, it's not that much of a big issue, to be honest, once you get into the flow and how she works. It's quite nice. But it's still a problem. Because people look at the kit and the kit looks really complicated even if it's not. And the main reason why is because, well, some parts of the kits are buggy. For example, she will gain... let me do this. Randomly. Why did she gain spiritual pressure there? Because of the thing here, right? Okay, cool. So, when you do the swapping out and you do a counter, the main problem here is that she gains spiritual pressure too, right? Let me see if I can do this without her triggering that annoying effect here. Wait. She gains... Like, how to put this? The amount that she gains doesn't really make sense by what it's written in the tooltips. This is like Kenpachi 2.0. Everyone use all your Jades on Bambi, she does 2x damage of Ichigo. One time cap. I mean, her damage is fine. Like, even in this team, her damage is fine, right? It's not like it's bad. And you can still run her double support, but the problem is that for new players... Yeah, the tooltips are really... But the problem is that the tooltips are books and they're not even correct. I did 100 mil at B0. Again, it's not her team. I used Bankai Ichigo as reference. Bankai Ichigo usually deals really good damage, especially in the low boundaries, right? And he was doing 65 to 70, something like that. So it's not like her damage is atrocious with Aizen. It's a good damage that she has. But the problem is, who should pull for this right now? New players? No. New players have Tozen, you have so many avenues of a trust team that works. Oh yeah, sure, I can. Feels a hard carry? Yeah, it is. He's the hard carry currently, because you cannot pair her with any other support except for Kisuke. That's the second problem. So basically, you have to build her... If you feel like you cannot really adhere to the rules of her rotation, then ultimate charge rate is going to help you, but it's not ideal. I will only pull her because of FOMO. I mean, the FOMO is 60 days. Like, again, visually, I'm not even discussing the visual part of the things, because visually she's fantastic. She's up there with Ulquiorra, visually. But it's just like... Her core stamp adds around 30%, 25 to 30% damage to her kit, which is crazy. Really, really crazy. This part here is okay, it's nice. It's like, do you go with basic attack damage in the perks, or do you go with ultimate damage in the perks? Or do you go all damage in the perks? And then when it comes to stats, you need to have a high crit rate here. So at B0 she's very expensive, because you have to have a high crit rate on her. You have to have some ultimate charge rate to make it a little bit easier to work around the rotation. And ideally you need crit damage, because the only support that she has is Kisuke, and his crit damage is capped, so to speak. So it's like, I mean, look at this stamps here. It's achievable. And I mean, she has invigorates, right? It's not like she has perfect stamps at all. She has invigorates here and restraint here, which is kinda meh, right? This is 10% damage increase, basically. But at the same time, if I give her another buttload of perks, do I even have enough to reroll? No. No, I don't. So I don't even have Nexus stamps to reroll her. But yeah.
イラついてるから部屋に来て。今すぐ。
Perfect support build, yeah. That's what she is. 88% crit rate too low. If I 30 my stamp 3, it will reach 93 or 90. Yeah, I mean 93 is fine. The problem with stamping her out so early, what if she gets an SR support similar to Momo, where then your crit rate is increased, right? But she doesn't have a crit damage conversion. And I think this is another problem. A lot of her passives work based on other Bambis being there. I mean, she's literally called Bambi Squad Captain. This is quite nice, but this is 20%, and it's not true. Because she goes from 20 to 60% for whatever reason. This here only works for 30 seconds, it needs to be 35 seconds at least. At a minimum, 40 would be better. Would give him more leeway, especially with Aizen. This here doesn't really matter too much, to be completely honest, because, well... It's like... You have 30% here on the weapon. Then you have possibly Aizen B4. And it's like, yeah, there is not much there for the defense penetration to really do much. To really scale off. For defense penetration to scale properly, you have to do damage. Then this part is completely irrelevant, by the way. Because this part here gets buffed up by the weapon. And it's the same text. This is another problem here, actually, if you think about this. She has a lot of stuff that should make her scale really, really hard. But the problem is that she cannot really benefit from it. Like the... Just real quick. While in vollständig state, for each stack of explosion, the target increases damage dealt by 0.5%, right? Which is fantastic, by the way. Gives a lot of dupe value to the weapon. But here it's when releasing finishing bombardment. Okay. Finishing bombardment. Finishing bombardment. Finishing bombardment? No, this is gliding bombardment. What is this? Diving slash? No, it's not diving. It's not that. Unrestrained barrage. No, it's not that either. Total devastation. It's not that either. Thanks to you all. Chain bombardment. Is that the vollständig state that they talk about? What is the final hit of basic attack chain bombardment? I know it's this part here. I know it's written, okay, but it's not clear in how it affects the character properly. Because in here it's written as finishing bombardment, right? So you have to read a whole book to find out that this here goes through defense, but it's only the final hit, and then the explosion stacks are not longer cleared. Okay, cool, but it doesn't really matter, because in her kit, she kinda ignores how many explosion stacks that you brought up to, because, well... Again, it's so stupid. This is basically just them telling you to have the weapon or get effed. If you don't have the weapon, this clears, and then you cannot apply a lot of explosion stacks, and you cannot ever cap this. With this, you cap the explosion stacks, but yeah, it's convoluted, man. It's so much text here for nothing. What does explosion do? Def ignore, the same as here, right? It's like, I don't know. It's really... The tooltips are really bad. She has follow-up attack, for example. The follow-up attack, tapping at the basic attack button once again, you do another attack into the third string, which is fine. But at the same time, if you take a look at the basic attacks, you do this. You do this, right, into the third basic attack, but there is no mention on how much accumulation you have of spiritual pressure. So, currently, the way that you play this is you tap basically the technique, and then you double tap the attack button. Where? No, it's basically, this is a 50% defense down if you have 50 stacks. Currently you can get up to 70%. What did I say? Math? 25%. But yeah, currently you can go up to 70%, and is it in the boundaries? Yeah, in the boundary, in the BTU, you get up to 100. And then you start out with 30 as when you do the entry skill. So it basically, all that it means is that this is a lot of text passive for them to telling you, as long as you do the rotations properly, you get that defense penetration on the biggest hits. That's what it is, right? And then if you have to beat you gain 100 stacks, but then you cap at 100 and you gain 30 once you enter. So, and the thing here is, the problem with all of this is that you have a lot of text here. There's a lot of redundancy in her kit, that if you miss something, you can go back and reset the rotation. Which I don't have a problem with, but for example, something like this, thanks to you all, she goes into vollständig, but she doesn't have... This is the worst way to enter vollständig. And it's just bad. It's just bad all around. Again, please don't misunderstand. Her damage is fine. Her damage is okay as she is. But it's just like, there is a lot of things in her kit that needs to be ironed out. When will they patch the old character stats from everything? Tired of ghost calculating some of these characters. Juan, you and me too both, man. You and me too both. I think a lot of this has to do with how the game calculates stuff. For example, Trushika Ichigo, Naliel, this here for example, or you have the, I think the crit rate here in battle. These passives here all engage, get active once you get into battle, right? So this causes a lot of problems when it comes to reading the set sheets. Like for example here too, right? Because it's 4200 attack, but then you have this passive here, and you get 50% attack once you start the battle. As a free-to-play, should I go for Mayuri's weapon? Yes. I would always advise to not go for characters if you cannot get the weapon. I know sometimes it's hard to understand what it means, but in terms of his weapon, you not only gain a lot more buffs, so to speak, because you get 5% all skill mastery and then 10% all ailment mastery, but specifically when it comes to Mayuri, the biggest benefits that you have is that you will start right away with all the buffs up, right? Just to showcase this real quick, and then we go back into rotation with Bombietta. So this is the effect of the weapon, right? This here is the effect of the weapon here. Which means that if you have the weapon, this is what you do. You press the button, you get the Bankai, you press the technique, and you get the effect at the same time. So you have the superhuman potion running, you have the poison ticking in the background, and you have already all the buffs up. Really, really important. Okay? If you don't do that, it needs, depending on how much ultimate charge rate you have, it needs twice the time to build him up properly. As you need 2 techniques to get to the ultimate. And to the spiritual pressure here. And the added benefit here too is that he dissipates the enemy by quite a bit. So yeah, there are multiple reasons why you want to have his weapon. But the buffs are for sure the main part. Always save up enough to get for the character and the weapon. Always consider the weapon a must-have. Juan, I don't know. I think if they delayed Bombietta, I can see them being really behind in what they need to do. And I really truly hope that this doesn't mean that the anniversary is being delayed too. I hope that it doesn't have a ripple effect. But yeah, again, all this text of book, by the way, and there is a very easy way around this, actually. So the character itself plays fine. I'm not going to use the technique. I'm trying to pretend I'm a B1, B2 Aizen here. You swap into her, you use the tab here real quick. You swap back, and now you have the entry there. You see this red Schrift? This is the entry. So when you switch into her, now she's in Vollständig, which is fantastic. Looks absolutely phenomenal, by the way. Look at this. Beautiful. You deplete all the spiritual pressure there. Yeah, I can. Hey Sekka, how is it going, man? Yeah, Bambi looks insane. Really, really cool looking character, for sure. And I mean, again, once you get used to it, it's quite nice to play in a sense, but it's just like she needs 10 seconds on field time, right? And this can be really, really tight with Aizen. So... again, I'm not trying to use too much here. Her animations are beautiful. But the problem is you cannot switch out of this, right? You have to stay in here. Why we do refer? Because of Ascension. I mean, there are people that use W5 to say Weapon 5, Weapon Ascension 5, to not... because technically speaking, core stamps are ascended too, and only the characters have boundaries. So it's 80 million damage here. If I would play this a little bit better, I will get up to 100. That was my highest so far, 100 million. And it's not too bad. For being run with Aizen, compared to a B2 Bankai Ichigo, she's providing more damage, right? I will do it once more, and then I will do a double support run. Again, because it's Ascension, so if you just speak about the weapon, you say A5 for Ascended 5, right? But yeah, and I think it's easier to say, for me, when I live streaming or when I'm talking, it's easier to say A5 than W5. Because W is very weird letter to say as a German-oriented person. If that makes any sense. So yeah, this is the rotation I've come up with for B2, B1 Eisen. Swap first into Bambi. Use some basic attacks there after connecting, so that you get a little bit more spiritual pressure. Then swap back into Bambi, do the entry here with Vollständig. We're going to focus here on the battlefield skill early. Bambi first. We can use the technique here once again. And then we should have enough time here to get our ultimate going. And then we can swap manually into this. It's more interesting to say W for the weapon. Now I have the Ravage up properly. Before this, they fell off. So let's see how much damage we're going to do here. If the Kiske buff doesn't fall off either. And this is the major problem here, the Kiske buff just fell off. That's the biggest problem, is to keep them all in line. That's always so tough to do. Look at how much damage you lose there. So yeah, because I lost the damage there, we lost around 10 mil, 8 to 10 mil. So it was around 90 million damage there. For me, but in Bambi technically it's A, because she doesn't have a weapon, she has an ability. Well, she has the sword here. But yeah, it's an ability, yeah. Let's see, as a spender, what's better to spend on? If you need the Jades for summoning, then the monthly pass, the monthly card, sorry. If you just want to have generally more, how should I say this? More resources than the battle pass. Yeah, her ability is Schrift. Yeah, that's true. That's true. What was the request here again? Let me see. Orihime and Rukia. You're not going to play Orihime and Rukia. You're going to play with Kiske here. You're never going to use Rukia with her. But this works fine. You can do this. You can start the same way here. Even if you go over, doesn't matter too much. The good thing about her spiritual pressure is that she has a secondary bar, right, where you can have a reservoir above this. Mbappé, Kiske. I can show. Give me 1 second to finish this one here. Let me see how long does it take here for Orihime. Yeah. This is the problem with Bombietta. She takes so much time And you cannot go out of the vollständig else she loses it, even in this ultimate form here, by the way. Which it kinda irks me. I feel like this form here, if this was the one that she can switch in and out of, that would have been nice. So her damage is fine, right? Funnily enough, by the way, her damage with Kisuke and Orihime is as good as it is with Aizen. So the only difference, because you see a lower DPS, is because, well, Aizen deals damage, right? But in terms of bringing damage forward, this is really good. But, again, this is a fully built Bombietta. This is on the par now with what Tsushika Ichigo is doing. I would say... but again, it's a very, very, very expensive Bombietta. She's free to play ult level. She's a little bit above ult level. They overcomplicate vollständig? Yeah, definitely. Again, I don't mind if they are like, you know what? The easiest fix to all of this, make this here. Like this is, when you're in vollständig, you use the technique to finish the vollständig early, and then the full duration, like if you have a 20-second duration on the buff for the vollständig, and you're at 18, that converts into spiritual pressure, and then you can switch it on and off, right? It doesn't really make much sense that she is fixed in that state. It just doesn't make much sense. Especially after people being really, really vocal about being pissed off on how Tsushika Ichigo needs 7 seconds to do his rotation. Again, I personally would say wait to summon for her, because she's very expensive to build. This is the build that I'm running her with, right? Crit rate 100%, crit damage okay-ish. Ultimate charge rate is a little bit needed. I personally go for ultimate charge rate in the substat, because I would rather take a damage loss in terms of not having attack percentage, but instead I have a smoother rotation. And that's basically, yeah, that's... The stamps are really bad too, like, if I... But again, this is really important. She's level 100. My free-to-play Tsushika Ichigo deals 1.3 mil, and he is level 80. In a Tozen setup, with Kisuke. Now you could argue that Tozen provides more benefits, yes, technically speaking, yes. But again, there is a lot of room for improvement here. Like we can go to 100 mil in a double support setup, but this is so expensive to do. I mean, how long do you need to farm to get these stamps here? Stop time, anything, yeah. Anything. And that's the problem. Also, I'm running not her own bond. I mean, this will be... I don't even know if this is that much better, to be honest. If I'm completely honest. But yeah, she's expensive to run. And the damage that she has at A1 is kinda lacking, not gonna lie. Like, generally speaking, genuinely, the whole damage comes from her core stamp. Because this is what she does, right? Ultimate damage and basic attack damage. At A1, core A1, C1, it was not good. It was not. And then if you take away Kisuke, for example, you don't have many options here either. You have maybe a Rangiku. We could try Kisuke with Rangiku there. Ulk, Momo and Rukia do 1.4. Well, again... Yeah, level 100, yeah, true, Romika. Yeah, but I'm comparing them with my level 80. Because I'm trying to gauge if she's on the same level, you know? And I feel like Tsushika Ichigo for a new account is so much better. She is similar to Grimjo, that she kinda needs the support from somebody else. Even though she has good ways on amplifying damages, but it's like... Seka, do you wanna rephrase this one? You use BWC? I think there is a dick joke in there somewhere. Oops. I mean Dick, the dude, you know? The dude. He's called Dick, like the brother of John. Anyways, how's the weather in your parts of the world, guys? Tell me. Nah, man. We're good. Oh, I didn't use the ultimate there. I'm such a dumbass. So hot since snow? Yeah. I mean, Switzerland still being this hot in August is quite triggering me, not gonna lie. How much damage does Rangiku do here? Yeah, that's not enough. I mean, it's still something. I'm trying to understand. The problem is, oh man, guys. Oh, no joke. No joke. Let me showcase this real quick. So for those that just joined in and don't really know how Bombietta works, this is the spiritual pressure bar, and you have a secondary bar here that she can overflow basically, right? So when she is off the field, if you have it full, you have to use the Shrift. There is no way around this except for counter. Okay, this doesn't trigger the Shrift. So, what happens is, if I go into this here, into the Vollständig, and then I press the technique, I take whatever is in the reservoir, in the small bar there, and I put it into my spiritual pressure reserves, right? As you can see here. The problem with that is, though, that in order to do so, you have to have something in here. So if you have already full spiritual pressure bar, the chances are very slim that you are going to fill this one up properly. And the main reason why it's hard to do so is because we don't have another Bambi yet. Once you get Bambis, her gameplay will shift to just go from entry to entry to entry. And the main reason why is this part here. If a character other than Bombietta uses an entry skill, Bombietta gains spiritual pressure. We don't know how much, but we gain spiritual pressure here. So if she's not in her entry state yet, then you can see how overflowing the entry bar really makes for this. I'll switch into her, she's off the field, right? Off the field, she's off the field for 3 seconds. She gains the follow-up attack. The follow-up attack gives her spiritual pressure. Exactly. So you see how in a finesse team, in a Bambi team, Disney movie Bleach team. I don't know. We will see. Hopefully Uryu is going to be finesse, not gonna lie, because Bombietta needs it. With Eisen? Is it dealing more damage? But wait, is it dealing more damage because she herself deals more damage, or because the team is going to deal more damage?
砕けろ強化水月遅い波動の球黒棺君にある
意味わかんない
無駄ですよ紅姫紅姫紅姫
I'm too late here. Right? Am I? Oh no, maybe not. Wait. I just need 5 seconds here. This is way less damage though. She loses 30 mil. So yes, Aizen is doing more damage if you're comparing this with a B4, B6 Aizen, but a B2, B1 Aizen will lose damage. I mean, look at how much damage she loses here.
Yo, 久しぶりじゃねえか。私が怖くて顔も見られないとか
So the question is this worth it? I don't have a B1 or B2 Aizen, so... Yeah, but it doesn't matter if you lose damage. I mean... I see what you're saying, and I agree, the team felt quote-unquote better, but I don't think that this will help finding damage. So I understand what I understand what you're saying there, but I'm trying to find an angle where I'm like the problem that I have with all of this, it is fine and it plays quite well, okay? It plays well. I'm not arguing against it, but my question is, from a perspective as a content creator and somebody who gives advice, would I give an advice of somebody running Bombietta with a Kenny stamp instead of just straight up pulling for Tsushika Ichigo? Oh no. Absolutely. I feel like it feels more organic to play that way, you know? Let's cleanse our... Oh, wait. How does this look with Bombietta, though? Red on red, you know? Just for science purposes, guys. Rukia and Orihime. Yeah, I mean, Rukia makes somewhat sense. Uryu needs to be hot swapped quite a bit to make sense out of him. But yeah, I would just run double support at this point. Does this work? Ah, let me redo this. Let's see how the ultimate stacking looks like here. Let's see how this looks visually, okay? I'm next level genius, by the way. I'm not swapping into Bombietta because I don't want Bombietta to get the counter. I want her to get the spiritual pressure increase. No, that's why I'm truly understanding. I understand where you're coming from with that, so don't worry. Let's just go straight into ultimate here. Let me see how this looks like. Now the problem is that it's not good enough on my... This looks so crazy, by the way. This looks really crazy. Oh, this looks so good. Holy crap. Okay. Yeah, What Ichigo doesn't have good animations, by the way. Just real quick. Wanted to mention this. The problem is that I don't have Aizen on my free-to-play account. So I couldn't really properly test this. It's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. That looks great. So I just did the pool for the B1 just for fun, but the problem is that in terms of, yeah, again, the problem that I have with the B1 and the B2 is that I would rather wait for changes, because the B1 really alters a little bit how you want to engage with Bombietta, because you get the entry skill right away, right? And that is a problem. And if they are going and fix her at B0, I can do quick guides about this, but if they fix her at B0, at that current state that we are in, I don't have any ways to kind of do the guides, so that's the problem there. But yeah, I can see, Ixon, what you're saying, and I agree with you that it's not the paradigm that we should adhere to, because by that logic we can just say, why would we even summon for this, right? I mean, having the entry ready from the get-go, it's quite strong regardless, right? Because basically, you can... If you have an entry ready right away, you start with Kisuke. And then you go into this Vollständig, right? So I can see why it makes a lot of a difference, because, let's see. We can emulate the B1 a little bit here. After watching my stream, you decided to dupe out Ichigo instead. Fair point. Because you have still 6 seconds here. And I truly understand, Ixon, what you say with the Kenny stamp. Because by the time that you're done here, you can swap out of it, right? With the Kenny stamp. And you still have the ultimate done. So it feels better. I understand that. But the problem is that if we are going to test Bambi and her damage, we have to be mindful of when I use Aizen, because he's B6. Romika, that's true. I'm not going to read it aloud because maybe it sounds as I'm promoting gambling. Yeah, again, I don't think that we can really judge Bambi right now. Her damage is fine for a B0. And again, I want to mention this real quick. If you're going back and watch everything that Tsushika Ichigo does in a thrust team already, right? How much damage did he deal at B0 with an Aizen, for example? Because there you will have the same issues that you're currently having with Bombietta too. So it's hard to compare them, but Bombietta looks strong on paper. It's just that there is a lot of issues when it comes to how to play her. Yes, Ixon, that's my thesis too. I don't think that you have counters to counter into you. You're going basically from Schrift to Schrift. How do you ban people here? YouTube. Report. Remove. Oh, here, put user in timeout. Jax! No, I'm just kidding, man. I'm not going to abuse my powers like that. So, what I want to do... I want to see if I can find... a good moment where to swap. And again, I'm not going to use the counter here. I just really want to keep it a buck and having emulating B1, B2 Aizen as good as possible. Because I don't think it's fair for everybody else if I'm just going to use my counters there and just showcasing what she's able to do in a general sense. We're going to drop the Giga here for the B2. Oh, close. What do you mean people keep on unsubscribing? Dictator Adro. Yes, pay attention. This so far feels like the best non-UCR rotation that I have. The problem here is, how can I do this? Am I losing Ravage? I don't know. I don't check my live. I don't check my subs. Did I? I don't know. If people want to unsubscribe, they can. I mean, if it's not the content that they're looking for, that's fine. Again, guys, I appreciate every single one of you watching, being here, watching my content and stuff. And the subs only matters up to a certain point for the monetization sense of things. But I don't really care too much about the number in general. I don't even know where I was before I started. How can I do this, though? Let's do it differently. No, he gives a little bit more, but the Ravage buff is the defense down from the B4. But it's all resistance down and defense penetration. What if we delay here? Romika's trolling? he needs to look for a better troll then. I don't really care about the subs too much. Don't you get bored now? No, I don't. It's such a fun game. I love this game so much, man. What? No! I didn't press the button, what? That's bullshit. It will always go up and down randomly, don't pay attention too much to it. Yeah, again, I don't know. Like... The thing is... I'm not gonna lie. I look at the number, I don't even know what it means. I don't try to... Because when I see things, I try to visualize stuff, right? And for me, since July, it has been going up and up and up, and I don't know, every single day, 1, 2, I think 3 subs or something, which is crazy. Like, the growth is exploding. I don't even know, we started at 300 something in July, and we were way past that. I wasn't expecting to get to 1000 subs until next April, for example. And I'm like, what? You guys are, like, no joke, you guys are smashing the metrics. It's insane. If I take a look at analytics, you guys have been pulling numbers similar to somebody who has 4 or 5k subs. I don't understand. I don't. I really don't. It's crazy. I mean, my watch time, and that's the thing that I need for monetization for AdSense, is 1000 subs and 4000 watch hours. And starting February, you need 8000, right? In 1 year. We already have 7.8k watch hours. Bro. There was a time before July where we were at 150, 200 views was the range after a day. And now my range is 650 views. And I'm like, what's going on? I don't know, it feels surreal, I'm not gonna lie. I saw a thread where my picture was posted for the starting rewards. Love you. Yeah, so I saw like people talking about me, and it feels so surreal. I'm like, bro, you guys are recommending me on Reddit, and it's like, I don't know, it's just my brain that cannot comprehend this. That's why I try to kind of blend it out. I'm just trying to have fun with you guys and just not try to think too much about what's going on there, you know? The only thing that I kinda displeases me a little bit is when people dislike the video without giving feedback, because then with a dislike I cannot do nothing, right? You dislike it without telling me why you dislike it, and I'm like, okay, well, that's pointless. Because I'm doing content for you guys, and the feedback that you guys give me on what kind of content you wanna watch, what you guys find interesting. Even again, you can go back in time. There was comments, for example, can you do Frenzy Feast showcase or something? And I did a showcase for this, because if I have time to record stuff like that, yeah, I can do that. It was popular again that I was showing events, maybe giving tips and hints on how to maximize points with just the trial characters, and I'm doing that. Even if it's just a 6-minute video, I don't care. If that's what you guys need to have fun in the game, I don't care. I love this game so much. I want you guys to be able to enjoy it too. And I mean this. I really mean this. I don't know. Romika. Thank you so much, Benedetto. I really appreciate the comment there. And yeah, if you guys can see the work that I put into the videos and everything, mission accomplished again. The thing is, for those that have watched me a few times already, you guys know this, but one of the main goals for me with my content creation here is to be a little bit anti-FOMO, you know? This is what you get, this is how it looks like from my perspective, from somebody who played a lot of RPGs, from somebody who looks at intrinsic values in a little bit of a different way, not only performance. If this is something that you find valuable, if you don't summon for a character because, first and foremost, you didn't go into the FOMO that other people might create for you, that's good enough for me. Because at the end of the day, yes, if you want to spend money on that. You know, I think everybody will appreciate this if you do spend money. But I personally, as a human being, I will never advocate to spending money, because I don't know your guys' situation, and every single one of you who watches me should be mature enough to decide for themselves if they want to spend. So all I can do is give general values. No, it's not, Juan. It's just a debuff. Generally speaking, when it comes to debuff, left side is just a normal debuff, right side of the boss bar is an ailment. Amen. Again, Benedetto, thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys for appreciating the work that I put into this. Hey, thank you so much, Jax. Appreciate this. Yeah, I think one of the first breakout videos was Weapon Core versus Boundaries for Grimjaw. That was one that was performing way above. Yeah, I know, Juan. It's worded really badly because when you look at oh, who was it? Oh, who's the character? Mayuri. Mayuri's passive says that if you have any debuffs on the target, terror procs, right? So technically, you can see here 30,000, 7k, 8k and stuff like that. So if I go into Vollständig and I put up buffs, then the damage should increase, but it doesn't. So this is debuff, but it's not the right one. And this is the ailment here, right? Small difference. I really don't like that they call this all debuffs. I don't know. They should rename this, but yeah. Yeah, again, I think when it comes to testing and stuff, I also go onto Reddit, and if I see something that I can take away from there, I will. And if you guys, for example, tell me to try something, I will try something. It just depends. Like, if it's about semantics, if it's about maximizing the damage on the training dummy from 95% to 100%, that's not what I'm gonna do, because I don't really like training dummies. They need, yeah. Sometimes the tooltips are really bad. That's why I'm going to hammer that horse to death until they change the tooltips a little bit. That they need to change the tooltips in a way that it's more readable. That makes more sense. Like naming conventions. I wouldn't even go for weapon, to be honest. I wouldn't even go for the weapon. What's the point of the weapon? Crit rate? Nah. Like, the weapon here, it's like... and the thing is that really irks me is that they do so much good stuff, right? They call this Hirien Kyakyu, they take their time to call this Vollständig and everything else. Even, again, like somebody mentioned in the chat, switching this from weapon to ability, right? they put attention to the detailing there. But then you take some look at the tooltips and you're like, bro, nah. Explain also as our supports could be. Yeah, but again, I just come from a long-standing history of playing RPGs, right? And the thing is, what does it matter if Bombietta is broken? And it's only broken, like, this is a really good example actually. You take Trushika Ichigo, right? Trushika Ichigo, for you to really feel a difference in what you can achieve on leaderboards and generally speaking to get a little bit of ROI back, you need to be at B2. So you either go B0 or you go B2. Having a little bit more crit rate doesn't change how easy he is to build. So there is no value into the B1. But at the same time, for people that want a little bit more, stopping at the B1 is not enough. You need to go to the B2, because this part here is so strong, and then you feel the effects of the B1 better, right? And then if you want to go a little bit more, you can go A3, A2 on the weapon, because the way that you can work around the breach marks, depending on how, if you pair him with Mayuri, depending on what you do, the breach mark limits really increases damage quite drastically actually, and it gets easier to build him Q with a crit rate, right? But yeah, there's a lot of things that I think that it's valuable to you guys. I don't know. It's just the way that I want to present content is just to have value, so that you guys can decide if you want to go for something. Because at the end of the day, and this is just me, this is the mentality that I have when it comes to content creation. When I was playing auto gachas, sometimes I felt bad to pull for a character. And the best example, recent example, is 7 Deadly Sins Origin. 7 Deadly Sins Origin is, everybody was telling you to go for the boundary 5. So basically how the game works is that you get B4, you have P10, but you get the P4 for free, right? So everybody was like, yeah, P5 is minimum, P7 is best ever, and you're like, yeah, but as a free-to-play player, you just barely get the P4. You just barely get the character. It is not feasible in any ways to get higher up. So what's the point of telling me that the character is great at P7 if you never tested if the character is viable at P4? Some characters that were designed, right now there's a controversy by the way, right now there's a controversy that there is a character that has been designed for certain content and that the minimum requirement, that B0, is not able to clear the content that it's designed for. Yeah, I mean, by the way, speaking of love and game, yeah, this is so much there, man. There are so many Easter eggs too, right? Actually, is there an Easter egg with the doggy? Let me see, I don't speak Japanese, but we should be able to hear if there is a difference, right? So yeah, I appreciate every single one of you watching. A lot of you guys, by the way, are sitting through the live streams for a long time. Sometimes I think you guys are crazier than I am. So yeah, thank you so much. Just even being able to reach whatever subscriber we are at right now much faster than we usually would from the old trajectory. Yeah, this has been amazing. So yeah, thank you once again, guys. Crazy.
7番隊隊長駒村左陣
真打ちだもっと精霊艇中ボロボロになってから出てきた方が盛り上がるよ
Something about the Serete?
もっと精霊艇中ボロボロになってから出てきた方が盛り上がる
わしは
私が怖くて顔も見られないとか
She has a different voice line with Sajin.
案ずるな
イラついてるから部屋に来て今すぐ
I don't know what she's saying, but this is a different voice line.
もっと精霊艇中ボロ
感情の
私が怖くて顔も見られないとか
These are different voice lines, but it's not for the Serete. Oh no, wait, it's the same? Oh no, it's the same. Okay, I was happy about this. Do they have interaction in game? Let me see real
無駄な
quick.
ことはやめた方がいい用意
That would be sick if they have interactions. But yeah, the Easter eggs are amazing. Like the Ichigo with Naliel is fantastic. These animations are so
す
sick.
いません
何何ちょっと
遅くなっちゃってすいません案ずるな
What did she say?
案ずる
してるわ
な案ずるな
何何ちょっと
案ずるな
This is the standard one, right?
何何ちょっと
遅くなっちゃってすいません案ずるな
Let's see if she says this with Kisketyu.
遅くなっちゃってすいません遅くなっちゃってすいません
This is proper testing, by the way. Oh, she says this too. It doesn't seem like she has an interaction with Sajin. Okay. So, what we're going to do now... Let me see. I want to see if I can maximize the rotation a little bit. I feel like I found a good way to do the proper rotation. Like the base rotation, I think it's round about this part here, what I was showing. But I want to see if I can maximize it a little bit here. So for this purpose, we are going to animation cancel. I would usually use her technique here, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to delay the ultimate here. Okay, so this looks fine. 27 seconds. We have enough time here with 10 Ravage stacks. We have to refresh the Ravage after this. Ah. Ten seconds. Yeah, we're missing the Kiske ult here. Yeah, and her ult too. 10 seconds. 10 seconds is not enough. Reading the end of her passive skill is like reading another language. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. "20 seconds. Idea. I have an idea here. I want to test something. Just testing. I want to see something here. Please. Come on. Oh, barely. Barely.
これからは私が天に立つ大公君にあってこれだけのことだまあ波動の球黒ひつ君にあって無駄ですよ紅姫紅姫
Nah, it's not enough. Okay. I was thinking maybe if I get out of this early, I can get it done, but no, I cannot. Okay. Talking about the tracking the historical maximum stacks and something about being below recorded max. Yeah, this is quite easy, actually. Basically, the simple version here is that it snapshots the bombardments. Give me a second. It's a useless text, by the way, and I will tell you in a second why. Because it's only there in case that you don't pull the weapon. So when you are in Vollständig, you put up these bombarding stacks here, right? On the target. These explosions. So if you do full rotation here, you're at 70 anyways, this here. So what it means, the last part of the passive is, regardless of when this explosions hits, the time that you use the ultimate is the amount of explosions that are being snapshotted, right? So even if you are at 69 the next time, it's still using the 70. Like the highest stacks possible is going to be used on the next ultimate. It's just a way to snapshot the damage, basically. And I feel like I make it more complicated by explaining it this way. What if we do this here instead? Yeah, it's worded really badly, actually. Not gonna lie. Maybe. That would be nice, though. Visual learning is quite nice to have, to be able to do. "30 seconds. So we get his ultimate ready before we get to the 20-second mark, 10-second mark. Was this what we needed to get this done? There's the ultimate. Did we keep it? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. All we need is love. Such a beautiful name. Makes me smile. Bro, how? What? How does the... What does the ultimate here take 11 seconds? It doesn't make sense. Why? Why? I truly don't understand. I really don't. It does, yeah, but only to up until a certain amount. I have 33% at the current moment. But I wouldn't go too high there. The problem is not that you cannot go into the ultimate. Momentarily, the problem is that the ultimate is far too long. Like, it doesn't trigger... For whatever reason, the ultimate doesn't register at the same time as the Vollständig. If you entry with a Vollständig, you're faster doing the ultimate. It takes way too long. Let me redo this again. This felt quite good. $28. We're going to lose the buff here again. What if we... What if we go right away here? Again, it's just like 12 seconds. Yeah, we lose the buff there, right at the edge of it. This doesn't matter too much then. It's just like... It just doesn't really... feels as smooth as it should. So instead, what we're going to do is... Let's try and rush Eisen instead a little bit here. We have to cheat a little bit, so to speak. I should have a double support setup in my video, right? Ah, that's the problem here. Ah. I mean, you can take the double support setup that I did with Ichigo, and then you can run it with Mayuri and Rangeko too. So, Daimata, we're going to keep going until I find a rotation that I'm comfortable feeling sharing. Without you guys needing to break your fingers. For Rangiko herself, let me double check real quick.
どうしたずいぶん浮かねえ顔してるじゃねえか
I think she has a little bit too much here.
するわよ
Oh no, it's fine. This here is fine. 128. It depends. She doesn't really need that much stats, so you just make ailment damage, ultimate charge rate. Whatever feels more comfortable for you to be able to apply and keep up with the buffs. Yeah, you can double support her, yes. You can put Orihime instead of Aizen here if you don't have Orihime. If you don't have Aizen. It's quite a good team actually to have. You already got it, it's OP. What did you get Apti plays games? $49, $47, $43. 10 seconds left. We're at 32 seconds with Vollständig here. We're going to lose Ravage, but that's fine, I think. We can still... Let's see. Does this work? We should have every single buff up except for Kisuke's ultimate. But that's fine. $10 million damage without the crit damage buff is so bad though. It feels so bad, not gonna lie. 81 mil. We're losing at least 6 to 9 mil here. Infamous Aura, did my answer help or do you need more? Because with Ichigo, Mayuri and Rangiko, as long as you keep the technique on cooldown, you should be fine there. The only thing is that you need to know that you don't use up Heineko's mark during Transcendence. So you don't have to use the technique before Transcendence, the Rangiko technique that is. Congrats, Juan. Okay, let me try to lock in here a little bit. This year? No, she's B0. She's B0. Yeah, that's great, Juan. That's fantastic, actually, if you're able to compete there. Truly. Oh, wait. It's getting darker. Oh, give me 1 second. What if... Idea. Me got an idea. Give me 1 second, Juan. Hello, Cray. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream, I should say. Still the same 82 mil. B0 TS did 21 mil damage super, maybe because she's being held back. Again, the most testing that we did with Tsushika Ichigo was in his own teams, right? Do we have a recorded run with Aizen? And Ichigo? Is it worth it to stack one of the stamp buffs on one character like 90% ult damage, or better to get varied ones? It depends on the character. For example, Tsushika Ichigo has a lot of ultimate damage already baked into his kit, right? So you have 250 baseline on the core 5, and if you have the B4, then you get another 100%. So this devalues the ultimate by quite a bit. Because if you take into consideration 250, you have 22.5 ultimate damage, you add this to the 250, you now have 272.5, and if you see the difference, that is a 9%, more or less a 9% increase, just for the ultimate, right? But because the ultimate is around 50% or less, the damage increase overall is 4.5%. So in terms for Tsushika Ichigo, all damage 9% increase is better. Should I go for Ichigo or Bombietta, or none of them? Currently, Tsushika Ichigo is much better. He's much easier to play with. I have a new player, basically a new free-to-play account that is based on Tsushika Ichigo. And you can basically follow my steps that I did there with Tozen. And if you don't have Tozen, you can also do a double support setup. He's fantastic to have. But I still have to find a solution here. Yeah, I would... Bombietta herself, what I would do in your case, Cray, get yourself Tsushika Ichigo. He will carry you through the whole game. And then, once we get more characters for this collaboration, I would just consider saving up. Because once we know what Urio is going to be, once we know what Candice is going to be, we maybe know if we get any kind of SR plus characters that can be used as support for finesse, then we can see if we have a complete finesse teams, right? General tips, don't FOMO. You can get every single character at B0 if you want to, starting now. But even if you have a personal favorite, don't FOMO into teams. The ROI on building teams, the return on investment on building teams, is not that high for the higher end games. So generally speaking, just make sure that you have 2 solid teams. One can be free to play and the other can be Trushika Ichigo. Yeah, what Juan is going to say there. Yeah, exactly. And then the other part is a lot of the power. Oftentimes when you don't do damage, you feel like dupes will help. Yes, dupes are very, very strong, but the game has these stamps here, right? Currently in the events we have Shrift A, that is an event for Bombietta here, and this gives you her pieces here. Early on, you don't have a way to get this up until character level, profile level 45, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So this is quite valuable, because this increases the stats by quite a bit. So when it comes to set stamps, this is the major power boost that you can gain. And in terms of set stamps, the general advice is to look at type damage for your own class, for your own character. So slash for slash character, thrust for thrust character, or attack percentage. You don't ever want anything else but these 2 kind of damages in here. And when it comes to the substats, to the advanced stats, you want to have 2 offensive ones, and one of them needs to be the primary stat. So for example, crit rate is very, very good always to have. Certain characters want to have ailment damage, certain characters want to have crit damage, but you will see who has ailment damage by going in the stats here, and then you can click on ailment mastery. And here you see everybody who can do this kind of ailments. And this is also in the kits. So yeah, just generally speaking, don't worry about set stamps early on. Don't overuse your stamina early on this. Just make sure that you can get them from the events. Sometimes you get freebies where you can get stat lock certificates here. Because you can craft stamps too, right? And you can sometimes get this here for free. Don't use them up quite yet. These are very, very valuable and really help you flesh out your build. Just be patient. One of the best advice that I can give is be patient. Just play the game. Try to do the content. Important for free-to-play players is Frenzy Feast. And this now shouldn't be any problem whatsoever. Because if you have Trushika Ichigo, it carries you through this. You will unlock this a little bit later at level 25, I think. But generally speaking, yeah. Just play the game slowly. You gain by playing the game a little bit slower in terms of spending resources. And you don't lose anything at all. Yes, Urahara is very, very strong. Very strong. Especially if you go for Trushika Ichigo. Yeah. Early on, he feels a little bit bad to play. You know? Make sure to get his weapon. This is the best buff that you get early on, is 60% attack. Again, he feels a little bit bad early on because you may want to have 1 or 2 additional basic attacks in there so that you can get the spiritual pressure here to buff up. But generally speaking, again, yeah. Kisk is very important. If you can get Rangiku from the gacha, you don't need Tozen. And now that Mayuri has returned, I would even consider, instead of going for Bombietta, if you can get Trushika Ichigo very early, get his weapon, right? Always consider, when you go for characters by the way, characters this is a must. always consider the weapon too. Never pull for a character if you're not sure if you can get the weapon in time. Okay? Really, really important. But again, if you can get my Yuri, get him too. He's the go-to with Tsushika Ichigo. Him and Kisuke will carry you through the whole game, no problem whatsoever. If I'm getting I'm not getting Bambi right now on the free-to-play now. I'm going to wait. That's why I'm keeping her B0 here. Yes, the weapons, up until this point, there has not been a weapon where you kind of want to skip. And the major reason why, different to other gachas, you don't have stand-ins SSRs, you just have the lower values. And these are really, really bad. Like, compared to what you get here, these are really bad. Like, you could be walking without any weapon, it would be... you wouldn't feel the difference. This is how bad these weapons are. So yeah, you have a guaranteed pity, but the amount needed is 120 tickets in general. Always consider that. What else? This doesn't concern you too much early on. Again, don't spend Jades on this kind of stuff until you know what kind of value you can gain out of this. This is more for experienced players. This looks like really, really good. Oh yeah, true. This is a really important thing. You will unlock a stamp corridor. Now, the core stamp is part of the equipment, basically. Yeah. What is one of the gachas that you played? Maybe we can compare this. If you played Wuthering Waves, for example, or you played Xenoblade Zone Zero, I can maybe make comparisons. Yeah. Again, all the events give you enough that you can at least get one character. Early on, like the first 2 to 3 months... Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. So basically, imagine if you talk Dragon Ball Legends, imagine set stamps being equipments. That's how powerful they are. Your character is nothing without those equipments. And the core stamp is like a platinum equipment, right? But the problem is that you cannot farm them freely. You have this limited amount of keys here that you can gain for free here, sometimes through events, sometimes you get them as rewards from logins and stuff, if they fuck up something. But yeah, these are very, very valuable, and this is basically platinum equipment. But the problem is that the platinum equipment has a pity instead of just being able to straight up farm them, right, at C or D rank. And so what you are going to do instead is, once you have a character like Tsushika Ichigo, you're going to change this to the pity that you want to, right? For example, change stamp. And then you can farm for this one here. And maybe you get lucky and you get other core stamps. Don't farm standard character core stamps or core stamps that you don't have without first getting the character, right? Really, really bad value. Really bad value. Especially when it's standard characters. Those standard characters that can work just fine, they're a little bit outdated in terms of power, and you're going to use them, you're mostly using them as semi-support. Okay? Really important. Once you unlock this, you want to farm the stamp for Tsushika Ichigo, and then outside of that, you just want to keep and hoard. Bamku LR? He's great. What are you talking about, PSR? I'm not going to tolerate any Kaioken Blue slander on my channel. No, generally, he's great, man. Yeah. Again, it's a little bit of a mix. If you want to take this in gacha terms, it's a little bit of a mix of instant rewards mixed with long-term progress. I don't care, it's Kaioken Blue Goku. His model looks insane. I don't care. I don't care! His aura is everything that I need. Am I disappointed that they didn't do instant transformation, transportation, teleportation, Kamehameha in the old ones? Yes. Am I disappointed that they didn't even do the Spirit Bomb? Yes. Is it still Blue Kaioken Goku? Yes. His aura looks insane. To be honest, his kit is not bad at all. I don't spend on the game. I don't know what it means to have 14 stars. No, it's not Blue Goku, it's Blue Goku Kaioken. Guys, do you guys remember Strength Kaioken Goku with an instant transmission Kamehameha in Dokkan Battle? The old one. They got super easy. They got easy 8, and he's nuked basically the whole game with one bomb. That's the reason why. Oh yeah, I know that it means max copy, but I don't know what it means having a character to 14 stars. I don't know in terms of power. Death, you can use any kind of double support actually. Orihime Kisuke works really well. I actually really like this one here. The only problem that you will have with this team here is that the buffs could fall off if you time your vollständig wrong. But generally speaking, yeah, you can run double support. Kisuke is basically a must-have at the moment. If you have been playing for a little while though, and you have Mayuri for Trushikai Ichigo, you can run Bambi with Kisuke and Trushikai with Mayuri. That should be fine. I love this game so much. I haven't stopped playing this game since release. It's just so peak for me. The animations are beautiful. I feel very... One thing that I really like about the game is that while the content can get stale eventually, it still respects your time. And if you're coming from ZZZ, then I don't have to tell you that repetitive content is kinda, you know, gacha styles. Benedetto. Oh, it's working? Oh, that's perfect, man. I'm glad that Mumu is working for you. Again, emulators can be a little bit hit or miss depending on your specs, right? No, Cray. The thing with the collaboration banner here, and this is the... By the way, the game is very, very anti-FOMO. Very anti-FOMO. You have 3-week banners usually, but for the crossover here, because this is collaboration, you have a whole 62 days to get them all. 62 days. So you should be good. The only thing that we don't know is Bombietta got delayed by a week. We don't know if Uryu is going to be out in 2 weeks, or if he's going to be delayed by a week too, and if we have like some sort of shorter end way of doing events, maybe only 2 weeks events or something, I don't know. Yeah, again, welcome to Bleach Glaze Resonance, where we glaze the game all day long, except for when we trash it. And AOS, call it for AOS and stuff. Just a quick thing, Reddit can be a really great place for advice, but it can also be a really bad place for advice. it can be very hit and miss. People really like to doom and gloom the game a little bit too much, especially with characters. Either they are broken as fuck in a good way, or they're absolutely trash. There is no in between. There is no nuance to this. Just so you know. Ixon. Yachiro got buffed by Kisuke being brought into the Bambi team. Yeah, in terms of gacha games, this is definitely one of the better ones that you're going to play. Definitely. Oh man, don't get me started on Dokkan community, bro. Yeah, the standard SSRs do need some rework, some buffs. And Cray for you, now that we are talking about Bombietta rework, when it comes to this gacha here, you have a 300 permanent, you have a few ways to get the characters, right? You have the first guaranteed that you can select. I would make sure to pick Kisuke here. And to make sure that you get his weapon ASAP, right? When it comes to these characters here, I would highly recommend to just summon and then don't think too much about investing into Byakuya, Ikaku or Sajin. Currently, if you're looking for a secondary team, you can still go later on and pull Bombietta or maybe Uryu in a month's time, right? So from these standard characters, the only valuable ones is Yoruichi, but even if you pull her, you don't have to build her up immediately. The main reason why she's valuable is because we have Soifon that is a premium character, and basically it's similar to a tag team, where Soifon buffs her up to premium levels, right? So you can get two characters in one banner, basically, is kind of the deal here. So yeah, disregard this guy here, disregard this guy here. It's not that he's bad, but Strike at the current moment, as a free-to-play player is not really viable. Also, you have a battle pass, by the way. And I want to mention this real quick. Pick Ulquiorra. Don't pick Grimjaw. Ulquiorra might not be as good as a base as Grimjaw, but he's the only spirit character that you will have as a full DPS. But yeah, they need a rework. There's still a lot of improvement that needs to be done. And one of the things that I think people are most pissed about is the fact that characters release in a very, let's say, experimental state. For example, Trushika Ichigo needed 3 patches to get to the point where he is, to feel bad, to not feel bad anymore. White Ichigo was actually quite good. Kenpachi was buffed multiple times. Grimjaw, technically speaking, he had nothing wrong with his kid, basically, but he still got buffed. Naliel had a lot of bugs. Gin had a lot of bugs. One was fixed just like a few weeks ago. So yeah, the characters can be, early on, they can be a little bit broken in a bad way. So don't FOMO into day 1 summons if you're not sure if that performance or the character is going to be enjoyable. Also because you can test them out in this kind of events. These events, by the way, if you click on them, you will see that you can use the limited trial characters here. So technically speaking, even if you don't summon for an event character, you can still use them. For 3 weeks, that is. No, Benedetto, I wouldn't. Personally, I wouldn't. If you have already Yoruichi build, keep Yoruichi. Oh no, Ixon, I'm not saying that he's bad, I'm just saying that Ulquiorra is a little bit more dupe dependent. And his weapon is, strictly speaking, a little bit stronger. But you don't have that as a new player. Yeah, Jack, Yoruichi and Soifon, they work so good together, it's amazing. The issue with Byakuya is that it feels like his ult slows down the rotation. Yeah, the problem with Byakuya is that he doesn't provide anything outside of resistance downs, right? Which White Ichigo does on his... He has a higher resistance down and then he provides more damage. Man death.
よう久しぶりじゃねえか。
イラついてるから部屋に来て。今すぐ。
Yeah, I would say that she needs a rework on her ultimates. Not being able to swap out of this, else you lose it. I think that's really bad, because you lose the whole damage. You cannot recover from the damage loss here. Yeah. Oh no, he's pretty good. Yeah, the thing is, Ulquiorra is, if you have a very built account, he doesn't move the needle much, right? But in a new account, if I didn't have Ulquiorra from the premium banner, I would have picked him 110 out of 10 times. He's great. Also visually, he looks great, fantastic. Yeah, that's one thing that I really dislike, is just show me what kind of character this are, right? Because 36k doesn't mean much actually. But this should be B2. Aizen and Shinji, I played today Aizen on trial and want him so much. Am I cooked? No, you just have to, yeah, exactly what Juan says. Auramenzi B4 Bombietta. I think Bombietta, like, seriously, Bombietta plays really well. Do we have some Frenzy Feast stuff here going on? Let me see if I can use her in the spirit part there. We can, no wait, we can use her in strike. We're going to use her here. Aizen, Kisuke.
そうだ。
Oh, SR plus. Oh, oops. I'm not sure why he did that, but it's okay. We can recover. Ah, dude, I turned you off. Let's restart. What do you mean by upgrade? Ulquiorra. The difference is quite drastic actually. Yeah, her damage is fine, man. I feel like she has the same problem, even more of a problem that... I cannot judge her right now because she doesn't have a proper team, but her damage is fine. Hello? Thank you. Oh, the pay deals are very generous. Like, the packs in general are really good. The Jade deals themselves are not that great, if I'm being honest, but the pack deals, they are good. Like 50 bucks and you get half a dupe. Multiple hits, look at this. Yeah, she's great for this kind of stuff too, man. Bro, her basic attacks chunk. Look at this. Yo, those basic attacks chunk them down. Crap. Yeah, Ulquiorra, no. Ulquiorra for sure. In terms of paid deals, this year is probably the best. You have the 22 bucks one, 20 bucks one maybe, I don't know how much it is, 25 bucks. and this is quite nice. And then you have the higher ones, and this gives you the stamp nexus, 25 tickets, and you get another two multis basically here. So this is, for 50 bucks you get 40 summons, also over half the pity, and you get nexus stamps. This is quite valuable, by the way. This here alone is another 2000 jades worth, which makes the top up here quite bad, because this is 12,000 for 75 bucks. Yeah, if you come from Dragon Ball Legends, this here looks like cheap, like generally really cheap. And then you can use the paid jade to convert into proper jade, and you can buy even more stuff here. This is really nice. Yeah, sure. If you guys want me to give advice on the paid deals, yeah, I can do that. No problem whatsoever. I can do a shop guide, for sure. Yeah, I mean, you spend what, $8 for 1000 CC for one multi, and you need 32k CC for a PT. Yeah, here you get one multi two, but you get a half another multi two here, basically. So yeah, these are really great packs. I mean, you have to think like this, right? Again, for everybody watching, I'm not advocating for spending. Please, if you're going to spend, do so reasonably. But I'm also not your father or your mother, so I'm just going to, you know, think that you guys are mature, that you know that I'm not advocating for spending here. Generally, don't spend on free-to-play games. So, with that out of the way, yeah, if you can use this. The web store for me doesn't work, by the way, because the web store for me is in euros, and the euro currency to conversion to the Swiss franc is the old one, where the euro was worth more than the franc, but now it's vice versa, which means I have to pay up 15%. So instead of 46 francs, I pay 55 or something. That's why I cannot buy it out of this web store. But yes, so if you consider everything here, you get 10 tickets here. You can buy this twice. You have 15 bucks here, right? 15 bucks, and just only the tickets. I'm not even accounting for the jades. Then you buy these two packs here, and you are at 14, let's say 20, 35, 80 bucks is a guaranteed character. But I'm not even accounting for the jades that you get, right? The jades that you get out of these packs should basically already make it possible for you to get the weapon too. In order? What do you mean in order? Oh yeah, no. I'm just trying to explain this in Dragon Ball Legends terms, how much value that they get from the packs here. But yes, just low spending. If you're just very low spending, the best value is monthly card. Oh yeah. I can do that, yeah, because monthly card is very good. You get the 300 paid jades, you know, and then you get 3000 jades every single month, plus the spiritual pressure here, the stamina pills, which doesn't make much. It doesn't feel like it's a lot, but it really can rack up quite fast. So this is very good, and then the battle pass as second cheap way is really good too, because again, if you're a new player, the memory keys that you get here are quite valuable. You get a lot of memory keys here, right? I don't remember how many. I think it's 50, around 50, which means you can guarantee yourself a core. Then all the extra materials that you get here to level up your characters, which means less stamina usage for this kind of stuff. More stamina to farm the stamps, right? And this here is quite nice too. It doesn't seem like much value, but when you start off early on, you can guarantee yourself core stamps for the characters that you are using. In this case, Tozen, Kisuke, and Yoruichi. If 35, thank you. But not only that, you can also get a free dupe, because this here is a... Let me see if I have one, actually. Yeah, I have one here. So if I open this, if you don't pick this here, by the way, this here is a free dupe for a paid premium core stamp. This here is amazing value. This can be up to, if you have really bad luck, can be equivalent to 50 memory keys saved. Just saying. So even though this might be tempting to get, this here is the real price. Always take the 5. Because again, tacticians, free-to-play tacticians like Sajin, Byakuya and Tozen, they can be equipped with basically, I would say, instead of having the platinum equipment for them, you're using the gold equipment for them, right? And that's what you can do with this. For example, for my Trushika Ichigo on my free-to-play account, I'm not even using his own weapon or his own core stamp. But I hope this was helpful. So yeah, Battle Pass, massive value. Monthly card, really good value too. Hakim, I went to 90. I went to 90. Did you already forget? I'm not trying to make this about me, but I got to 90. Like Benedetto and me, we can put all the bad luck together, and we could... Oh. Bad luck virus. Bad luck virus. Mask won't help you against the bad luck virus. Yeah, 90%. Bro, I had streams. I have to find it again. I had streams where I had 350 stamps converted, crafted, not one single one usable. Not one. I had a stream where I had 2 usable ones, and of the 2 usable ones that I had, it hit 3 times HP and 3 times death. Yes, Cray. Cray, look, I will show you, I will link you my free-to-play playlist. Because I am basically at the same, kind of, same state that you were. And you can see how I travel through the levels there, and I talk through my decision making when it comes to this, and I also give general advice when it comes to this. So you might find value into watching this if you want to. Yes, Hakim. I did on my last one. On I went on Bambi, I went 80-80. I even... No, wait, it was 40-40 on the weapon. Mayuri was 80-80. Twice in a row, by the way. Twice in a row. And Trushika Ichigo, I went to 79, and I had to use a single to get the 80. So yeah, I had a pretty bad luck. Pretty bad luck. Hey Lucifer, you just started to play, can you give me some tips about the game? The same thing that I told Cray, I would highly recommend you watch the playlist. Because I basically started right with a 1000 Year Blood War collab. I have Ulquiorra in my account, which is a little bit of a help. But generally you can go just straight through what I'm going through there too. So on the playlist I go through major milestones, how to prepare for them, and just general advice. And then everything else that you need to know, if you have any kind of other questions, just ask away. Also, just real quick. Let me see. I also have a Discord by the way, for those that want to join the Discord. The people that are here in the chat are very active in the Discord too. Very, very experienced players. They have better hands than I have, so just ask them. I'm also active in the Discord, and if I can give you guys tips and advice, I will do so. But generally, what the people are saying in the Discord is mostly true, mostly. And I say mostly because sometimes their takes about characters is really bad. Especially when it comes... You guys have to be careful of Yusek. He is on an Ulquiorra propaganda tour at the moment. So don't take it too seriously when he talks about Ulquiorra. And yes, guys, you can clip that one. No, just kidding, man. Yeah, again, we have very, very good player. Fairly active too. So just, you know, ask away in the Discord. And yeah, we have a Shinigami Help Desk channel there too, where you can ask any kind of questions. Just make sure that you put the questions into the Shinigami Help, so that it's easier for you to track back once you wanna see back the questions, because the general chat just... Which upgrade? What do you mean by upgrade? There are lots of upgrades. You mean character-wise? Set stamps. Set stamps are the most important part of the character. You can have a B6 and do nothing with it if you don't have set stamps. I need to do a new stat guide actually, now that I think about this. Give me 1 second. I will do a 2-minute run. I'm not going to do a 2-minute run. Oh, Ikes. We don't have finesse yet? Yeah, this is, by the way, a few of the things that kind of are a little bit a mess. Sometimes the devs do something like this. Okay, that's not good. Hey, thank you so much, Cray, man. Really appreciate your comment there. Truly do. Thank you, man. And again, if I can help out in any kind of ways, who is crying outside the window? Shut up. So yeah, this is what the channel is about. Okay, let's see. Let me do a 2-minute rotation here for a moment, as I want to see if I can kind of put a better time on there with her. Yeah, this here doesn't work if I do this from my guide. Yeah, I lost attack buff there from the entry. Let me go into the Shrift right away here. I think I was overcapping spiritual pressure there. Is this enough? Yeah, barely.
遅くなっちゃってすいません。エニ姫、エニ姫、戦時後天逮捕。それだけのことだ。それで終わり。波動の90。黒狐、君に預ける。無駄ですよ。エニ姫、エニ姫。
Yeah, a support would be really nice here, actually. Okay, on the 2-minute spectrum, it works a little bit better. But it's still not ideal here. Yeah, 200 million is better. Ah, man. But I think this works. As a general guide, this might work. This is just speculation, Cray. This is just speculation. We might get a new Aizen for New Year's, for Chinese New Year's. Is this a speculation? We don't know yet. What we know is that we are getting Buster Lord Ichigo for the full year anniversary, or we expecting it to be because the devs announced them way back. But man, yeah, I can. Yeah, sure. Should invite. But yeah, Aizen is going to be a year old soonish. Not again. Yeah, well, not entirely, but yeah, he's going to be fairly old in January. So. Nah. He's really cool though. He is. Still one of my favorite units in the game. If I can glaze him a little bit, yeah, I would say yes. But again, from a perspective of, you know, send me the invite, Malako. What is the 6-7 move? This is in Switzerland we say così e così, so or so, comme ci comme ça. What is this? Wait, give me 1 second. What kind of trash team is this? Who is the boss actually? Oh, we are very close to anniversary, yes. Anniversary is in November. Sorry, Jack. I forgot. I forgot about the buff. I'm sorry. My bad. I really truly forgot. It's a little bit inconvenient right now that he's dissipated right there. But it's fine. We should be able to get some transcendence in there. I think. Maybe? Oh. I lost a little bit of damage there because of the B6 not taking through the... Yeah. My bad. Let me get replaced, repositioned here properly here. No, why did you move? I know I don't have the resistance down there, but it's okay. I don't need the resistance down. We're going to go into Nalia right away here, I think. The damage of Ichigo is just too high to kind of care too much about what her damage is going to be like. He didn't do the big slam quite yet, which is kind of weird. This sucks, but okay. We're not going to get another dissipation here. Yeah, I was a little bit slow there. Would have been nice if I could have gotten it properly placed inside of the dissipation there at least, but okay. Hey Oniryuma, if you think this is a long stream, you need to check my VODs. Oh, can I switch into my Yuri real quick here? Yes, Lucifer, yeah. Hitbox is dependent on the boss. No, this is just their voice lines that they do when you switch into characters, Benedetto. I mean, I talk trash about co-op quite a lot, but I cannot leave my people hanging here. If I go into this, then I need to do some damage, right? So this is fine. Could be more, but it's fine. It's okay. Sorry, guys. But yeah, again, if I'm joining my guildmates here, I have to be a little bit more serious when it comes to co-op. Come on, it's their rewards too, you know. So yeah, let's just to see where are we here. Unranked. I'm not even ranked. Wait, what? Yeah, around these parts here, which is fine, I guess. Pray, the damage escalates quite a bit. Yeah, I know, Hakim, I know. The thing is, I wanna know, tell me! Just kidding. Yeah, but yeah, again, it's, yeah. I like Ichigo, I truly do. I think he's a great character. But yeah, Cray, the damage is going to escalate quite quickly, don't worry.
王となる者に必要なものは戦いに対する私が怖くて顔も見られないとか
Yeah, Malaku is the Rasengan, yes. Yes. You got that one right. Oh, we already did the 7th one. Okay, let's see. We have 11 points. This is multipliers, right? This is for the base. What is the score here? 120,000 points. 160k. My opinion on Bombietta is to wait. Definitely wait for this. Z1, don't worry, man. I was caring more. I was caring more about me performing well enough for you guys to not be that weight. So don't worry, man. You guys don't have to worry. All good, man. I mean, again, I would just auto this usually. That's what I do. Two minutes should be fine enough, right? Against the passive deals more damage to fort or enemies. We can do this. Let's see. Yeah, I think that the Kisuke here is going to be really bad. Like really bad. The music fits really well, actually. This was not intended. I think Benedetta, I'm assuming strike. I don't hope so. I think it's I wish for slash, but I think it's strike. I mean, if he slash, I would love it. I would love his slash, by the way. I really do. Can I add you? Yeah, sure. Death, sure. Give me 1 second. I'm playing on A+ on the EU server, so you have to be on the A+ client here. Just so you know. Visually, this looks so good. Sure, guys. I will drop my UID in a second here after this fight, and you can add me. No problem whatsoever. Just make sure to stay active, because I'm just going by... No! I'm going by... When I check my friend list, I go by times not played. So if... I don't remember who is who. So if you're just offline for a period of time, for like 14 days or something, I just generally boot people to make space. So let me clip you guys. There you go. What did I miss? Like, 2 reasons why I want Vasto to be slash. First and foremost, because it's freaking cool to have white Ichigo with Vasto Lorde, and secondly, for Malaku. I would hate for Malaku to have 2 characters that are strike, and he really likes them both. Let's see. I think we can try and counter a little bit more. Yeah, visually that would be so awesome, man, not gonna lie. I would really love that one. And then if you have Orihime as slash support, man. Just imagine. Okay, so what I can do now, I have 2 times the shifts, right? So I can go back to back here. Once like this. Counter doesn't interrupt us either. Crazy. Okay. Yeah, I think even just him alone brings so much value to himself and to your account. It's crazy. Like Trushika Ichigo and White Ichigo are the best B0s in the game, and I will stand on that. Like everything that can run on a double support setup with that kind of easiness and still provide a lot of value, crazy. Ah, barely. The next dissipation is nowhere near. Okay. It would be so much better if I could swap before I ult. Animations go crazy though. Those animations go crazy. Look at this. Wow. She looks beautiful, man. Absolutely beautiful. This doesn't kill. Oh god. $115k. How did you go to? I mean, I could put this down here to 150 instead of 120, right? I mean, we have the base point bonus that is not applied. So we can do this first here. How much is the difference between our Kiske and that Kiske here? Let me see real quick. Mikkel, we don't know. We don't know. Maybe if Ulquiorra is Tactician, I would expect maybe Egg Ulquiorra. I did counter there. If Uryu is Tactician, then I can see Ulquiorra being rerun. Would make sense. Usually they don't take too much to rerun there. I countered there again, but I wasn't in range for that. Okay. So he has his weapon there. That's what we know. Oops. Wait, why was this delayed? What? Orihime. I think double support works well enough with Bambi. I enjoyed my time with Orihime more than I did with Aizen, to be honest. Did the counter animation really stop my motion here? Seems like it, right? Not necessarily because he's greedy. We can do this into the Kurohitsugi. The Crimson Red is so cool looking though. Then we should get our ultimate here soon, right? Yeah, there it is. So I'm halfway through. Usually, if I would use my Schrift to jump in there, my entry, this is not enough. Look at this. Yeah, just barely. So her ultimate, her full ultimate takes longer than the Schrift itself, which is kind of a problem here. I think that's one of the biggest problems that Bombietta has. Okay, great. I don't like this. She's performing really badly here. Alright, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to change up the music real quick. We're going to do a few more tests. Yeah, I'm not too impressed. Are you max level? Yes, I am max level. I've been max level for a few months, I think now. 2 months? Stamp farming is so bad, bro. Really, really bad. Let's go into the ultimate right away. Nah, this is too... crap. I need to enter with the Schrift already, else you're going to lose too much time there. How much time does it take to reach max level? Level 80... What was it? 45 months? But the problem is... It doesn't really matter. The last things that you unlock is level 75. And level 75 is around 2.5 months of daily playing. If you're not just playing casually, you should be able to do this in 2.5 months. But again, the characters at the moment are so powerful that even at level 80, like what we needed at level 100, you can do this now with level 80. So actually, getting to level 75 is not that important anymore. So let me do it like this then. I think this is the more comfortable way of doing this. We lose the battlefield skill here. But I don't see how you can do that in a good way without having to, you know, animation cancel too much there. I will keep the entry skill there. 4 seconds. Losing the creep buff is so bad though. $81 mil. $81 mil. $49 seconds. I'm sure. I think we will. I think we will. That would be a huge missed opportunity if they don't. Yeah, but if I do it this way, then I lose the buff too, right? So I only have one application of Kyoga Suigetsu. One second. What if we give him ultimate charge rate? Would that help? That's fine if he charges fast. I just want to see if I can have it available in both cases, you know. Doesn't change much. It doesn't change much. Okay, so what if the problem that I have is this is for 60-second fights, right? Now that we better understand how she works. Let me see if I can fit this better in there. Like for B0 this is extremely tight. The problem is, even with ultimate charge rate, now that I know how she works, the ultimate charge rate doesn't really do much here. It's not like we can go into the ultimate right away. Yeah. One, I wouldn't say that. I still think that there is a lot. I mean, she's still dealing great damage, even though the stamps are not that great. I think we're getting to a point where we get so many stats on the passives, like 150% basic attack there, 150% crit damage on Trushika Ichigo, that the perks kind of lose a little bit of value in overall terms speaking. Like singular perks like ultimate damage or technique is not that great of a big deal anymore. It's like 4, 5, 6% damage. Hey, welcome back, Cray. Because on a 2-minute run, I don't care too much. I can delay this, right? I don't have to adhere to the rules here. Self-induced Cray, yes. And I mean by self-induced because oftentimes when a character comes broken, they overbuff these characters. And then have to go back and buff other characters too. This is basically a full dissipation. I should be able to hit this, right? Bro. 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 There we go. Yeah, so in a 2 minutes she feels better. She has more time to express herself. Not enough for a second ultimate. Wow. It's not enough for a second ultimate. I don't know, guys. I've tried for nearly 9 hours to make it work. I mean, I understand how I should do damage with her, but I don't find a good rotation for B0. Yeah, I don't know how to do this without the B4 of Kiske, not gonna lie. The buff always runs out.
それだけのことだ。波動の球児黒羊
74 mil. What do you mean, Lucifer? Oh yeah, you don't have this problem here. No, you don't have enough damage there. You lack the excitement. The attack percentage increase is only for ailments. That's the problem. Yeah, so that I think the slower cadence here, but also the fact that you have multiple teams. Even if you take a look, for example, at the statistics, if you take a look at the raw rankings in the against the training dummy, you can see that there is a power creep here, right? Slash. Then you compare it to strike. This is fairly close, right? Then you have thrust, which is way above everything else. And then you have a spirit in the middle somewhere. So like the discrepancy here and here to this is quite high. But the difference here is that we have proper supports here. This is a full team, right? This is the dedicated team for this typing here. And they don't have a full support here for the strike team. And they don't have a full support team. Because Mayuri only buffs Kenpachi and not White Ichigo. So these numbers are skewed towards one end and the other. But if you take them into proper fights, the time that they take to fight a boss is basically the same, basically. Okay, so we're going to keep this part here. I like this part. We will need to do this anyways, so we can do this right now. And then we have a few seconds left for Aizen to do the counter stuff, right? No! I'm such an idiot. So, but yeah, the idea here... I have an idea here. Yeah, Ixen, I agree. Not having... I mean, I feel nostalgic picking... having Aizen here once again in a non-mono team with Kiske. Feels very nostalgic, not gonna lie. I'm going to skip this part here with the buffs.
私が天に立つ君に会ってそれだけのことだまあさようならこれで終わり波動のヒュージ黒狐君に会って
意味わかんない無駄ですよエニ姫エニ姫クイーンシーフォルシュテンディ
But then I lose the... Oh my god. Oh, I backed the game once again. One second, guys. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so I'm going to try choose more things, and then I think I will call it quits for today. Like, generally speaking, I like how she works against bosses and stuff. She works quite well. Very well protected, actually. Her animations are beautiful. Her animations are insane. That shit was a mistake. Yeah. Sorry guys, I have to eat something real quick. If her animations were a little bit shorter in terms of basic attacks in her base form, a lot of the problems could be alleviated actually. Blessings, all the nourishment that I need? Yeah, guess so. Eisengame was so nice to play with, not gonna lie. Eisengame was really nice. We're going to lose the buff once again, I think. But that was only true because people didn't buy into Toshiro, guys. Of course. There we go. Okay, so the trick here is to keep to go into Vollständig right away. Let me see if you can if we don't counter into this. This is the last test, by the way. This is the last test, and then I'm gonna refine the rotation a little bit. So instead of using the counter here at the end, good night, Cray. Thank you so much for being here, man. And welcome to Bleach Soul Resonance, where the addiction starts and the life ends. Malaku. What is this timer here? Nah, this doesn't work. It needs to be right away, man. It needs to be right away. Okay, this doesn't work. So let's refine the rotation that we have right now. Basically, we go Schrift, Schrift, Ultimate. And then we might have one other Schrift to start. Let me unpin this for the moment. Let me pin the Discord. Thank you. There we go. Okay. So far this is fairly standard, right? You go into here, entry, that. Not too much going on here. I also feel like I want to see if I can just go straight into this, and it's not as tight for the Ravage, right? Ah, but if I too fast, then I lag the... Yeah, okay. Okay. So basically the idea here is to have the Schrift and Ultimate and then go into the Vollständig. That's what we are gonna do here. So instead of going into the ultimate, what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to use our techniques here. So we're going to use the battlefield skill here. Nice. Then we have enough time for the shift to tick here, right? And we have kept up the rabbit stacks quite easily. No problem whatsoever. And then we can consume this here right away. Ah, we should have used the battlefield skill there again. Did we have enough time here? I think so. Yeah, we should have used that once again. $90 mil. The Reddit is so funny right now. The Bombietta ain't okay. I mean, you know how they are. You know how they are. And then if a character is too broken, like in a too much damage, then they're going to whine around because it's doing too much damage and it's unbalanced. But I think we are finding a good stride here. I think delaying the ultimate was a good idea, actually. Des cannot win, yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter, it's gaming in general, right? Too many opinions trying to have right over who is more right. Even if they are slandering the same character, then it depends who has more right on slandering the character. It's like... sometimes people just argue for the sake of arguing. So this gives us enough room here. Yeah, if we stagger this like this, okay, yeah, this is good. Yeah, this is nice. I think this feels okay-ish to play. Yeah, we're still losing the kiss kebab though, right? Just barely? Yeah, just barely. Ah, man. That sucks. 86 mil. Does this rotation look okay? Yeah, I mean, again, I think the biggest problem is that you have to test a team for like 9 hours to find a good rotation. That's crazy. I mean, we're talking margins here, right? If we are being realistic. Let me check real quick. One second. I had to write my brother because my brother landed in Spain, so... It's like, the main thing is... I have ideas how to do this, right? But I feel like they're complicating the rotation too much for a guide. Yeah, Juan, I mean, again, I feel like this feels a little bit forced. But you guys, can I be frank with you guys? Can I be so open? I don't understand why they are doing like Core 2 stuff now that Core 4 is here. Like, no... It's hard to put this into words, but it's like... Who cares about Bambis right now? Like, Bleach-wise. I mean, they look fantastic, don't get me wrong. And I'm quite excited that they are here, and I'm quite excited in how they are doing the Vollständig. I think no slander against anything in that case, right? But it's just like, why are we having Bambis right now? It's like, yeah. Oh yeah, no doubt about this. But the problem is that even if you take the finesse team into account, right? If swapping in and out of characters is what they're going to do, how good does it feel to be on the field for 10 seconds with a character? And I just don't think that a 10-second stay on the field character is something that you want to have in this game. In this case, like full assault, you know? It's not like, it's not even good 10 seconds. It's not like the Transcendence where you're like, okay, now at least I can counter, or now at least I can commit to this. This is like, I don't want to commit, I have to commit, but once I commit, I cannot get back out of it. So this is my problem. Hey man, thank you so much for being here, Lucifer. Have a good night, or a good evening, whatever the case might be. Yeah, Ixon, that's what I understand too. But the thing is, create curiosity for Core 4 is like... So what was the purpose of hyping with Juabach cuts? What's the purpose of doing the AI stuff with Bankai Yama and Bankai Rukia? You know, it's the thing is, even those characters, to be completely honest, even though I would be really high for Bankai Yama, I would still say the same thing, that they would be misplaced. Because it's like, when did they appear? Where are we right now? And in my personal opinion, having Orihime support SSR, man. Oh, I didn't see that one. Yeah, I hope God bless it to you, man. I don't know why I read over it. I just saw the waving hand. I don't know. Sorry about that one. I don't know. I love what they are doing with the Quincy's, but they have... I feel like what could have helped is maybe, as somebody else mentioned, having the SR Plus support drop with Bombietta. You know? But again, I will withhold judgment completely. I'm not going to say that she's mad or good or bad until we have the proper team. I think she doesn't work as well with Aizen as what we are used to, right? Because if you compare her with Kenpachi, I mean, Grimjo, you weren't even playing Grimjo with Aizen, to be honest. I mean, we didn't have chronological releases anyways. Because we had Mayuri and then we had Soifon. And it doesn't make much sense because Soifon wasn't in there basically until Karakura Town. And no, it doesn't count that she was fighting Yoruichi. Because technically speaking, against the Yoruichi fight, she would have used Shunko and not her Bankai. So it's fine for me that they're not chronological. They don't even have to be from the same arc in that case. I don't really care. But I just feel like a new typing and how they brought out the typing kinda makes Quincy's look bad. You know? It just takes the hype out of the other characters. That's my fear about them. Yeah, and that's on top of it, right? Strike and Slash supports have been pushed back. People feel like... just the overall way of handling the collab was really bad, actually. I don't know how much time they had, though. But whatever time they had to cook up the animations, they are beautiful. Again, it's like... these animations are insane. And look at how the cape is... Look, the thing that really annoys me a little bit is look at how well the cape is animated, bro. And we have AAA games that have glitchy capes because they cannot be ours to do proper capes. Look at this. So cool, man. I'm glad they went with this skin, with this kind of outfit. I don't think that the problem is on the reduction in itself, to be honest. If we just can swap out and use the ultimate while we swap out or something, that would already help quite immensely. Because if I go right away with this here, for example... yeah, I still lost the Kiske buff. Then you lose both. Look at the damage difference when you lose both. Damage just drops off. I mean, again, the Bambis are fairly popular, right? So I get it. And I think they, again, visually, she is stunning, like, amazing looking, even. Again, I will put her up with Ulquiorra there. Again, Ixon, I see where you're coming from, and I agree. I also like the more off-hype characters too. I really like them. But I just think that where the game is currently at the moment, I think it was wrong to bring out Bombietta first. I think they should have gone with the tactic character first. That's my opinion. Agreed. The thing that gets me was it was supposed to be good marketing for the game that benefited and hyped the anime. However, they've been epically fumbling it. Now it feels more misplaced. Yeah, again, I don't know how this licensing stuff works, right? I don't know if they specifically wanted Bambi. I don't know how much Shueisha has to say. There was quite an interesting thing about licensing that happened in Dokkan Battle, because they had license with not Dragon Ball in itself, but Dragon Ball Xenoverse. And they had a character in there that needed to be buffed, but they couldn't buff. They could not use the images for the coins to be buffed upon, because they use the same, basically like they just use the image of the character as a way to showcase that this is the coin that he needs, right, or they need, right? And they couldn't use that one because they didn't have the license for it. And you, in a certain way, it's kind of really stupid, but I don't know how this licensing stuff works. So because I don't know what it means, I can only criticize what we have here, right? And I think I don't know what caused the delays, I'm not the one to speculate about this, but what we got, I think visually she is really, really cool. I really like the entry skill, I really like what they're doing with the Vollständig. I think that the finesse team in general has really a lot going on already here that shows how cool they feed off each other, right? And if we have finesse, like for the Queensies in general, that they can use the entries and stuff like that, the Schrifts, as a gameplay mechanic instead of the counters of the tacticians, for example. I think this is quite a cool team to have at the end, just fun-wise. But the problem here is that it's a little bit tone deaf, that you are doing a Q&A, and then you have Trushika Ichigo coming out. Trushika Ichigo, people were really pissed because his animations are so long with the Transcendence. And then the very next character, you bring a character out that has to stay 10 seconds on the field. And for whatever reason, during the proper ultimate, she has to be 12 seconds on the field to guarantee the ultimate landing properly. And I'm like, I don't know how much time they had to, you know, incorporate feedback into things. I don't know. I don't wholly disagree, but Honkai Star Rail kinda did the support first and it wasn't great. Yeah, but the thing is, I understand, but I'm not saying that they should do the support first. I'm saying that they should do the tactician first. And because there are 4 Bambis, they could have gone with maybe SR plus support Giselle, maybe, or do another full assault. I forgot what she's called. The Gluton one, who used the Sklaverei, the Gluton. I forgot her name. And then you have Bombietta, you know. And then with Bombietta you bring the other part. Like, for example, you could have had Tactician with SR plus full assault as a half team, right? And then Bombietta is released. Lilotto, thank you. And then you have Bombietta coming out with Giselle. Check memes when you got a sec. I will check. Let's see what you cooked up here. Giselle as a tactic, yeah, she just zombifies everybody, but that's just a really good meme actually. I like that one. Again, I can make the rotation work, right? But the problem is, one thing that I had to realize is that just because I can make a rotation work doesn't mean that people aren't going to enjoy the rotation. I wouldn't say a shortage, but it's like, it's easier to run a double support tactician than to have a full assault character. One second. I have an idea. Guys, I think I might be cooking here. AJ. Yeah, it is. I need to take a break here. I need to stop streaming in a moment, but... This all works. It's all around the 85, 87, 90. I could get you 100 mil if the Kiske buff doesn't run off, right? Because the Kiske buff, what is this? We would have total devastation this year. This is a crit. We will get another 160% damage on top of it. This usually hits for 20 mil, right? So yeah. That's the problem. I need sleep? Yeah, I do. I do. Okay. Yeah, so I think this is the rotation that I'm going to go with. I will test and try and something out, but I feel like... How doable does this look like for B1, B2 Eisens? It also depends if they're built like Eisen or Soifon. I mean, the main reason why you don't run Soifon in a double support is because your double support is Nemu. It's not like Soifon is somebody that... that is going to be... I mean, most tacticians are not going to be like her, built like her, right? She has a very unique mechanic that doesn't work with anybody else, but a few full assault characters that can really benefit from the damage. Because even if she's going to kick here, she's barely going to use it. The amount of time that she takes to get this done, it's quite high. And she doesn't have the dodge, the perfect dodge, right? And neither does my Yuri. So that's one of the reasons why you cannot run double support on her. It's not because Soifon is not capable of running double support, but if you had that double support that works with Soifon, you could do like that. You could do that, right? And it's the same for tacticians. If you have a tactician, finesse tactician, comes out, again, Candace is the tactician for finesse. You bring Giselle out, and Giselle is enabling Candace to do whatever she wants to do as a tactician, then there is no problem there. Yeah, that's also true, Malaku. I feel like we could alleviate a lot of the problems. Even if they don't make new standard SSRs, it would really help to have this buffed, right? If you would have a Sajin buffed, for example, having a buffed Sajin would really help. Because you can choose if you want to switch into him or not. But the problem is, again, too many of those characters are like standardized on the specific typing. So if Sajin could give half of the support that he gives to Strike to the all teams. Yeah, again, this is something, for example, Byakuya is a prime example for this. Yes, he's Slash, but why is his only way of providing support Slash resistance down, right?
どうしたずいぶん浮かねえ顔してるじゃねえか戦う意志のない者に我が剣は防げぬ
This is quite nice, of course, but they should do something with the Bankai. Yeah, again, the major problem that you have right now in the game is that the discrepancy between the damage that standard SSR provide is so far above and beyond no, all the way around. The premium characters, the performance of the premium characters is so far above beyond with what the standard SSRs do that, again, best example is this, right? This is the best example. The first Frenzy Feast Showdown, I tried to use Byakuya with Kenpachi B6. Couldn't get Yami done. I put Neliel with Kenpachi, I've done it, right? And that's the biggest problem there. Like the difference between an Ikaku and a Gin. Even a B6 Ikaku is not comparable to a B0 Gin. And that's crazy to think about. So you now have a Bombietta which is really, really strong. What I do like about her, by the way, is that she works really well with Orihime. I mean, her personal damage, even with Orihime, is fairly high.
そうだ。
よい
Oops.
無駄なことはやめた方がいい。
安心し意味わかんない。
遅くなっちゃってエニ姫エニ姫の91戦時後天大砲
どう？何ちょっと。
遅くなっちゃってエニ姫
Why doesn't his ult refresh sword pips? Yeah, well, you know, because, well, he's going into Bankai, not Shikai, right?
戦時後天大砲爆弾よみんなは
I don't think so.
遅くなっちゃってすいません
You will have the same issue here. Actually, the issue will be worse. Because she has a 20-second runtime on this. And that is even tighter, right? Because you have to hit it on cooldown.
Slow tea steam. Old chipped cup.
どうしたず
Let me see her
Day just waking up.
just walking around here.
さあ、これはどうすんの？
Window. Curtain breeze. Bird song
Yeah, the cape is well animated. She's really well animated.
through the leaves. This quiet little joy.
Yeah, again, I think she will be great once the team is here. She's already doing good damage. Like 90 to 100 mil damage. It's still way above what Bankai Ichigo does at B2, right?
王となる者に必要なものは戦いに対する絶対的な渇望だ
Yes, in terms of Aizen, if you run him with Aizen here, it hurts. Actually, let me check real quick.
さあ、
無駄なこと
安心して。
しょうがねえなどうしたずいぶん浮かねえ顔
砕かれても水さえあれば何度でも蘇るさ。
Too much power. Ixen, too much power. She's too powerful for her own legs.
folded chair. Sign on the wall. Lines of light everywhere. Phone face down. Soft rain starts. Water on glass. Peace in our heart.
I think Ultimate Charge for it is going to be wasted here a little bit.
Joy. Nothing loud. Nothing grand. Just my small, steady heart. And your hand.
She's the monster that provides a lot of content. Yeah, it's quite troublesome to find a clean rotation that I can feel confident sharing with, to be honest.
We don't need any fireworks. I like
Like for those that have Bombietta right now and have been watching me testing Bombietta, what do you guys think if you would score in terms of accessibility and still good performance? What would you score my rotation so far? I mean, yeah, you have to. For those that have pulled, you know. I don't know if I want to wait a little bit to see what kind of backlash the community has there and if it has any weight.
さら波動の球児黒ひつぎ砕けろ消化水月君にあ無駄ですよ紅姫
But yeah, I mean, for those that have pulled right now, they might needing help. What? English.
黒ひつぎ君にあ無駄ですよ紅姫91戦時後天解放力というのはこういうものを言うのだ
I haven't tested it, to be honest. They might be, actually.
紅姫紅姫それだけのことださよなら波動の球児黒ひつぎ君には無駄ですよ紅姫大いにまる
Yeah, I think it's tricky with Aizen and Bombietta B0, not gonna lie.
波動の球児黒ひつぎ砕けろ消化水月君には無駄ですよ紅姫戦時後天解放優勢か優勢か
I mean, again, having a 10-second rotation on your ultimate, it's just not the way to go. But this is 66 mil, and she is doing 85 mil. So I would say it's fairly good damage that she provides, right? It's just that, like, obviously it doesn't fit as well with Aizen. But if you have Aizen and you need to do damage, then Bombietta is working fine. No. But we can do that. Really bad. Her time freezes are really, really bad, actually. You're just going to lose the Kiski buff. There is no matter how you slice it. Without the B4 of Kiski, you're just going to lose it. $90 mil. Again, if Kiski's buff wouldn't fall off here, you could get a 100 mil. I got 100 mil once. I mean, I can do this too here. I can do it like this too. Let's see if this works better then, maybe. The only problem is if you do like this, then you're wasting a lot of time with Aizen to not replay Ravages. What do you mean by hold? What do you mean by holding? How much is this? This is not enough there. Because in order to do so, you would have... I mean, it depends if I just need the third pressure or not. It really depends on what you want to do, because you have internal cooldown anyways. It's not like you trigger it every single time. You have an internal cooldown, and as long as you use it inside of this internal cooldown, it doesn't matter. Because the cooldown gets off the moment you have it active, right? I hate building... Naruhodo. I hate building up to Bombi's ult, to be honest. It seems these units are becoming more and more field dominant. Yes, I see. That's the one complaint that I have, is like, she really... I don't know. Maybe it's just a course time. Maybe if they go away with a 50% there, maybe it helps. What I think personally is that what they showed in terms of gameplay is not what we get. But again, this rotation is not really sustainable, right? Because it's just for B4 and higher. Give me 1 second, use. If the new spirit tactic in a few months does not give 2 counters like Eisen, how is Sile supposed to work? I mean, you just use the basic attack. You have to alternate between the counter and the technique, right? Yeah, but the problem is if you don't counter with Ulquiorra, then he's very slow in building up Q. I mean, having to do with Eisen, you skip over at least 6 basic attacks during each phase. That's quite a lot, actually. Yeah, you lose a lot of time. But the thing is, if you can gain this time by having a tactician that doesn't command too much time on the field, then it balances out again, right? Again, this rotation just doesn't... I mean, it works, but it's not something that I can show off, in a way. You see, now I have the counter ready. I can just throw it in here. I mean, this works. It's not like it's not working. 25 ml is fantastic, but damn, the setup that you have to do and everything else is crazy, man. All the things that you have to keep track of and everything else. And the problem is that it's not that I'm not enjoying her, it's that finding something that works. Yeah, look at this. 105 mil. If I could have landed that one, it would have been better. The problem is it's not that I'm not enjoying her, but the problem is that the way that she works in training dummies It's not something that you're going to replicate too well against bosses. So like, for example, if I go in here, right, I do my attacks, I jump over it. If I now counter, I don't even have a feedback. Look at how long it takes me to get this. Look at this. Let me put a timer on this. So I'm going into the Schrift. Let's see how long it... 54 seconds, right? And I'm going to try and counter him. So the counter is really nice because the counter is really, really quick. The counter is really sick. And it doesn't interrupt the basic attacks, I think. Let me see. Yeah, they just go over, right? Which is quite nice. She gains quite a lot of spiritual pressure here. So that's quite nice. So her counters are really, really good. The problems that I have with her, Yuzek, is not that I'm not having fun with her, it's that I have fun with her while I'm on the field. She's fun to play, she's fantastic to look at. But in the training room here, it's a head scratcher how I can do a rotation for people that don't have a B4 Eisen. That doesn't feel weird. Because no matter how much you try to smooth it down to like essentials, it just doesn't feel fluid, you know? Like without the timer. Let's put a timer in here. So you start out with her, which is quite nice. This is just all standard stuff, right? All of this is standard stuff. And then you start with Eisen. If you don't have the counter here, you have to do basic attacks. Okay, let's do basic attacks. And the problem here is, and this happened to me by the way in fights quite a bit. So if you're getting attacked and Eisen dodges, he's going to cancel out of the basic attack. He's not going to gain the pressure stack here, and you're not going to get the counter here. Even though you're already or should be at 100 energy, right? So even when you're at 100 energy, you cannot use the battlefield skill because you don't have the pressure stack here to get 2 counters in. I think it's easy to showcase this. Oops, not here. Let's pick Yin. I haven't done him yet. Yeah, you have to manually dodge to avoid that. But again, if I'm doing a quick guide, I don't want to have advanced techniques in there, you know? And that's why I'm looking like I'm not enjoying my time with her, because I still think she's a great character. I'm sure that she's going to be fine in a finesse team, right? But just currently, how can I do a guide for a character that doesn't really fit in the interim team either? And that's the question that kind of brings me some headache, because as you said before, what's the point of doing a guide for this? Oh no, shit. I shouldn't use that one. How should I do a guide for a character that isn't even complete yet? Because again, if you don't have B6s and stuff, this is what you're going to face, right? Why did it not trigger here? Yeah, maybe once we see Candace, maybe it makes more sense why they dropped Bambi first. Maybe as somebody else, I think it was Ixen. Oh, fuck off. Ixen, I think Ixen said this. Maybe the tactician doesn't work without Bambi there. So maybe it's really like Ixen said it, it's another case of having a siphon. Yeah, what do you do in this case? Because now you missed a counter here, and you don't have anything here. Now you have to wait 3 seconds, right? To switch back in. And now that you have the shrift, you have to go back, you have to do stuff. But this is already too late. And the thing is, it doesn't feel like this is something that would happen in her own team. That's the issue here. If it makes any sense. Look at her animation. Her animations are fantastic, bro. And then you have misaligned buffs that can fall off. Really tight timers in general. Yeah, exactly, Malako. Yeah, but we are Yorichi. Like these situations, for example, she plays really, really well, actually. But again, as you can see, I just lost my attack buff because I couldn't go into my shrift. Look at how long my basic attack is, that the full dissipation. If you don't start the dissipation right here, the full dissipation is over. This is a full dissipation, man. And that's why I'm not enjoying her so much, is because like you test her against bosses, dissipation doesn't work, the windows are too small, right? Because again, the two major issues when it comes to damage doing is that unrestrained barrage that you get through the special attack or through the field entry is shorter than this here. This takes a second longer for whatever reason. So now you have not the same timer, and because of that, with Kiske falling off, you lose a lot of damage. So yes, if you have a B4 Eisen, you can do a very nice rotation where you can get 100 mil over it, right? Cool. But if you don't have B4 Eisen, then you have to be content with 80 million damage. And yes, I have Invigorate on her, yes, I have Invigorate on her, and yes, I have Restraint on her, right? There is potential to get more damage out of her. I'm sure you can reach 110, 120 mil, no problem whatsoever with a B4 Eisen. Yeah, again, that's the main thing, right? You're a full assault character that cannot get the full damage done during dissipation. And only if you start right when the dissipation starts, then you have maybe 1 or 2 seconds left. I think the dissipation 12 seconds, right? If I'm not wrong. And if that changes by boss, then you have a huge problem. Might try her with Uryu. Yeah, like the amount of ultimate charge rate that I have is 33%. I think that's fine. The amount of ultimate charge rate that you need, I had 170. The amount of ultimate charge rate that you need is insane to make her work below that. Like, I don't know, maybe you need 200, 210 ultimate charge rate to get her ultimate ASAP. But then you lose so many stats, it's not worth it. I don't know. Man, imagine attack speed. Yeah. And this is a big bait. This here is a big bait, I can tell you right away. Because this is not going to alleviate any of the problems that she has and how long she takes to do damage. This just means that you get to the ultimate a little bit faster, yeah, but you're still having 10 seconds. I mean, again, this is crazy. I think by now we know that we have found a way to do rotations with her, right? But just having a timer there. Let me get her to the first Schrift. "51 seconds, right? 50 seconds, let's say. "9 seconds there, right away. Also the fact that if you cancel out of the Schrift here, you're not getting that much ultimate charge rate. If they change that part, it would be much better. So we're at 21 seconds here. Let's go down to, yeah, it's basically 20. Let's say it's 20 here. Yeah, it is. 20 seconds, right? Why is this longer? This is nearly 11 seconds, man. It's nearly 11 seconds. Why is this longer than the standard Schrift? 11 seconds! I don't know. The wood feels like it's still a dog's age to get. I originally had 188. Yeah, but I started with 170, 182. And while it felt better, at a certain point, once you get down to the rotation, you feel like that it doesn't really change too much. I would have needed more ultimate charge rate to make it like... So that you have... Basically, the idea would have been... You have one entry, and then after one entry you have one ultimate. And then after one ultimate you have one entry again, right? Yeah, but the difference is that I would rather sit through an unskippable ad than having to see my buffs fall off because I don't have any choice. Like, again, this is just me, okay? This is my personal preference. This is how... I'm not going to discredit her because of it. I'm just going to mention this because it's something that is important for everybody else to know. But personally, if I don't have agency about a character on when and how to do stuff so that the things fall off, because the duration of something is so long that it needs to be... I mean, it's just natural that it falls off, right? Even if you have Orihime, if you go into the Schrift first and then you go into the ultimate, Orihime's buff will fall off. And that's just really bad. So even for new players, she doesn't really have that much value because the only thing that she needs to do, she cannot do that with Bombietta. And that's kind of like a huge oversight. And then the second part is that the biggest buff that Aizen has is a double counter, right? So you can dissipate really, really fast. But because of the way that you have to delay everything else, you not only get only one Kyuga Suigetsu out, but you also don't counter as much, which means that you cannot even time the dissipation properly. Yeah, and that's why I was trying to find a clean rotation for her, right? Also for the events too. Because in the events you don't have a B4 Aizen, so you have to make do what you got there. I don't know. Again, animation-wise, fantastic character. Like, animation-wise, I cannot say anything. But I would be surprised. I'm not going to do a guide right away. I will wait until Friday and see if they are going to do something about this. And then I will make a guide then. I cannot see this being something that they are happy about with by themselves. It's crazy to me because we have Trushika Ichigo here that has had already a lengthy animation, and they went ahead and were like, you know what? What if we make a longer one? Like, the general kit is good that she has, right? She's off field now, she comes back, she has increased spiritual pressure gains, cruel, all crazy stuff, right? Stuff like this is really, really nice. Like, being able to swap into her Vollständig is so cool. Ideally, you know, you would have been done by now. But for whatever reason, they thought it was a good idea to have two full rotations here. That's crazy work. That's crazy work, bro. You make this guy here look like he has a short animation. Ulquiorra is low-key the same issue, but not the same to the same extent. Segunda top rotation is mad long. Yeah, and I criticized Ulquiorra exactly for the same thing, because you now have the B1, and the B1, because of the tight rotation that you have, you kinda just disregard half of the kit of the ultimate, and it's like, yeah, so what's the purpose of the ultimate then? Because you don't throw the lances anymore, you just try to hit the ultimates so that you can go back out of the Segunda Etapa. Actually, which is so counterintuitive, right? And also anti-fun to say that like that, because you want to stay longer in the Segunda Etapa, but it hurts you. I don't know. We are at 8 seconds, by the way. And it makes sense why he has such a long transcendence, right? Because while you do all of this, the cooldowns get refreshed, right? So he's taking 7 seconds here, and when he uses this, it does 14 seconds. By the time you get back to it, and you get the Transcendence, then this is maybe 2 to 4 seconds away. So it makes sense that the cooldowns are keeping running, and all the buffs that he have... Yeah, I have to stop streaming, by the way. I'm getting tired. So, and all the buffs that he has are basically long enough that they don't fall off, right? Like this one, for example, as long as you are on the field with him, this will never fall off. Never. And that's such an amazing design, actually. And then you have your Bambi, where he's like... Thing is though, this is after full week delay, but Joyful, we don't know what exactly that was causing the delay. Maybe they were like putting so much sauce onto the character, like something like this, that Shueisha was like, bro, we have a Bambi Mirror's High, and Bambi Mirror's High doesn't look that good, please tone it down. I mean, these animations are crazy good. Look at this. Look at this. I mean, just the first basic string here. This is so cute. This is so well done. It's crazy how animated she is. Again, like animation-wise, even just her basic attack string, you would think, yeah, they're nothing special, right? Until you get to the second part where she jumps up. And then she just bombs everything. Her counter being bombs, for example, is really cool too. Again, for those that haven't seen it. She can spam this crap too. This is so nice. And then you go straight into the follow-up, right? Like even in her Vollständig. These animations are insane. Look at this. Look at how she moves around and everything. Like animation-wise, she's fantastic. But again, yeah, it's a 10-second ultimate that you have to adhere to. If you don't, you lose so much damage. It's not even funny. This is the basic attack from the ultimate, and this is her own basic attack. And it's like, it's not even comparable. People skip up on Segunda Etapa techniques because it takes too long. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, right? If you have the B0 Ulquiorra, you are happy and you just throw them, and that's fine. If you have the B1 Ulquiorra, you have to kinda skip over that part. That part of the kit doesn't exist anymore. And then you have to throw the Lancers, because you don't have enough time to cycle through his abilities otherwise. And that's such a mistake. I don't know why they do it like that. Because the idea is, if you read the B1, you want to have the B1 so that you are longer in Segunda Etapa, but you are not, because you're just wasting more time. I feel like some of what it was... Yeah, but the problem is, the difference between Trushika Ichigo and I think people, I will just call people out. People are generally really bad at games. Generally, right? Because there is a lot going on, you don't read everything, you just wanna plug and play the game, which is fair. I'm not taking a piss against anybody who does that, by the way. It's just, the reality is that most people don't really engage with the characters, right? So they are looking at guides, maybe they don't have a proper rotation, and they just play what feels fun to them, and that's completely fine. Again, nothing against it. I'm not trying to be like an elitist jerk or anything, but the problem then is that if those people are also vocal while not understanding what the character is about, then we have a problem, right? And the thing with Tsushika Ichigo, I see this a lot, by the way. I see this a lot. At B6, when you're a full team at B6, passively you gain enough to get the breach marks at 85 capped. Because you have Neliel that does the double Lancas, right? She procs a lot of Verde rushes. You have Mayuri that procs a lot of poisons and triggers the breach marks and everything. So you see everybody at B2 doing this, which is absolutely wrong. There is a reason why you can charge up his attack. Let me showcase this real quick. There's a reason why you can charge this up. So if I just do the normal rotation here, just to showcase this real quick. Even going back into Ichigo here to get a little bit more breach marks. $85 is the cap, right? Now, if I do this in a normal rotation, I go back into him and I just use this. And then I use the Getsuga Tencho, I'm at 74, I'm not at 85. So I love... I was reading your comment, Malaku. So you're losing 10 breach marks, right? If I charge up instead... and do the same thing again, for consistency's purpose. We're going back into Ichigo. Your comment makes me laugh, man. We're doing the same stuff again. We're waiting for the ultimate to come back online. And we throw it. We go back into Ichigo. Charge up once again. Then we use it. We are at 85. Now, we overcapped here. And depending on how you want to do the rotation, you need one charged and one non-charged Getsuga. Right? Ideally. But if you feel like you're missing, you did the first one non-charged, then you can do the second one charged. And the difference between the breach marks that you consume is not that high. Maybe one or two. And why is it important? It's important because for those that don't know Tsushika Ichigo, this part here doesn't matter how many breaches you consume, but this part here matters because you deal more damage during dissipation, and this part here matters too because each time you trigger a breach mark you deal more damage, so you compound all the damage in one go, right? This is your burst, and 10 breach marks makes a massive difference in ailment damage. And then you see people spamming at B2 spamming Getsugas, and it's like, okay, well, you tell them that charged attack is the way to go, and they're like, no, it's not. And so what are we going to argue about? These animations. They are very, very fast. This is, by the way, this is because they sped up that tag string. They didn't look as goofy before. Like if you take a quick look here, he has a flow, right? But if he does this here, for example, this is sped up. The idea here is actually quite nice. What I really like, if you pay attention to this, he jumps up here after the first one and he triggers a Getsuga here that explodes and he jumps back from the air, back to the ground. Looks really sick actually. This looks really, really sick. And then he has a second one, this one here, where he basically slings around and then throws two Getsugas right out, right? He slings back around and he throws them. This looks so nice. This looks so nice. So you have this one here where he jumps up, and then you have this second one where he just sped up, and because it looks so sped up, it looks quite goofy, right? Where he's just all over the place. And this is just because they wanted faster attack strings. So there you go. Cannot blame the devs for listening to the player feedback and having a little bit more goofy animations. This also lingers, by the way, against enemies. Really, really strong. Really strong. Because this lingers on the enemy. This is one of the better control tools that you have with Tsushika Ichigo. And when you spam them like, just generally like this, it doesn't do much, right? But if I do it like this, it staggers them and knocks them down. Yeah, I agree with you, Yuzak. I agree. I just think that his gameplay in itself, his key mechanics are fun to me, and I really like them. But I can truly understand why you don't like his visuals. I do. I feel like the visuals could have done a little bit better, not gonna lie. Basically, the Getsuga with Tsushika Ichigo is that you can use it like this, right? Where it just flows through, it just flies through the enemies. You can use it just right away. Okay? But you can also keep and hold the button, and then he goes back, as you can see here, and once he shines, like, once you see the glow here, he can throw it, and then he throws it out, like this, and then it lingers a little bit on the head, right? And that's the charged attack. This one is the charged attack. You can also, again, you can combine this both. You can also dodge out of it to not incur a cooldown if you feel like, whatever reason, a wave is dropping later or something. But the Tsushika Ichigo, the charge attack here gives a difference in how many stacks you have, right? If you take a look here, it's 12. If I just throw this, it's 6. And if you have the BQ where you want to consume breach marks, they makes a massive difference. A massive difference. You always have a point. No more compliments. He's fast for the wrong reasons. Why are you quoting my ex-girlfriend, bro? What did I do to you today? Oh well. So yeah, what I was trying to say is agency over how you play, because if you're, and this is another thing that with Tsushika Ichigo is quite good, and not only Tsushika Ichigo, we can go, I'm not going to go through all the characters, but the thing with Tsushika Ichigo is that as long as the cooldowns are flowing, right, as long as the cooldowns are rolling, it's quite nice. So even against bosses, for example, I can throw this, do the follow-up, and because of how the Ichigo works, I can follow up after this, right? I don't have to do the Getsuga and then ride immediately the basic attacks. I can do this first, and then go into this and do this. And the difference is 1 second, right? And this is agency. Having agency over your character is quite nice. I don't have to be in here and do the basic attacks with Neliel if she's susceptible to interrupts while doing this, right? I don't have to do this to have more battle will once I enter Gamuza. I can instead enter Gamuza by just having the basic what I have here from the BQ, right? And then I can use the shield instead that she has
一発の口を聞かないで
and just extend the basic attacks here a little bit.
ここよ終わりね
And I still get to the same amount of battle worlds. So it's agency. Bombietta doesn't have that. She could have that.
王となる者に必要なものは
She has a lot of ways on how to have agency, right? Because you can interrupt the Vollständig with this, you can go back and having a follow-up attack, which technically means that you gain some spiritual pressure back to re-enter the state, but you still lose the ultimate damage, so what's the point?
無駄な
大丈夫すぐに終わるから
用意は
He's like, yeah, that's true actually. And I think Bombietta is a really good example for this. Like again, she has this follow-up, right? When she first enters the battlefield, she can do this. And then she can go into the attack and do this once again. Which is quite nice. But what for?
これで終わりたやすい波動の救助黒羊
Because if I counter into Kiske first, for example, which is usually what you wanna do, and then I go back into Bombietta, I cannot use the Schrift. So I have to switch back out and wait for her to come back, right? And this is a problem, like, let's say I do the full string here, I'm going to consume half, I'm going to go out of this, jump back in, but this is nowhere near enough of what I just lost in terms of damage. So there is no reason to ever use this.
それだけのことだそれで終わりたやすい君に預ける
Then the thing is that to lose the Vollständig here, for example, is really bad too. So against bosses where you're forced to switch out, you're just screwed then. I don't know. Yeah, but yeah, again, we are reaching 11 hours. I think that's good enough. I'm going to take a well-deserved sleep, and then I will judge her tomorrow properly, and I will make a video about her. I will maybe add just a rotation video, just a general thing. I don't think that doing a full guide is any kind of meaningful thing here, to be honest. Yeah, that's what I think too, Aromancy. It's like, I will wait until Friday. If by Friday we have still a lot of discussions about her. Usually, if it's not Friday, it's Thursday. On what? The auto is me. What was your opinion? No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I mean, the question that you could ask is, no, I wouldn't. You have flat attack on top of it. Ultimate charge rate is fairly low priority. It doesn't look like you would gain much out of it to bring this to level 30, to be honest. And then if you have a bad perk, it feels really, really bad. Yeah, it is. It is a good piece. But imagine if you waste Nexus Stamp and then it rolls a really bad trait. I mean, well, wait, give me a second. What you could do, if this is your best piece that you have, you could technically Nexus it as an interim piece, temporary piece, I mean, try it. You can still use it as a temporary piece, and then once you get the proper piece, you 6-star that one, and then you can use this one to reroll in case that you need it. Because the stamp reroll goes into the PT2, so that's fine, I guess. I think they put so much on animations, but they do falter on gameplay. I wouldn't say that they falter on gameplay. I think I think it's the other way around. I feel like they are trying to do, like users said it really well actually. They're trying a little bit too hard to overcook the character. You take a look at, I mean, even if you go back to Bankai Ichigo, he was fairly easy to understand, very gacha friendly, so to speak, right? And you take a look at Toshiro, very gacha friendly, basic attack, into your ultimates, move during the ultimates, use Hyoten Hyokaso, and that's it. Repeat the cycle. Bankai Ichigo, what was that? Tembo Renjins until you die, or you pull down the face mask, and then you do the counters into Tembo Renjins until you do a Getsuga Tencho. And then you're at Gin. Yeah, but if you compare Gin to Toshiro and Bankai Ichigo, you have, on the basic attack, you have a perfect dodge. On the basic attack. You can dodge on the basic attack. You have displacements through the special attack, right? This here displaces you, and this here displaces you too. Which can be really used really hardcore to mitigate a lot of damage and boss counters. You also have the technique points here. Once he was still on the field, you could kinda account for this here. This was doing a lot. Then you had to understand that, again, how many people did you see use the 1 TP to counteract damage, right?
これはどうすんの？
本気
Just this alone. First hit, you get hit. Second hit, you still get hit, right? But then you have the third and the fourth hit, where you just dodge through this. And you're like, okay, what the hell? You time this right, and you just damage, and you just mitigate damage. It's like, bro. Yeah, his kit is easy to understand, but you can do a lot of freaky stuff with him. You have a lot of agency, right? Now you want to play him. Hey, Stefan. Yeah, no, don't pull. Just wait. Don't pull. I mean, again, they're easy to play. I would even argue Bombietta is also easy to play, you know? Bombietta is easy to play, like, at the baseline. If you just take the baseline, they're very easy to play. The only character at the baseline that is a little bit harder to play... Grimjo. Maybe Yorichi, considering that she can dodge into the enemies and stuff. And the main reason is also because of the perfect dodges, right? But at the baseline, like base rotations, they are fairly simple.
イラついてるから部屋に来て。今すぐ。
But again, you have like such a kit here, right? You have so many words here. Look at all this, all of these words. All of these words. All of these words. It's like a freaking book. And you can shorted to use technique, swap out. I think he gets 70%, right? 40 from... because you get crit rate here. So this is 50, and then you get another 20 from the core. Yeah, 25. So 75%. I got my Mayuri in a multi and his weapon in 32 out of 40. Oh man, that's nice, Stefan. At least one good character. Yes. I like to go a little bit higher with him, just because it takes a little bit of time to ramp up. But it's, yeah. You don't need much. 25%, it's fine. And I have ultimate charge rate, I have 24%. That's fine enough too. So yeah. Again, all the text that she has on how to do damage and everything, but at the end, all you do is this. Stefan, if you have a B2 Ichigo, I'm not saying that you should pull, but if you have a B2 Ichigo, my Yuri is going to pay off double, I'm not gonna lie. So all the tags in her kit just to do this, by the way. Isn't that crazy? So yeah, again, I would wait, hard wait. This is a hard wait. Her damage is fine, it looks okay-ish. For a team that doesn't even buff her that much. Yeah. I think that's a sign, guys. I said, if you get Tsushika Ichigo to B2, Mayuri will pay off even more. I have her at 10 mil at B6. Compared to what? Oh wait, I saw something. Yeah, but again, if you're just using Aizen for the tactic buff, wouldn't it make more sense to run Orihime? Like a B6 240 mil is not too impressive. Oh yeah, but that's what I'm saying, but the problem is will still remain. That if Bombietta needs 10 seconds of field time, then it's like, what's the point? We just had a character that had 7 seconds ultimate, and people were really unhappy about this. Stefan, again, I would wait. Maybe if you want to go, I would stop at the B2, personally. And then I would just wait until we get a full team and we get the full picture of all the characters that are in the collab. Because then you can still go back, you know. I wouldn't be too impatient when it comes to summoning for any of the characters here. Again, I think she's going to be very fun in her team. I can see the entry skill to be something really, really fun to play with, to be honest. I really do. And her animations are beautiful, but again, it's just too early to pull for her. I think that's the biggest verdict that I have when it comes to Bombietta. Too early for her. Yeah, again. I mean, Tsushika Ichigo is a safe bet. I think if you want to invest into any characters in terms of power, B2 Tsushika Ichigo is really, really strong. But outside of that, I would really wait. I would also wait for Uryu. Let's see if Uryu comes out in 2 weeks or in 3 weeks. We don't know. Because her events are 20 days, right? I don't know. And 19 days here, 20 days here. So yeah. But yeah, I think that concludes today's stream, basically. I'm a little bit disappointed, to be honest. She looked way more... not fun, because she is fun to play, but she looked in the gameplay trailer. She looked way more dynamic, right? Do I still have it? Give me 1 second. Let me see if I still have it. Yeah, here it is. Like, this was the gameplay that we got, right? She does her attack string, she loses all her things, she uses the ult, she switches in and out, right? This is what we got. This is what was shown. But this is not what we got. I think if we have this version here, this would be fine. I don't know if you need to invest into his weapon. I run crit damage on the second piece and I have 99.4% crit rate. Yeah, I wouldn't Aramancy. I would wait for the weapon. The weapon is a luxury, I feel like. Yes, it's very strong in a sense of if you have the B2, right? But do you stop at at A3 weapon? The problem with Tsushika Ichigo, to be honest, the technique part here is very, it's nice, but it's not that high in terms of damage. And the ultimate damage here is nice too, but the problem is that you have to spend 2 dupes for this. Whereas the question is, can you use those 2 dupes anywhere else in your account, maybe even for the anniversary unit, to buff up all the characters to that level? I wasn't too impressed about the B4, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like you can go B2 and that's fine enough. You have to take into account the passives here. Like for example, White Ichigo, he has 50% crit rate here that he gains after counterattack, so you don't see this in the stat sheets here. It's a little bit shitty. We are still all asking for quality of life improvements when it comes to this. But basically you have to just math it out, right? You have 31% here, and the way that he works is weapon doesn't show this if it is like this. Or if it's an old character like Toshiro, it doesn't show either. So if I replace this...
10番隊隊長室ヶ谷藤代だ
Oops. Draw.
砕かれても水さえあれば
Oh no, look, they fixed it.
誰も蘇るさ
They didn't. Would be nice if they fixed this. So you have to just but this is for all the characters. So everybody who came before Grimjo, they don't show their stats that they have in the weapon in the stat sheet. It's just a little bit finicky here. The highest DPS I've seen on Bambi is 14.6, which is I think is respectable considering Kisuke. Nope. Was it again with Aizen and Kisuke that got to 12 mil? Who was it back then? I forgot. We had a few characters with Aizen that were like in that ballpark too. I just the problem with the DPS when it comes to DPS with Bambi is that a lot of the damage that she deals just gets lost by Aizen too, right? So I do believe that she's going to be an amazing DPS. That's for sure. But not in this team. Yeah, Auramancy. Because the thing is, it also depends a little bit. What is the idea behind having higher dupes, right? Are you trying to grab a banner or something, like an animated banner? Then 1b6 won't help, 1b4 won't help. No, AJ, I'm just saying compared to other characters that fit the team better. Like I didn't really explain myself well. The problem with Bombietta is that because she takes 10 seconds to do damage, other characters fit better in Aizen's team, right? So if she gets reworked slightly so that she is a little bit more swap friendly, I can see her work really well with Aizen. But yeah, again, you need to have this, you know. Yeah, we were already at 12 mil with the characters right there. Ah, AJ, that sucks. I'm sorry, man. I didn't go to 70 PT for 6 Bambis, but I did go to 70 PTs for multiple characters in a row too. Both my Yuri dupes were 70 PTs and plus. One was 80, actually. Yeah, that's rough, man. Like this is a lot of heavy lifting here for the B6, by the way. I mean, you can see this already. You don't even have to have higher mechanics for this, because the entry is absolutely bonkers, right? Also, the ability here that you get the conversion rate, you can overextend, you can overflow, your spiritual pressure is quite nice. She has a lot of redundancies that make her quite interesting, but the problem is right now, at B0, like she is right now, it's not worth it going for it. Because double support doesn't really work well together. You only have Orihime to double support her. Rangiku is a fringe case that you could make an argument for, but it doesn't really add too much to her damage, right? And that's all she provides. So, like even at B1. Yeah, so what? You are able to enter right away, but you still have to set up everything else. So it doesn't really matter too much, because by the time that you circle back around, you will still have the entries. So I wouldn't say absolutely horrible, but it's just like, yeah, it's a lot of work for little rewards compared to everybody else. No, I start on her. You don't, because you lose the ravages. Because the ravage is a lot of damage too. And by the time that you go around this here, you get counters, right? And then she already has the Shrift too. So it doesn't matter if you have the B1 or not in this team. Because all you do is maybe you float to another second Shrift, which is okay. Right, if you do this the same here right now, for example, even if you have a Shrift here for her, you have this, but then this is running off. So it doesn't really matter. You lose buffs. You either lose Ravage or you lose the Kiske buff. It just doesn't feel good enough to play this. And the B1 doesn't change that. All that the B1 does is... Maybe if you can go out of it early, just for the attack buff, maybe. So what you could maybe do with the B1... Like what I could see, like if I try to set this up properly, right? Let's say you have the B1 like this, right? So what I can see what you would do instead is you do this, you go into Bombietta right away, and then you swap out so that you can get the buff ready, right? I can see that one. That you can use the Shrift to get her buff up and going. And then from here you go back into Bambi's with her entry. And again, I agree with you completely. I can see where the entry is going to be really cool here. I think the entry is going to be a fantastic mechanic once we get the full team. But having 10 seconds of an attack string, or else you lose damage, is just not a good way of designing a character. Because even if you take a look at how much ultimate she gains here, I mean, how much ultimate charge rate do I need to get the last bit, right? Kenny does 3 basic attacks and he has it. She needs to do a full string to get the last bit of ultimate charge rate there. And it's like, yeah, whatever. It's just weird. It feels like they couldn't agree on how they want to design her in terms of if she should be good now or if she should be good later. And yeah, I don't know. Again, I think entry skill is quite cool. It's a nice mechanic, to be honest. Going away from the standard counter stuff, which is getting quite boring with the time. No. Which one? Oh, the basic attack you mean? Yeah, you can. But only certain parts of it. It's weird, the basic attack string... The second hit the fourth and the fifth hit you can auto cancel cancel out of it. This part here, she starts the animation for the last string this here, but if you don't stay in on the field with her, she doesn't throw them down, right? Keep Mayuri B0. Mayuri B1 is not that nice. Mayuri B1 is very disappointing. I got into B2. This here is really nice. The utility gain that he has is really nice. But the damage that he gains here is not good enough to justify a boundary, not gonna lie. I would just chill. Yeah, we're going to go offline right now. I know, Stefan wants to pull. But AJ said something really important there, right? He went to 70 PT 6 times. So Stefan, don't do it. Don't do it. Stay strong, brother. Yeah, so my voice is leaving me too. I think this is a good point. But again, AJ, I think I agree completely there with you. She looks really cool in terms of what she could potentially be in a full finesse team. But currently there is just at B0, B1, B2, I don't see the point on getting her right now. I don't see it. But yeah. I cannot even do a proper guide, a full-on guide with her. This here is just more damage, you don't even have to work around this one, by the way. I think this P2 is fine. So instead, I'm going to do a Kisuke deep dive video. Nah, just kidding. I don't know. I will try and find out something to cover with Bombietta, but at the moment it's like... wait and see, wait and see. High chance that she gets buffed. Like buffed and reworked, whatever you want to use there. Fixed. Now, before we finish the stream, I want to hear from you guys. Aside of the issues that we just encountered during the live stream, in terms of animation and character, did the devs cook? What is your guys' opinion? Yeah, it is, AJ. It is. I mean, it was very punishing with Tushika Ichigo, and is punishing with her too, right? Even more so. So I really hope that they are going to do something. Again. Hey, Infamous Ara, thank you so much for being here. I truly hope. By the way, they look. White Ichigo and her ultimate together, they look fantastic, bro. So yeah, I think they did a really good job with the model too. I really like the model. I like the cape, man. I'm not a huge fan of capes, I have to be honest, but they nailed this. This was really good, really well done. Animation wise, really well done. So yeah. Thank you so much, Stefan, man. But I have to be honest, sometimes other people have a really good point. Not Yuzek, of course. Not Yuzek. Make a rant video? I don't think that there is much to rant, to be honest, because it's like, at worst we can wait until Tuesday to see if they want to fix something. And after that it's just a wait and see if she's going to be better with Candace, for example. Hey, thank you so much, Jeff Fool. You guys are awesome too, man. That's bad, Steph. Like taking advice from a content creator. What is this new meta? You guys should hate the content creators, bro. No, but jokes aside, this is how I am, right? Infamous. I'm not over. I'm how to put this. Sometimes it's hard to find words. Because I'm very whelmed. Because I'm very whelmed in terms of gameplay, but I also see the potential. I don't feel like angry about her state of the game. Because, yes, we could argue that certain aspects of her kit are not working properly. Maybe there's some overlap, some bugs going on, stuff like that, which we tested, right? But generally speaking, even those things, the devs have shown that they're going to fix them eventually. Yeah, she's a good character. And I mean, once we get the full team, we can see if the 10 seconds is too long or not. And personally, I really enjoy her animations. And if Candace and Uryu are going to be just 80% as cool as she is, that is going to be a really cool team to look at, by the way. Candace has some really great animations in her Vollständig. So I'm very looking forward to it. Very much looking forward to it. But yeah, it's like... what we have here right now, it's only half cooked, right? Would I ever advise somebody to eat a half cooked dish? Maybe if it was a certain cuisine, but yeah, not in this case. Yeah, the visuals are really nice. Staying at B2 for Ichigo will save you a lot of pulls. Yeah, Stefan, like again, the basic idea here is, as a free-to-play low spender, keep yourself, as long as you can clear content, accumulate as much jade as you can. I don't know. Maybe Lisa is your favorite character and she someday will be released and then you can B6 her, right? I mean, again, the biggest takeaway for me is how good these animations of Vollständig look like. Like, these animations are just the visuals of the Vollständig look so good. I mean, what the heck? And if you take this and you do Uryu with them, Uryu has an insane cool looking Vollständig too, man. Bro. I mean, and I know you shouldn't do this, but look, like, these animations are so crazy, bro. This here, look at this. Why does she hour farm so hard? There's no reason, right? But yeah, you go into the Vollständig like this. Look at this. Bro, this looks insane. I love the Reishi showcase of the Vollständig in the Quincy's, man. This looks phenomenal. And even just when she goes away, how it fades, how it burns out. Cook! Just straight up fire, man. So good. And again, her basic attack string is okay, nothing too much, but just even the bombs, even just the counter here. The counter is amazing. Look at this. Look at this. Hardcore. This is her counter. She just... look at this. Yeah, animation wise they cooked so hard, man. They cooked so hard. This looks so sick. I cannot wait for the other Quincy's. Like, if every single Quincy is going to be like this, man, we are in for a treat, bro. But anyways, guys, once again, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for going through the whole ordeal once again. It was longer than I was expecting it to be, not gonna lie. But yeah. Freaky Famous, hey, I'm new in this game, playing 2 weeks now. I got Ulquiorra without weapon, TS Ichigo with weapon. I also got Kisuke, Sajin, Tozen, Byakuya and Yorichi. Sadly I missed Naliel. Should I summon for Bombietta or my Yuri, or just wait for the next chars? Hey Freaky, first and foremost, welcome to the stream. And thank you so much for being here. First advice that I would give is always only summon your character if you can guarantee the weapon. Point number 1. But I think this has been said to you quite a bit. And secondly, I wouldn't summon for Bombietta quite yet, but if you can pick up my Yuri, that would be great. My Yuri is the dedicated support for ailment at the current moment, and as things are going, I don't see that changing too much. So yeah, my Yuri would definitely benefit you very well, but I would keep him at B0 and have only his weapon, right? If you get the core stamp needs to be there too. The core stamp is really strong. So the way that the core stamp works, by the way, just to real quick because this gets confused. This is the terror passive, right? He gains even more crit damage, or he gives even more crit damage. But they tell you that it's a debuff, and the problem is that by debuff they mean ailment. So you have to pay attention to this, right? When you take a look at the boss bar, you have 2 ways. You have the left side and the right side. Everything that is on the left side is a debuff, but it doesn't work. And everything on the right side is a debuff that is considered an ailment, and that triggers my Yuri. But, because I'm just winding down and I'm ready to go offline, what I can recommend to you, though, is join our Discord. We have a lot of experienced players there, and I'm sure that a lot of them will give you great advice on what to do, or what you can do, want to do, something like that. English is hard right now, and that maybe can help you out. I'm also active in the Discord, so just shoot a message into the Shinigami help desk. So yeah. I look bad. I look so tired, man. Okay, guys. So yeah, it has been a long testing stream. When we do testing, we do it properly. Yeah, it has been a very long B0 testing stream. Keyboard is dying too. I'm not the only one dying. Okay, guys. Once again, thank you so much. We are going to wait with the B0s and B0s. We are going to wait with the B1 and B2 for when the Autostandritter are out, and we will then apply them and see how good they are. Okay. So with that, guys, thank you once again so much for all your support. And oh wait, my cam is gone. Oops. See you guys. Thank you so much for the follow, Freaky. See you next time. Take care, guys, and stay safe, healthy, and stop gooning in the Discord. Have a good day. Nice. Yeah, I'm done. I'm cooked. I'm so cooked. Have a nice day, guys. There you go.